All right, we ball again. Let's try again. Ad starting soon. I can't stop it. It was time anyways. I think it was 3 hours into the stream, so we kind of canceled it right before the ad played anyway. So I guess that lined up well. I have a green bar. I don't know if it'll stay, but I got a green bar. In which case, it was actually Twitch's fault because I changed Twitch servers. At least I think I'm gonna blame Twitch. I don't know, because as soon as I restarted, it was red immediately. So I blame Twitch fully, not Cox. You know, Cox still sucks though, so screw them. But I'll still talk some shit about him. I don't care. All right, what up? Let the ad play. Let the ad roll. So stupid, man. What if we interrupt your stream after 2.5 hours and make you sit there and twiddle your thumbs while your connection just drops repeatedly to 0? It's always a game of chicken too, because it's like, how long do you sit there and wait and tank it and hope that it gets better? So you can sit there for, if you pull the plug too soon, then it might have just fixed itself. But if you wait too long, you just wasted 20 minutes. The time travel was fun though. I'm sorry, who needs viewers on a live stream anyways? Just kick everybody out of the stream who was hanging out since we turned it on and build your viewership back from scratch. What? What's wrong with that? Anyway, we got a minute and a half. I'm gonna chill and wait for the ad watchers. It seems like it's stable over here for 3 minutes. Had 3 minutes of green after changing Twitch servers. Rebooted the internet also to get a clean slate on a Friday night. Direct from the ISP. And then I can go back to playing my game. Good thing we started early today though. Because it's only 5 p.m. Feels late. Because the sun's down already. Feels like 8 p.m. We still got a lot of time. We still got a lot to do. I was just getting settled in. And then getting gaslit by every person in chat who's like, it's fine for me. It's just 10 seconds, no big deal. And then watching you guys realize one by one how far in the past you were was also funny. Seeing the reaction to getting a little dose of reality, because the thing is, if you thought it was fine, whatever the delay was, that was only the delay so far. It was just going to continue to grow because there was no bandwidth on that Twitch server. So like, if it was a minute and a half, oh, it's only 20 seconds. Oh, it's only 45 seconds. Oh, it's only a minute and a half. Oh, it's only 2 minutes. It was just going to infinitely grow because there was no throughput. So anyway, we're back now. We're back now. Welcome back from the ad that would have had to play regardless. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. We have returned. I don't remember what the last thing I was saying was. All I remember is I said Kayan Kahaka and someone said, that's a interesting name, and that's all I remember. What was I doing? I don't know. Maybe it'll come back to me. But I have definitely forgotten. They went hard on the EU4 special soundtrack, I gotta say. Credit where it's due. Something about taxing? That doesn't really affect anything because we're taxing everyone as much as we can. And we don't want to lose any of this. We got a max stability to get to 65 pretty soon. We're gonna need to up diplomatic spending as well. Let's say like 0.25 per month. It's gonna cut into our income, but there's widespread support among the commoners and the nobility for our current policies. They're being magnified well beyond their actual efficiency as proof of the government's goodwill and interest in the welfare of our clan. Give the money to those who need it, +7 stability. Tribal cohesion, we gain $6. Definitely the stability right now. We've been getting some nice stability boons. So yeah, we're in the process of annexing, and then we were trying to sweet talk Onondaga. So we have to profess trust in them multiple times. Try to get them up to 50. I want to say. Yeah, they have to have at least 50 trust. We're on cooldown right now. We're gonna need a bunch of diplomats. So basically, once we kind of need to turn maybe stability down. How much time do we have on this cooldown? Recently merged tribes, 1369. It's about 3.5 years. I think everybody's chilling. I don't remember what I was doing. I was yapping about something that was relevant to the game. But there's not a lot we can do right now anyways, because I'm taxing the nobility to get some income. I think I am just gonna kind of, well, we don't need max Diplo spending, maybe down to like 0.25 a month for now. You destroyed a building and then we're trying to open or close it? I think I was just talking about their local assembly being here and the fact that they have fiber crops and that the fiber crops are profitable, and so our income is actually going up each month because we're establishing control over this key location. How'd you get that province? We got the province by just taking it. So I know that sounds silly, and that's also how it felt, but we have Onyata Aka is our vassal, so we vassalize them. And if you have a vassal, you can seize a territory. Seizing a territory calls diplomats, and it also increases their desire for liberty, so you just have to keep track of their liberty desire. So you don't even have to annex. If you can just build liberty enough, you just yoink it. So like now they're 97% loyal, so we could just yoink another one if we wanted. But I'm already annexing them, which will be done 1373 in about 6 years. So I think we just let that one cook, and we want to spend our diplomats to try to prep Onondaga to be annexed via diplomacy. Tribal or special tribal diplomacy. But so yeah, we're currently establishing control here because it's actually an economic center. We're already at 1.92 tax base there. Our capital is 1.95. So this new single location is matching our capital. And it has a future max of 4.59. But we need more control. Luckily, it's not too far away, but still the max control is only 61%. So we're never going to be able to fully tap it with what we currently have. And that's including the increased province control. But once we core it, eventually, we will get another 20% province control from it. So basically, money numbers should be going up each month because our control is currently going up each month. And that's helping offset the expenditures that we're currently making towards stability and toward diplomacy, or diplomats rather, which will both come down. Canoes! Speaking of proximity, we've researched canoes, which give us the following benefits. Proximity cost between all locations down 5%. Trade range over sea also down. By using light canoes, we can take advantage of the waterways and portage of North America and expand our ability to direct the flow of trade and people. Research is going pretty good. Research going pretty good. We're taking the canoe on the road. I mean, to be fair, if you want to get sassy, there is a body of water between our capital and them. So it does work for RP purposes also. But yeah, now I want to see what that looks like. So this is proximity to capital right here, plus 40.68. So I don't really know how it works underneath the hood, but my assumption is that since that proximity is 46, there's a proximity cost. Does anyone know how to see proximity cost as an actual individual number? To see where that minus 5% is actually taking effect. Monthly prosperity and food production up. Could be good in the future. Same for fish. Back to where you were. Then the icon to the left of the key. Okay. Yeah, we looked at that yesterday, but I gotta memorize where everything is. So nearest proximity source is Sanoctawambo, plus 100. So they have to go from Sanoctawambo to Draupudam, and then they have to go Draupudam to... Yeah, basically there's something in between. So canoes is one of the minus 5% modifiers in reducing the debuffs of it being that many locations away. It's a small, you know, you have to start adding them up. It ain't much right now, but it adds up. Yeah, Draupudam to them is the big one. Us to Draupudam is not bad at all. We need roads, but we're never gonna afford them. I think we want to do Renaissance research now. I think. Diplo capacity up is good though, if you want that. So is construction speed, and RGO size will be good later. So there's still a few here that are good. Well, I'm glad the stream seems to be okay, knock on wood. I was worried we were gonna... I didn't want to end it for the night. I wasn't ready to go. I got more to do. Grant privileges cheaper. Fur output will be useful later. Food production. Army reinforcement, supply, more literacy, more stability, stability enhancement, proximity cost down again a little bit. Diplomatic annexation cost actually works now. But to get there takes forever. Who's taking a piss? Maybe I do want to just finish up the first age stuff. I don't know. Because 20% Diplo capacity is aight. But you have to go through guilds, which does literally nothing for us. I might just do alchemy and get that other 5% disease resist right now. I'm happy with that. By the time I know that I need it, it's gonna be too late. By the time I know, it's already over. What's up, Eric? Thank you, Eric007, for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome back, 58 months. What up? Pizza Out of the Water is also subbing when the stream restarted. Hi, Pizza. Thanks both of you guys for subbing. Friday night streams got more. I got more to say. I got more to do. We're almost 30 years into our save, which doesn't sound like much, but it is to me. Money is trending up. I'm thinking about just going ahead and building. It's going to take us a little scary low, but I am thinking about building a settlement here for the future. But it's going to take us so long to annex. Yeah, it's better to just save our money for now, because I won't be able to control their buildings. I need to build one here, but I don't know why we can't. They have less than 5% of population capacity. It's a weird restriction. You can't build a settlement until they have hit 5% of their own population capacity. So, population capacity... I literally looked at this the other day. You have to be below. It says above. It says above, brother. I'm not saying that you're wrong. If you're right, then the tooltip's wrong. But it clearly says... X Skinniatures has less than 5% of population capacity. I could see how you could interpret it either way. It's actually open to interpretation. You could look at this as either there is an X because Sanakdawambo has less than 5% of population capacity, which if they did have less, then there would be a check. Or you can look at it as there is an X because Sanakdawambo has less than 5% population capacity. You could actually interpret it either way. I'd assume the logic is there's not enough people for a proper settlement. But yeah, I mean, you're probably right that it is more logical that there's too many people for a settlement now. Where's the max population anyway? We looked at this yesterday. It's 107K. And they're at 7K. So, yeah, I think it does have to be less than 5% of the population. I think it's just worded confusingly. Here's the trick, though. It's kind of an arbitrary restriction, is it not? Because once you get above 5% of the population, the settlement doesn't just stop working. The settlement continues to work. It doesn't just close and shut itself down. So why is there a restriction at all? Maybe it does. Let's see. Do we have a settlement here? We do have a settlement here. It says it's working at 75%. So our capital right now, what is it at? Maybe it does stop working. Let's see. Population's at 6.7K out of 104K. Is that more than 5%? It's gotta be. Math is hard. Yeah, I had to actually bust out a calculator, but I'm pretty sure it is more. So it'd be 6.7 divided by... Yeah, we're at 6.4% population. It's 6.4. So the building doesn't just turn off. So why even have a restriction? Nobility demand increased pensions. Ostaningo has to employ many methods to keep the unruly nobility in line. One of the most common is cold hard cash. We already grant them a pension in exchange for relinquishing certain rights. But their leaders now claim that we are not paying them enough and are demanding their pensions rise if they are to continue to support us. They get pensions? We grant the nobility a pension? We just invented an economy. Yeah, you guys can just... lose some estate satisfaction, probably. Tribal pensions, man. You guys can just lose some stability. There's more than 5 music tracks in EU5. There are, but we're listening to the EU4 soundtrack. I had to mute the game music and we listened to our own. Because I'm gonna go insane otherwise. What's going on here? Oh, the fruit orchard that they built. Delete it. Stupid peasants. That's why you're peasants. And you'll never rise above your station if you keep building unnecessary fruit orchards. Parliament is possible. I see you. I think the building is there so you can colonize the Americas without the land being empty. If you could build it without restriction, you would build it in every tile to max pop growth. Yeah, but it's still optimal to build in every tile. That's the thing. It doesn't fix that. Now you're just punished for missing the threshold by 0.02%. So it's like I am literally on the frontier with no towns. I need to build a settlement to try to get my population growing, and I can't because this settlement, this location is 5.01% of its max. So the ones next to it get to continue to have that growth until I upgrade them from a rural settlement. But these ones don't, just because of an arbitrary restriction that has no gradient. Like, it'd be very, very simple to just make it so that, yes, you can build settlements, but their efficacy falls off after you hit various gradient thresholds, right? Like the 1% pop buff becomes less and less as the population grows past the soft cap, for example. That'd be very easy to do. According to the wiki, it stops working at 10%, but then you should just be able to build it up to 10. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's already optimal to put it everywhere you can. You're just punished for not being able to meet that threshold in certain areas. Because we are literally on the frontier. Like, nobody lives here. There's like there's like 7,000 people that live here. I think the other thing that doesn't really make a lot of intuitive game sense is that settlements increase population, but your villages don't. They have no effect on population. They're a resource producing and food storing entity, which feels strange. Guild before country. When aristocrats warned us of the secret society, not secret societies again. This is the 4th time. I have to either kill him or tank 7 stability. Harsh. Harsh. He's got 81 administrative. To be fair, he's not really using it. The other guys are not quite as good. I guess I could use someone who's just going to assimilate, because we're going to be assimilating for a long time. So maybe I just kill him. But 10 prestige is rough. Losing 10 prestige for this sucks, because that's 10 prestige I could be accepting other cultures with. Easy come, easy go. Rip guy. He dead. Kill him. Murk him. Put the 80... Bro, you can't click buttons while the game is running. Like, if the game is unpaused, you can't click buttons. There's like a half a second lag on every click. We've gained the core! Oh my god, we cored the whole place. Let's go. Control for everyone. Okay. Guy with 80. He's in to do the integrate people into our culture. And then we have a 98 administrative for control. So that should work well. And then... this whole area is a core now, which boosts control pretty significantly, and it'll increase our tax base and levies as a result. Now we have up to 238 levies, which is probably more than anybody. They have 108. And they have... oh wait, never mind. They have 501 over here. Spam, 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 spam my notifications. One or more of our children in our dynasty are following balanced education. You can't click on them, though. So you have to find them manually. He doesn't have a trait, so I don't want to educate him yet. Wait, what? Oh, this is the ruler and heir of the place we annexed. You can keep clicking on the banner to cycle. Goodbye. Yeah, I've already clicked on it. Do you have an education? You have diplomatic. The B key is back in CK3, but not here. It's giving me a headache. I don't care. Just go balance education. I don't give a shit. I just don't care. Let me continue to play the game. Oh, Jesus Christ. Possible Diplo actions. Are we full? We are full. Our chancellor reports a new Equinas Tayo Najanagan Ostaningo will now rule our glorious country. Her Excellency's good leadership skills and superior tactical knowledge will help us vanquish those that stand. Oh, she's dead. At 58 years old. Helona Ostaningo is dead. My 98 administrative ability is gone. A sudden illness took her late excellency from us too early. Her all-consuming lust for money and wealth shall not be missed. By who, bitch? I'll miss her, okay? You might not. Don't, I'm firing that chancellor. We're gonna kill him. Her ability to make a ton of money will not be missed. We'll just suffer, I guess, instead. What made it even more tragic is her oldest daughter and heir died, who was actually pretty competent, 56 and 61, and we got stuck with the second child. So the bonus for administrative cabinet is way lower, crown power bonus lower, building cost and proximity cost is way lower. Her diplomatic ability is almost non-existent, and she has military power, which is not something that we do. We don't do that. Profess trust in our neighbors for the future. Select target country. Let's go with the Karantoan people. That guy tribe. This guy's got the crown. Let's go royalty. We only get 0.98, whatever. Unmarried adult heir. No, there's no one to marry except just other areas around here. I guess maybe someone with a high great power score like in the north. Does she stay here? She should stay here, right? Where in the world is this? North America, Great Lakes. The Great Lakes. Oh no, not again, bro. Twitch is shit in the bed, man. Here we go again. We only made it 30 minutes, bro. Maybe I need to just turn off the stream and reconnect to a different server. Maybe it'll be better than the last one. I don't know. Now it's yellow. Now it's green. Interesting. Are we back? Hello? Chat refresh? It's green? Maybe it's bait? Yeah, you might need to you need to refresh. You're probably lagging. It seems green. All right, I'm gonna keep going. I don't know what they're doing over there at the Twitch servers. Somebody's flipping levers and pushing buttons. Maybe they're playing EU5 too. They just push buttons just to see what they do. Lag check. Lag check. Chat. Everybody type Alabama Slamma in chat. Wait. We're losing connection again. Oh no, man. It's not good. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. Had nowhere to run. But life goes on. You guys are way behind, by the way. Everybody refresh. It's green again. E-check. Who is this guy? All right, IMC just said E. You can see other people saying it now. That's how lagged you are. The servers are unstable. Who is this? This is, our ruler's older sister. Oh, our ruler's older sister. Another one of our nephews. With no one to... Oh, someone to marry, maybe. Nope, no one to marry. We don't have any Oh, yeah, it takes diplomats. I'm kind of just wasting all my diplomats on this, huh? We need max Diplo. We're green now, so it should be fine for the moment. But you might be behind. So stupid, man. Drives me crazy. Wait a second. If we're done, I'm dumb. We haven't wasted that much time because I've been assimilating in Gaegahano, and now that we have a core on them, it's kind of less important to focus on that demography. I assume they will naturally want to assimilate over time a little bit. It's plus 65 a month in that zone. Wait, they might not assimilate without the cabinet. What else would I even want the cabinet to do? Improve relations. Local, I mean, development is good. We haven't done any development, really. Pop migration and migration attraction, maybe? Could do stability invest. Actually, maybe stability investment for a little bit. Try to get above 65. I think that's pretty solid. And then we're going to start assimilating these pops in a few years. 85% on alchemy. That'll help life expectancy and disease resist, which we can already see the benefits of having better life expectancy. Our leaders are dying in like their 50s. Not what you want. Only a quarter left on recently merged tribes. So about a little less than 2.5 years until we can make an attempt at merging the other tribes. We have almost no income at the moment. We're spending a lot on diplomatic because we need to keep kind of building trust. Pumping that up. Which is tanking our diplomatic reputation. But again, I'm not really sure how to see how much that's really affecting us. Like, it's positive 3.01. We now have alchemy. The art of alchemy involved the creation of potions and elixirs using a combination of herbs, minerals, and natural ingredients. While not always reliable, the use of alchemy can sometimes produce remarkable results in treating ailment. Some disease resist, which of course we're gonna need, and some character life expectancy. Cool. All right, what is next? Can't build an apothecary, I don't think. Town or city only. So I say that Diplo capacity one might be good. We do have to go through guilds, unfortunately, but one day we'll have a town or a city, and when that day comes, burgers are there's gonna be more burgers. One day. So we'll work on that. It should be fast research too. Why is the soundtrack so weird and quiet and such? Many of the family of the nobility gained their current position due to the actions of a forefather who served in the state in times of war. Okay. For most of their sons, a life in the military is therefore the only imaginable career. With the modernization of the army, however, common officers are no longer entirely unusual. Do we have a modern army? Members of the nobility have now approached us, asking we guarantee what they feel is a right of their class. No man should be able to serve as a commander in the armies who is not of noble birth. Guarantee their right to command our armies. They gain 15% satisfaction and we grant them a new power? We cannot commit to such promises. Minus 20%. Holy. Minus 20, brothers. That's not sustainable. They're gonna go down to 30. So they might do some pissed off things. But we can't give them that. So it is what it is. Didn't we just give them a new card? We did just give them a new card. It doesn't feel like their satisfaction is moving up the way that you want it to. Did they just start building? They started building a clay pit some time ago, apparently. How's control looking over here? 61. We want to build control as much as we can. Max is 56. So how are we at 61? It's going down. How did it even go up that high? I do have 7 prestige, so I think it's maybe worth to go to culture. And then go ahead and approve of their culture, or at least like tolerate it. Spend the prestige before the prestige disappears from an event. Which should make them a bit happier. And also increase the potential of our levies a little bit. All right, we're almost to 60% stability. We're losing money right now, though. The Diplo spending is kind of high. Game lagging? Okay, as long as we break even-ish, then we're good. We're losing cohesion each month also. Which I didn't notice. Can we ask anybody for settlers? We don't have enough favors. We need to curry some favors. How do you tell how many favors they have on you? A weather front is affecting our country. From Lehigh, heading toward Lehigh, plus 25% food production, plus naval attrition. A little storm, a little torrential rain coming through. Yeah, how do you see how much they have on you? Antiquarians. Wow, we found another relic? Do we have a team of archaeologists inside of our tribe? The clergy have found a buried artifact that they can't identify. It belongs in a museum. This is the only way for us to procure art right now. It is the Mantle of Sinactawambo, unknown creator discovered in 1368. It is a masterpiece regalia that improves pop promotion speed, conversion speed, and assimilation speed. Now, is that countrywide? Uh-oh. Rebel movements. We have a nobility insurgency in our country. We haven't seen this before. They're in the east. Rebels are working to further the neglected interests of the nobility and will start a civil war when they are ready, changing at 0.24% per month. I think it'll be fine because their satisfaction will naturally grow. 0.2% per month back up to where it should be. Didn't it say we could hold parliament, or am I crazy? We can. We can hold parliament. Let's see what we can do. Expand gathering industry. Make the clay operations larger. Expand gravel. If the debate passes, we change societal by 10 towards centralization. That's actually like not a bad thing. It has support. We do want centralization. Because right now, the current impact is giving us, like, satisfaction equilibrium is good. And it also makes people want to be, like, vassalized by us. But centralization gives us crown power, proximity cost down, and so on. Those are two pretty important things. Expand the officer list is just going to give us a new character. Fund farming estates. Expand farming cost. Fruit farms will have more. Increase ties to subjects. Subject income up doesn't help us. Market expansion. We gain rush of merchants for 10 years, but there are no burgers. That doesn't do anything. Promote the clergy. We lose a skilled member of the clergy. Support the clerical cabinet. Or support the state. Crown power plus 50% temporarily. And she gains... Honestly, if we could get that one done, that would be great. But I'm scared that what's going to happen is the nobility is going to give us some dumb choice that we don't want to pick, and the clergy is going to give us one that pisses off the nobility even more and incites more rebellion. So I don't really want that. So I think if we do the gravel network, that is supported by the nobility. And we also move towards some centralization for later. I mean, decentralization is good for loyalty and satisfaction equilibrium, though. So it's not useless. I don't know. I'm just gonna pick it. I just wish we could build while that was happening. What's crazy is that these road buffs only apply for the, like, brief window of time that they're debating. Do we have subjects? Yep, we have one now, but they don't give us any money because they have no taxes. Support the state is like the best one, since we just got a new leader. But I'm scared I won't be able to pass it. I'm going for it. Because that'll buff the raw stats of our new leader, who is 39. I guess she's... We're never going to have a super young one that we can build from scratch. We lose 5 tribal cohesion. We move toward aristocracy. And we get 20% support. For sure. Okay, now we're only at 35%. I'm gonna see what happens. Isn't there supposed to be another agenda? Wait, now we have 64%? Where did that all come from, dude? They are not telling me where the support is coming from. At all. They're not telling me at all. How did we just shoot up to 64%? Either way, it'll pass, and that's good. And I'm down for that. Alabama Slamma changes stance in the debate. Those staunch supporters of our cause a little while ago, they've come to change their stance on the currently debated issue entirely. We can't know for sure how this happened, but it's clear we cannot rely on their vote. Lose 5% support. We all right. We're all right. We're all good. Clay pit. Delete it. Stupid AI. Stop building stuff, man. Stop voting every single year on defensive measures in our pact. It's crazy how it just fires off every time. Once per year. Whack-a-mole. Bump, bump, bump. Trying to, like, get the duplicate pop-ups to stop. All right, we're past 30 years in game, moving toward 40. Let's go, dude. Parliament looks solid. Oh, we can actually click these things now? We lose 50% support to pick them. I can ask for additional taxes. Plus 25% max tax for 1 year, but lose 50% parliament support. So you could effectively trade 7 stability for money. This is a way to, like, exchange it once every 5 years. Ask the estate to approve us changing a specific policy. Interesting. Some cool choices there. And it being only once every 5 years makes it feel a little more balanced, I think. How you guys doing? I need to profess some trust in you. Boop. Can you only get plus 20 in profess trust? Is that a max? So I just did it again for no reason. Chat, how do I get 50? How did I get 50 trust with the other dudes? That I already merged. What did I do? We got a royal marriage, same religion. Oh, our diplomatic reputation is affecting the trust also, and our diplo reputation is really low? Wait a second. If you profess trust, it lowers your diplo reputation, so you're actually getting like only 8 effective trust because you're losing 2 reputation? Alliances don't build trust. Alliances build opinion bonus toward annexation, but they don't build trust. Get some extra colonists. More immigrants coming in. 10 peasants per month? Yeah, 10 peasants per month. If we wanted to vassalize them the other way, then an alliance would help with that. They're only -10 toward vassalization. So that would get us 7.5-ish. Chancellor reports Parliament agrees. We support the state and our new ruler gets +3 to all abilities. It's not bad. It's not bad. Helps. It does help. Oh. Yeah, I was able to pretty easily build 50 trusts before, and now I don't remember what I did, because these guys are at 43 trust. We formed closer bonds. Did we form closer bonds with you? No. How do we form closer bonds? We need 3 diplomats. That's what it was. It's form closer bonds. That's exactly what it was. So we just need to save 3 diplo. And then we're chilling. And then we need to pump diplomacy, probably. Shut up. Stop spamming that. It's almost burger time, which won't do anything for us until much later. I could go for some burgers this weekend, man. I need some burgers. Like some real life food burgers. Nice bacon cheeseburger. Feeling fancy, get some sourdough buns. Making my mouth water. It is almost 1369. We've researched guilds. A guild is an association of merchants or craftsmen who have come together for mutual protection aid in the pursuit of their own interest. Guilds establish monopolies of their goods and trade and set standards for the quality and price of those goods. So the reason we did that, even though it does nothing for us because we have no towns or cities yet, it leads to plus diplomatic capacity 20%, which right now we're struggling with our max. It's always nice to have more. Well, actually, no, we're not. We're not struggling with our max at all. I don't know why I researched this. We might, though. I researched this for kind of no reason, actually, but now I'm fully committed, and it's an old age tech. So I thought I get diplo capacity conflated with max diplomats. Again, I just in my brain cannot wrestle with diplomats being the currency. Doesn't make any sense to me. Commoners are building a fruit orchard again. This is the second time. I will delete it again. No problem. If I must delete it again, I will delete it again. Onondawaga. Once we have... Happy New Year, by the way. 1369. Once we have 3 diplomats. After the month ticks over. We can form closer bonds. Improving opinion and trust. That gets us to 45. So we should be able to just to get over 50. Just barely, but we will be able to just barely get over 50. Our reputation is tarnished. Propaganda is circulating in the court about how our leader is a ruthless warmonger. Bro, we've literally not declared war. Execute someone for this? I can't lose 7 stability for such a trivial thing. Just take 2 antagonism. Embrace the reputation. She does have high military power, I guess. I also believe 1369 is the year that recently merged tribes expires in November. So we are getting close to where we want to be. And we're gonna need additional diplomacy, so I'm just gonna pump the diplomacy. We're gonna need a good deal of it. What building have you done to ensure food production? I mean, food's not really an issue for us. We live off we have RGOs for fruit, legumes, wild game. We're about to have 2 more wild game over here. So I don't really need any buildings. I just need to improve our resource gathering ops if we ever start to run low. But I know how to see provincial food. It's also was winter, I think. Now that it's not winter, this number should go up. How do you see not provincial food, but countrywide food? Is that a thing? But like our province to the west here, with the legumes and the wild game, has a massive 6.86 surplus. And then once we annex this, we'll have 2 wild game spots. That's even more food. Market screen, Control S. Okay, I don't think... Control S is a map view. But that's not really what I'm looking for. It was in the tooltip also? Oh, it's just this. Wait, what? This isn't really the breakdown I'm looking for. I'm kind of just looking for our empire, not the entire market. Like, I can see 0.55 was bought from the market, but that's just for this province. Click on your market on the map. Well, I know you can also access that screen without clicking the map by going to production and then clicking shit. Hold on. I think it's already showing our market. Normally there's a button here, I thought. Hold on. Well, you can click on that. There's another page for clicking on the market. Where is it? Oh, here you go. Production food. There's a whole page for it that you guys didn't even know about. I love how the information that you want is in so many random places, swept under the rug, that you can get 3, 4, 5 different people in chat all giving me answers that are technically correct. Like, you might be able to see this much food in this tooltip. Or if you look in your economy, then balance, then hover over buy and sell food. Or you go to the food tab. It's like the information is in so many random places, and trying to like put a cohesive picture of what you're actually looking for together takes so many disparate places. So yeah, there's an actual food tab under production that breaks down all of your individual provinces by food. Well, this is exactly what I was looking for, because you can see Gai Gahano's plus 13, Onondagega's plus 3, and Onyataka is consuming. So we have a net positive on the market. So I think this is what I'm looking for. You can also break it down Okay, yeah. This is perfect because you can drop the menu down and be like, get the percentages of what their bonus to food production is. This is a by location. So this is the province, and this is the locations in the province and how much they're producing or consuming. And then you can open specifically their food buildings and see which buildings are producing food. Or mouse over their separate provincial stockpiles. So this is their stockpile of food also. So if this is red, they're losing their stockpile of food. You can increase their stockpile with buildings. So yeah, this is a good menu. Good to know. Gonna be useful as we expand. Actually has all the info I'm looking for. In one consolidated place without having to go 5 tooltips deep. Because I was wondering that yesterday. I'm like, if I'm expanding and I gotta feed all these people, how do I keep track of how much they're eating besides looking in the market? So that's good to know. And we all stumbled upon it together, so maybe that'll help some other people out in chat. Back to automatic defense. They keep swapping. Dong. Resolution proposed. Guess what? They established automatic. Now we vote on it again. Oh. Vote on it again and again and again and again. We're getting 0.4 Diplo a month. And we're almost at 65 stability. In my game, I found the provinces with negative food cost more to the treasury than the profit from the positive food provinces. You can see by hovering you're selling food. Food balance is -2. Subsistence agriculture, 0.3. Hang on. Pause the game because it's lagging. Economy balance. I don't know what I'm looking for. You guys gotta use longer sentences. Selling food is only 0.01. I see that, but how much is how do you see how much buying food is? So you just slow down. Don't write one word. Don't write hover like that says anything, brother. Just use complete sentences, my man. Hover doesn't do anything. It's just nothing. You're gonna post 7+ times to try to get what you're trying to say across. Hello, overtly esoteric. How's it going? Under the income section on the left side. You're not buying food at the moment. On the right of your balance expenses, it'll say buying food as a government expense. As of now, you're selling food, I assume. Yeah, that's what I assumed too. But that chatter was making it sound like if one province is negative food and the other one's positive food, the positive food will sell for a teeny bit, but the province that's negative food will buy for an elaborate amount. But it doesn't look like we're buying food at all, even though we have a province that's negative food. Because intuitively, our own production of food should cover our own provinces. Anyway, chat, there's an ad starting right now for 3 minutes. I need to go get a snack. Hover over selling food on the left side and we'll have an expanded drop down showing a breakdown per province. Onyataka is losing 2.02 on food, and Gaiagahano is making 0.03 on food. It's intimidating with streamers looking right at you, so you have to type in short sentences. But yeah, the problem is that they're not simulating the market you're in, no matter how big it is the smallest lens by which you can look at the economy, which is not how countries work in real life often. To go deeper into an economic simulation, I would prefer if there were situations in which buying and selling within your own borders could be cheaper or more expensive depending on your internal politics and availability of resources. If you live in a country that has 1 bajillion gallons of oil, you're not going to pay as much for oil as who you're exporting it to. That's just how it is, right? So they really need another layer of the economic simulation that accounts for local surpluses of things like food. Because what's happening, it seems like what's happening is we're not transferring food amongst our own people. It seems like they're buying it from the market and selling it to the market. Because we are plus 14 surplus food, and that's only worth 0.03. And we're only buying 2.47. So we're only buying less than 20% of our surplus for 66% of its value. You know what I'm saying? So like if 14 food is only worth 0.03, then 2.47 should only be 20% of that. All right, I need to go get a snack or a drink. I'll be right back. All right. I ate the last of the cornbread. It's all gone. Is there a tornado? What was that? It looked like there was a weather pattern right there. Anywho. Moral of the story is, I don't think that the economy is actually simulated enough. Was it sweet cornbread? Of course. Of course. Always sweet, never spicy. Jalapeno cornbread is fake. And it can't hurt you. Satisfaction's going up slow. But yeah, I do like, honestly, seeing the economy is like at a limited scale, of course, is very limited compared to what it's going to be like when you can trade and you can import and you can export, and that's all well and good. But I think when people play this game, like I'm playing it, don't you want inherently to have that feeling of sort of resource control where it's like, if you open up the resource map and I go, man, I'm the only one who has stone. And the default market setup is this strange hybrid of hyper-capitalist and hyper-socialist at the same time that is, it doesn't really appeal to either demographic, where I cannot create a monopoly on that stone even though I own it. Okay, so I have to share it with everybody and I have no control over sharing it. It's just, it shares. It goes to the market and everyone can partake of it. But then I have to buy it back if I want to use it. Like I have to buy that stone back from the market, which is capitalist. But like, why can't I just buy it from myself? You know what I'm saying? So it's like neither. If you say you can create your own market, you're missing the point. That's not, forget about the lens of the market. The lens of the market has nothing to do with it. It's just the fact that no matter what you do, all of the industry is owned by the state for the most part, other than the buildings that the people themselves make. I'm the one that upgrades the RGOs, right? The Crown's coin purchases the infrastructure for all of the resource gathering. The Crown's coin builds the majority of the buildings for the people to work in, okay? But the second that it's built, I don't own it anymore. It just feels strange. Like the second that I build it and subsidize the entire industry, they're like, well, thank you, sir. Now we're just gonna take all the profits and don't worry, you can tax us. And that's it. Like all the buildings, because you're the one buying them and building them and upgrading them, should be owned in part by the Crown, basically. Right? Basically, you want Vicky 3? Maybe. Maybe. It just feels weird that the resources that I am subsidizing increased gathering of have to be mailed to a market, and then I have to buy them back whenever I want to use them within my own like territory. And you pay market prices and you don't get like a local price. I just want there to be more benefit to locally owning different RGOs and different types of industries. Like the benefit of expanding your empire to getting more RGOs in different areas shouldn't be, oh look, I'm benefiting the market. No, I want to benefit myself. You know what I mean? Like I want an advantage to going and getting the fiber crops other than, well, now the market has more fiber crops. As a leading figure of the Anyataka community, who is this? Our cabinet member has good insight and strong influence far beyond the council which he is part of. A fact that he has used to our advantage, significantly raising popular support. Excellent. Are pops that follow Anyataka culture? We're not Anyataka. We're Onondaga. This is only like 8% of the population. Gain pop satisfaction. And the pops that follow our main culture lose 10% satisfaction in locations with that host both cultures. That's not excellent. So I don't know why the button says excellent. Bro wants to go isolationist. I don't want to go isolationist. I'm just saying, like, imagine you could play Saudi Arabia or something and you hit oil. You yourself are going to have the cheapest oil, and the people you're selling it to are the ones buying it. But in this game, if you were to be Saudi Arabia and found a shit ton of oil, you're having to sell it to whatever market region you're in and then buy it back from that market. There's a middleman in every transaction. Like the market is the middleman. You never get to interface with your resources first and then sell excess to the market. Of course, the way that we're playing is unique compared to the rest of the Europa Universalis countries that are already in things, so it's even more odd for us. Because we're just a tribe. So, you know, it makes a little less sense for us. I'm okay. I'm not really talking about the fact that we're a tribe and that we're trading with a market first and foremost before taking care of our own personal needs, but that's neither here nor there, I suppose. 20th of December, 1369. I think it's time. I think it's time. We have 67 stabilities. I'm going to crank stability spending way down. And then we have 3.94 Diplo. So I think if I profess trust, we need to get above 50 trust. Are you serious? We're at 49.5. How is that rounded down? It's because our diplomatic reputation just took a hit when we did that thing just now. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. I don't like how that works. You profess trust to gain 10 trust, but to profess trust, you lower your diplomatic reputation by 2 simultaneously. So you're actually only gaining 8 trust. Because your diplomatic reputation is trust. So we have 4.95 diplomatic reputation. And they have 4.95 trust. So you have to tank trust to build trust. So now I'm sort of like stuck here because it maxes at 20 and it already went down by 1 even though I just did it, and it says it goes down -2 per year, which is not true because I just unpaused. So now we're like stuck in eternal hell where we can't get above 50 rep because I need to not profess trust so that my diplomatic reputation goes back up. But then I will need to profess trust, which is going to lower my diplomatic reputation. And alliance is not going to build trust, I don't think. But I'm going to do it anyway. Are we unpaused? We're unpaused. Yeah, it doesn't build trust. Do they have any rivals? No. How much more complicated is this than CK3? CK3 is the easiest. The answer is yes. What's the highest number you can think of? And it's that much more. Do you want an escape from this? I mean, what do you know? What do you know that I don't? Other than forming a new tribal confederation, the only other thing I could actually think of is asking them to become tributary, and they might build trust as like a vassal. There's a cabinet action that increases Diplo rep. I'll give it a try. Gotta finagle it. Last year seen a fine harvest and an excellent environment for traders. This has proven a blessing for our tax base, generating higher income for the clan. 7 stability, 14 bucks. Honestly, they're all good. You could argue that 7 stability is worth more than 14 bucks. What is 7 stability divided by 0.4? $17.5. Wait, is it exactly? No. Okay, so I think the stability is actually worth more than the money is. I think. We'll take that. Okay, so diplomatic action, cabinet. We can stop increasing control because we already have. We don't have the highest control, but that's fine. We can actually stop stabilizing the country, but this guy sucks at administrative. I think it's a diplomat thing anyway, right? So diplomatic rep +2. So we do diplomatic rep +2. And then unpause. Now we have 8.44 diplomatic rep. And it should be a trust of 51.12. But the number hasn't updated. We need 3 diplomats anyways? Is it just gonna trend toward 50? Nope, it just pops up to 50 after a month. And then we can merge. It did work. It did work. Is it dumb that it works? Yeah, because after I'm done with this, I can just switch that cabinet member back. Like there should definitely be an incremental timer on that action. It shouldn't just go, you have +2 diplomatic power. Now you don't. Like, you can just snap it on, snap it off. That should have to build up to 2 and then slowly diminish like everything else, right? So that you can't abuse it, because this is just abusable. Merge! Our integration of Clan of Onondaga has taken a fair bit of time, but now they're a rural settlement that will reach their full potential and make our nation prosper more. There are other countries that has not appreciated this expansion of our territory though. 52,000 population. Holy. Plus 18.8K. Our subjects change their opinion minus 50. Every neighbor loses 30. We have merged with Onondaga, uniting the tribes into one country. So they are no longer in our defensive league. We have gone fully Western. All the way to the western border. We're not gonna have any proximity over here and probably very low control. Awesome. So they've got 4 locations. They've got the location here with 6,000 people. We can just do like a little population overlay. 6,600, 65, 2,500, and 3,100. Irondequoit? Something. So they got a market village. A rural cloth maker that's closed. I didn't even close this one. A fruit orchard. Wait, am I looking at the right place? Yeah, this is us. This is them. What were they? They just built all this stuff and then turned it off. They built a cloth maker, turned it off. Fruit orchard is on. And it has no profit, 0 profit. So we're probably gonna end up turning that off too. They have a mason that's also off, and they have a clay pit that's also off. So they've turned off most of their buildings. They've got a market village that is making glass. Which well, actually, we're making more money off of jewelry than they can make. Is that a proximity thing? All right, then in the north... Also, their maximum tax base is like 0.76. It's really bad because they have legumes here. They have level 2 RGO and legumes. So we're gonna have, it's food city. Also, we have salt. Interesting. Probably not very profitable now, but I have to imagine, well, it says 1.15. We got salt. Salt is used in the market warehouse, fishing village, trading hubs, stock exchanges, things we don't... It's going to rise in demand. But for now, it'll probably be kind of low. I can't imagine we're using that much. Yeah, it's got a surplus of 2.4, only 0.22 demand. So the AI upgrading this RGO, what were they thinking? Saltpeter... We're gonna make the booms. Oh, this place is crazy future-proof. Salt, maize, and saltpeter. It's all gonna be terrible right now. They're not. Saltpeter is basically gunpowder stuff. It can also be used as fertilizer or a salt for meat processing. But yeah, gunpowder was the big deal. Boomsticks. The boomsticks. It can't even be expanded because we need an advance. So no RGO here until the future. One day. And they have a level 2 market village. This is chaos, man. These like level 2 things that don't actually make any money. I guess the food capacity is good for population purposes. But yeah, our pop just went up over 50K. Over 50K. Why do we have such good... we have such good control because we, like, merged. So we get to keep the control they were at. Chat, I got bad news, though. Their max control is 5%. And we'll change 0.5% monthly until it hits that new maximum. 5%, 5%, 5%. It'll go up to like 25% once we do a little of this action. That was a good call on the diplomatic relations, for sure. It is funny that you can just pop that on and off. So now we want to assimilate them into our culture. Select the culture to steer toward us. Select the province. Boom. And they're actually pretty good at doing that. So this cabinet member, Kun Chung? I don't think it's Kun Chung. Konukung. Duke Nukem. They're gonna get started. Pretty decent efficiency, 67 a month. Gonna be assimilated in. Once they're assimilated, they'll get cored. So we've already cored this area. Coring this area will increase control pretty dramatically. But we have to convert them to our culture. This is the easiest way. Because I do have 6 prestige. Hold on. While they're being assimilated, I'm going to use some prestige to tolerate their culture, which will allow us to draw them as levies. So for the moment, we have up to 290 levies. It might go up. Can we see proximity? Well, I mean, it's not good. It's 35%. 26%, it's this number right there. 18% and 1. 1. I think we're the biggest nation now. We are. They have 39,000 over here. They probably have more good stuff going on because of all the other issues, but we're in the process of annexing these guys as well. So that's active. It's 60% done annexing. So now we have to work on rebuilding stability to 65%. But we have a long time to do it because we're on a cooldown now after using Merge Tribe. So I believe it's a 10-year cooldown. 1380. Yeah, 1380. So we can kind of dial back. I guess we could just do the math. If nothing else changes, 10 years times 12 months is 120 months. We need 40 stability. So just divide by... be 40 divided by 120. Which would be 0.33. Yep. So we just need 0.33 stability a month to get that much stability by the time we get there. Which is doable, but expensive. And we're losing cash. We also don't need the insane diplomatic spending, so that'll save some. So we're just gonna go back to like 0.1. And now we actually have positive income. So while we have positive income, can we build the all-important settlement anywhere? Yes, we can. All right, we definitely want a settlement, if possible, in that northern territory to get the population to continue to boom. I think it was worth the money. Oh, we need a tech. We need new tech. So the tech that we just unlocked was something. Diplo capacity, which we're not really using. I don't know why I researched that. Cost of buying food down. I'm starting to see some value in that. How is their food going to be over there? It should be pretty good because they have corn and legume. The food balance in the north is -3, but it's winter right now. +9, +39. The corn! They upgraded it to level 4 RGO. It's maxed. Their tax base is 6.12. Holy shit. Holy shit. The corn is crazy? The corn is crazy? Demand is 13? They're feeding tribesmen. So once the tribesmen get converted to peasants, this is gonna go down. Who's got the tribesmen? Those are peasants. Those are peasants. 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 Who's got tribesmen? Is it over here? What? Which tribesmen are we feeding? Nobody has tribesmen anymore. So who's feeding? Where are they? Mystery tribe eating all the corn. The other guys are colonizing. Wait, how do you see that? Which guys? These guys? You said colonial charter on one of the pages. I believe you. Just don't know how to find that information again. I don't know how to see what other people are colonizing. Because I do faintly remember seeing that as well. Oh, there's a colonial charter up here. Oh, it's probably for these areas. I didn't even realize that they had, like, I thought this was impassable terrain. But no, there's actually like 3 possible colonial tiles in here. There's more fiber and more lumber. That's pretty good. Was it this? The colonial charter of Adirondacks is 0%. Are they colonizing them, or are they able to colonize them? I don't think that they are actively colonizing them. I think they just can. But we'll see. Oh, I didn't pick a tech. I didn't pick a tech. I just keep staying on the Age of Traditions. We're just never going into the Renaissance. But you know what? There's still useful stuff here. Since we already got guilds, I might just go ahead and take cost of buying food. Because there's construction speed and RGO and rural. That's us, man. We are the rural. So I'm gonna do that, then that. Just lock those down. They're useful. Buildings missing employees. I'm not surprised because your fruit orchard kind of doesn't need to exist. So close the building. Cloth maker is also missing employees. Oh, so they weren't closed. They just don't have any. They might have had them closed and then it just auto opened them. All right, we've done all we can. Let's keep going. Keep trucking. We grow in size. We must feed. Redeemed name a location. I need to check 2 things. if there's someone else who did that already or not. I need to find the reward queue. You're the first one. All right, chat. If you got a bunch of channel points and you don't know what to do with them, now's the time. They have to be a made-up word, though. It can't just be your name. Hiya hee hee sawi. Are you Numa-ing me? And then apologizing? All right, well, this is now Hiya hee hee sawi, the the old capital of the once great nation of Onyata Aka. Okay, then there's Simius. Yes, I just said you can't name it after yourself. Ape Vest, Simius, Kato. That's what, didn't I just say that? So you got to come up with an original name. That isn't your username. Sinless Moon said lobster. That's not a made-up word either. You guys are great at following instructions. Sinless Moon, a made-up word, dude. I'm giving you some time to think about it. Both of you, before I delete your chain of points. Haxerno also wrote Tar Nation, which is 2 words that are not made up. So you guys are excellent at this. Everybody, do it again. Only Quite Adept is the only one who came up with an original name. And now I gotta open it up. How many are there? Let me see how many there are. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7. So I can actually allow 4 more. I'm starting to think chat is bots. Like if I asked AI to come up with an original word, it would say something like what you guys are saying. Okay. Podgen Paulo. Podgen Paulo, you're in. Jean Toga. Ginatoga? Jean Toga. All right. Was there another one? Where are the people who need to redo theirs from before? Hodgen Paulo is a Finnish soccer player. I'm being baited by Finland. No one knows how to speak Finnish. Chat, you channel point broke babies. I'm not asking anybody from chat. I'm asking the people who spent channel points. Who are... Wait, there was one. Nagana Falfrit. Okay, why everyone is like a more of a mouthful than the one before. I need to redo mine. Okay. Laterus Amundus. Who did I just kill in Harry Potter? Okay, and then there was Haxorno and Sinless Moon. And then I think I need one more. Haxorno and Sinless Moon. Arzu. Arzu is a Turkish name. Are you Turkish, Haxorno? Ponderonius. That's more of a adjective, but it's gonna, I guess it's gonna be the name now. And then, is there one more redemption or not? Okay, we got Arzu. Perrinvale. All right, there you go. All named up. All named up. If you don't like the names, then you should have redeemed channel points and made your own. Now what? Now we need to rebuild the coffers. We only have Did that just go to 1.4? Oh, that just went to 1.4 gold a month, but it's bait. It's bait. We're getting 1.4 gold because we're instantly taxing the entire new region. But the reason it's bait is because I think it gave us 1 month of good, and now we have 4 control here. So, yeah, I'd be surprised if that stays at 1.4. I think it like we tricked it into giving us 1 full payment. And then on the next month, it'll go down. I should probably just increase control of the West here, because that corn is juiced. 5.9 tax base is juiced. That's the most out of anybody, dude. That would be the most out of anybody. The problem is we're never going to get that much because the control maximum is like 5%. So I don't know how we build control from here to there. This is gonna, the building control is gonna be our biggest issue as a native tribe. Okay, let's just get the cabinet to stop increasing control there and start increasing province control over here. I'm curious how the money is gonna handle it. How many centuries of income is one road? We're just gonna be one giant uncontrolled blob when the Europeans show up here. We're still in a defense league, apparently. Who's this marriage union? A decentralized union akin to a defensive league. Well, that doesn't really matter then. I think I accidentally formed that. I didn't even mean to. We're still in defense with these guys. Can I do anything with this? I'm allergic to accidentally forming defensive unions with neighboring tribal populations. How do you vote when there's only 2 people? We literally only have 2 people. Like in the defensive pact. New music time. New music time. Oh, we can tax the clergy a little more if we want the money, or we can just get the research speed. Music? Hello? What is with these Paradox game soundtrack songs that are like 3-minute songs, but the first 2.5 minutes is no music, then it builds to a crescendo, and then the song's over? This is 100% volume, Victoria 3. I have to turn it up to max volume. And that's as loud as it is. It won't go louder. It's like they didn't normalize the audio of the tracks before they released them. They're crazy quiet. Okay, anywho. I don't know what our real plan should be. I think we just chill. Like, is there something specific I should be doing now, do you think? I think we're on a good path, because we're working on increasing control. We're working on assimilating the pop. It's gonna take a very long time. There's 18,000 people over there. We're researching. We're building a settlement. We just don't have any income. We have a little bit more than we did before. Yeah, 73 pop growth. I think we can get more. Kukuchi has reached the age of 16. She is a... Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. It's like 2 minutes of silence and then huge crescendo and then the song's over. Actually, this is a 5.5 minute song. When did the Europeans come over? Too soon. Too soon. People are coming of age. I think it's just going to be optimizing what types of resources we are taking advantage of. Trying to find where to increase the margins for making money. 0.87 profit per level here. 0.54 profit on stone is not good. 0.33 on sand is also not good. 0.24 on legumes is even worse. When we annex the lumber will be some good money. And it's a little bit closer. We should get some good control bonus from this lumber. %70 toward annexation. That one's going to be too far away to really develop. Alexander, this is not the game soundtrack. This is Victoria. This is Victoria 3 soundtrack, and before that, it was Europa 4. We cannot listen to the game's audio without going through Spotify because they only play 3 songs in this region out of their 25 plus songs. So the developers just told us to use our own soundtrack. It just doesn't play any of the rest of the soundtrack for some reason. By assisting our nobility and confining the serfs to their lands, we have greatly enriched the landed aristocracy. A wealthy nobility is one that can devote time to life's higher pursuits, and the lesser sons of any house of respect will count a greater number of... A wealthy nobility is one that can devote time to life's higher pursuits, and the lesser sons of any house of respect will count a great number of loyal and able artists, administrators, or other men of quality among their scions. Some are quite eager to pay the state back for the service it has done to their families. One of these, Kong Yanhee Kui Tiahanwakawatha, has recently arrived at court to offer his services to the clan. We gain 15 prestige. Oh! All right, what can I do with the prestige before it's gone? I could fully accept these dudes. What was the other thing I needed prestige for? If we're gonna lose it anyway, I may as well just spend it on accepting the culture to the west, but we are like actually integrating them right now. Because if we fully accept them, it'll core. But is there something else to spend it on? We need to convert them to our pops anyways, because we're improving our cultural tradition by staying the majority, because we need a majority before we take Kani and Kahaka, or else they'll become the majority. But we will have to convert these guys too. I'm just gonna do it. We have decided to view Onondaga as a fully accepted culture. Which did not core them. It says, any integrated location who has a majority of the owner's primary culture or any accepted culture will become a core. Maybe it'll flip over? I flipped over. Had to wait a month. Nothing happens on a given day. It only happens on the month. Lateras Amundus, Perrinvale, Arzu, and Ponderonius are now part of our matrimony. We shall defend them to the last drop of peasant blood. That's how they trick you into thinking performance is good. It's not doing any calculations until the month rolls over. That way it just goes and just hangs for like 3 seconds. And you're like, wow, performance in this game's great. Because like not calculating anything the rest of the time. I'm just kidding. We built our settlement, but we are down a lot of people. Because of this dang fruit orchard that we don't even need. I'm deleting it. I don't even want to mess with it. And these salt mines. How did the settlement get in front of the market? I want to get them in the settlement ASAP. We have now researched Peasant Connections, which gives us a 10% discount on purchasing food. In addition, we cannot listen to the Victoria 3 soundtrack. Did you guys know we just listened to a full 4-minute song? I didn't hear anything. It's basically not there. It's weird. What, question is, what is another soundtrack? That's not EU4. I guess we could just listen to the EU5 one. Again, it's kind of how we've been doing it. Can actually hear this one at least. Our merchants have established connections to the rural settlements within and beyond the borders. As a result, the merchants are able to secure better prices for nourishment than what is expected. Keep it going. Peasant Connection sounds like a dating app. Who says it isn't? I'm not going to tax the nobility more. Okay, how we... that 1st of June lag, though. I want to curry favors. So that we can get some more settlers invited over here. That'll pump our... Dude, we're up to plus 74 pop a month now with everybody combined. From the original 7, from like 7K to 53K as our borders have expanded. Feeling good. And then it's just going to be a matter of waiting for the 10-year cooldown to try and merge these tribes. We're over 75% to annexing Onyata Aka right here. And then we'll be shoulder to shoulder. We're coming for them next. Oh. Kingdom Come Deliverance soundtrack. X4 soundtracks are good, Rabob. I'm just not looking for space vibes. Stability per month dipped. Yeah, it's okay, because we have like overhead that we can push to make it go faster at the end if we need to. So it's not really concerned with the month to month on it, as long as it's staying fairly around where it needs to be. Look at the road builder and how expensive it is. What's the cheapest possible road we can build? 94 gold. That's the absolute cheapest. And there's like a big body of water right here. So to get to these two, we have to go around the rivers. So building a road here really doesn't help too much unless this area has like a high tax base, which it doesn't. You're looking at hundreds of gold. 264 gold. I guess that's why they're 200 gold, because we're not just building one road, we're building 1, 2, 3 roads, right? It's not just one. Don't worry about this. This is just our yearly automatic defense vote. Hello? A royal marriage between a place we barely know exists. This will give us 5. To be honest, we might have to take that because who wants to, between Flub NATO, her younger sister. So Flub NATO will go over there. Goodbye, Flub NATO. Why can't we open their character panel? And also, this screen doesn't show their siblings. Ad starting right now. Turn your volume down immediately. 3 minutes of mid-rolls to keep the pre-rolls dead. So, how do I even see the rest of my family? I have to look at my mother and then find the specific sibling that I'm looking for. And then I could maybe arrange a marriage. So I'm gonna decline their offer. I would much rather select my own choice. Could pick like a cabinet member. It doesn't have to be someone abroad. But I don't know, this whole layout is strange. You can look at the entire tree by right-clicking. Oh yeah, you can. But that's that's gonna get crazy. So this has to be like the CK3 viewer ported in to this game, right? The uncanny valley hits hard here. Certain times like that, when you open something and it's like, wow, this is the CK3 Dynasty viewer. It kind of feels like playing an elaborate, highly detailed mod. For like, whoa, Am I in Crusader Kings? Did I accidentally download a total conversion mod from the Steam Workshop? What is this? Sender, thank you for 12 months. Hope you're having fun with whatever the hell is happening here. I am having fun with the challenge. It's pretty, it's fun to see where the string goes, where the rabbit hole goes. Thanks for a year of sub, by the way. And Des Americas back for 4 months. What's up, Des Americas? How you doing, dude? Thanks for dropping to Prime one more time. All right, I'm gonna get some water real quick. Yo. What up? And we're back. Water in hand. Ooh. Max control's going up. Because the cores kind of huge, actually. The cores give us a plus 20% automatically. And our advisor or cabinet is giving us 18.5. Trying to prop up the western regions. Which is, of course, big deal because the tax bases. I really wish this screen was, this little info tab was different. Like, for example, the maze that's here, potentially massively profitable. But when you look at a glance, you can only see 2.57, which is your actual tax base. You can't see the, I don't know how to see the potential tax base unless you mouse over everything. But if you could see like, oh, my potential is 6.25, it would clue you in that, oh, I need to do something to try to get the rest of that money. Because that's like almost 3 times more, right? So I don't want to have to go around and look at and mouse over every single one. There might be like an economy map mode, but I doubt it. Because you can do tax base, but it's just like red. And then you have to mouse over every piece of land to find the potential, which isn't gonna, it's not gonna cut it. And then the economy page doesn't have any of the info I want to know either. I want to be able to look at my empire at a glance and go, where are the places I can really dig in and pull more out of without having to click on every individual location. I don't know how to do that. Control's the first thing to look for. I knew someone was going to say that. Control doesn't mean shit by itself. Control means nothing by itself. You still have to click on every single spot because there's different RGOs, different buildings, and different profit margins depending on the combination thereof. Control is one part. RGO is the second part. Buildings that are there making money is the third part. So control doesn't actually do anything in that sense. It doesn't help you at all. I'm not saying that the stat doesn't matter. I'm saying that for information display purposes, you still have to click on every single province to see what their potential tax base is. You can colonize in this, right? Yeah, that's kind of the point. In many respects. But it is nighttime stream, so we have the typical chat comprehension problems. Let me repeat myself. I'll go through it again, since at least 3 people are confused. Let's just take an titles. Get off my screen, man. One of our advisors suggested selling off titles of the nobility to anyone who can afford to pay. It could bring in lots of money and open a way for social advancement for the rich if we do. But it would devalue the idea of the nobility and perhaps upset the existing aristocratic families. Gold is a sign of true worth. Nobility lose 15%, but we gain money, or nobility are happier. We just got the nobility back to 47. I really don't want to take them to 32. 20 gold is a lot of gold, though. It's like... it's a lot of gold. But that's a lot of satisfaction. I say take the gold, damn the consequences. Take the gold, damn the consequences. All right, let me explain myself again to the people who are like control. Take a look at our territory. This is us, Onondaga. Okay. If I show you control, using control, where do you think we have the most potential to make the most money? At 100 question mark? 39 question mark? It's a trap. It is a trap. The answer is you can't tell. The reason is because the place that we can make the most money is this 49 right here. Do you know why it's this 49 right here? Because this 49 has corn, and corn is the most profitable potential product that we can make at the moment. Their potential tax base is 6.23, which is higher than any other location we've got. But you can't tell that until you go in and click on every single province and look at their potential tax base. That's why control doesn't matter for trying to figure out this information. Control, when I say control doesn't matter for figuring out the information, I mean at a superficial visual level trying to interpret the data. Go to Balance tab and hover over tax base on the left. Balance tab. Yes, those are, okay, those are the actual tax bases, not the potential tax bases. Do you see? We're looking for the potential tax bases so that we can see which regions of our empire have the most potential to develop and build up and gain control in. So these are just what we currently get. But so if you just only look at this, you would never know that this particular spot right here has the most potential. You would just know that it's maybe the highest actual, 2.95. Hey, Tal, I'm a dumbass. Hope this helps. Big help. Big help. Why is the clan of Gaigahano still here if we have merged with them? Is this their family? Or is this just their history? I don't even know. Half of this game is finding which menu can sort the info you want. Let me know when you find it, because you haven't found it yet, senor. I know you think you have, but you haven't. When aristocrats warned us of the secret societies, goddamn these secret societies again. They're back for the 5th time. They predicted that we might very well pay with our lives. Yep, this is the events just keep making me try and kill my cabinet members. Kill them and lose 10 prestige or lose 7 stability. It's rough out there. I don't know which I would rather lose. Oh. I don't know. These are both bad. Seven stability is going to take a very long time to build back up. And then trying to find another counselor is a pain in the ass. Because this dude has 98 administrative ability. That doesn't grow on trees. I'm just gonna take the stability hit. Take the stability and then pump a little more money into it. The closest thing I can think of in the ledger locations, you can sort by control and then look down the tax column to see if any have a higher tax in lower control areas. That probably makes sense. You would have to infer that, yeah. Though I don't know what the ledger locations tab is. What is the locations tab? The bar graph button below Age of Renaissance in the top right. There's a button up here? Oh, this button. We have clicked this before. Holy full screen column spacing. Chat, are there any actual accountants in chat who can look at this? Are your eyes bleeding right now? Do you feel an innate desire to reformat someone else's spreadsheet? I have plus dread. Okay, so locations, that's us. And then sort by money. And then compare that to... Anyway, there was another person who said control has the least malice on taxation. Brother, it's 48%. It's a tax base of 6.2. We're losing half of our taxes. If you, I don't know what else to tell you. It's a lot. It's a significant issue. Half of our taxes are going down the drain due to control. It's a direct correlation, yeah. So I don't know what you mean by least, the smallest malice. Because we have, yeah, it's 1-to-1. It's 1-to-1. So if you have 50% control, you get 50% taxes. If you have 75% control, you get 75% taxes, etc. Control is the most important thing you can influence. But yeah, I would, they just really need a column for potential tax base. I think that would just solve it. But yeah, you would just have to look over here and say like, wow, our highest tax base is only half control. Therefore, we have a lot of potential there to fix. What's the second to last column? Migration, which is kind of interesting. That's, oh, it's just migration attraction. Not exactly how many people are moving. But it is worth knowing that the option exists so we can try and figure that out ourselves. But it is funny, like, after 4 days of streaming Europa now, there's a lot of, like, how do I say this? Everyone is playing Europa 5 and imprinting their own belief on what the game does because it is just that nebulous. I think it's a belief-based game. You have to just believe that things matter and that they make sense. Like, it does, some of it does remind me of Out of the Park baseball in that way. There's not enough concrete information, so everyone comes to their own conclusion on how or why things work the way that they do. Because they don't tell you how it works. And it's not because they designed it in such a way where the mystique is part of it. I think there's just a lot of... People have convinced themselves it's more complex or complicated than it is. It's not really that complex so far. It's just... Like, it is complex. It's just not like... I keep seeing people go like, this is the most sophisticated grand strategy game of all time. It's just not understood yet. Not understood yet. It's a vibes-based... It's kind of a vibes-based game. There is some fun. There's fun to be had, though. I like vibes-based games. Well, it'll only be vibes for as long as it takes the people who write the wikis to write the wikis. unless there are things that are intentionally put in the code to that are supposed to be confusing on purpose. Like, no one's really sure what trust does, other than you need a certain amount of trust to click certain diplomatic buttons. And that reminds me of in Out of the Park when your character has like certain traits that doesn't describe what it does. Like this character is high loyalty. This character is low loyalty. Okay, what does that mean? I don't know. It's just vibes. I see I got timed out. You did get timed out, senor. Timeouts here are vibes based also and not personal, but I told you that you haven't found the answer yet. And then you just repeated the same answer that you wrote a second ago. Because you kind of wrote the same thing 4 times. But to go back to what you said, if you go to the production tab and sort by gold, these are all made up. None of them are real. That's the best way I could tell you. I don't know how else to describe it. The way that I know that is we have built the suggested building. Like it thinks the charcoal kiln is going to be the most profitable building we could possibly make, for example. It's not. We have a charcoal kiln. It makes no profit. 0. It's just fake numbers that are derived from some back-end code that isn't based on reality. And also, none of these numbers have anything to do with what I was kind of talking about before. In theory, you'd be right. Like, if the game did what it says on the tin, it'd be right. But it doesn't. It's just fabricated based on unknowable back-end. You're correct to assume. Why would you assume that this is lying to you? You wouldn't. So your heart's in the right place. But we've built 3 of the buildings that it suggested would be profitable. None of them are profitable. These are just fabricated numbers, hypotheses. So you can't trust them. You need to actually try to use your own knowledge and information and look at supply and demand in your market. Look at who's using various resources and for what. And if you think that those are going to be consistent, build a building that fills that need. I just assumed that that was the number the estates earn. It is. It is. That is correct. But here's our tar kiln and our charcoal kiln, for example. So what that number is predicting is the potential profit for the people who are working there. We were getting 0 profit for the people who are working there. Okay, so that's factored into what I'm saying. I've already accounted for that. They were not making any profit, so we were not even able to tax them because they were 0. And it's not just one building. That's why we have a tar kiln. Same thing. It predicted that that was going to be profitable. It made 0 profit. Tar kiln, charcoal kiln, and there was one other building that we made, none of which have actually turned any profit. 0. So I turned the buildings off so that we could free up the population to go work elsewhere. So you got to use your own noggin for building buildings and figuring out supply and demand in your market. You can't just click whatever the top suggested profit building is and then hope for the best. Unless you want to lose 100 gold, like we have. Almost 150 gold, actually. So, couldn't use that for anything. We've now researched clearing of terrain, which gives us the following benefits. Max RGO size in rural, plus 10%. We must tame the far reaches of our country to expand economic capabilities. Not only will we provide more space for our people, but we can improve their contribution to our country. How are the clay pits going these days? Nothing special. 0.29 profit per level, according to this. Clay is in a surplus right now. 0.45 per unit. Nothing crazy. But yeah, it just recommends things that you just don't need, depending on where you are. No one uses tar. It's for boats. There was an infinitesimally small demand for charcoal by the population themselves, and I think what it's doing is it's suggesting the maximum profit for like one transaction, and if that one transaction happens to satisfy all demand in a given market, then it immediately erases the profit. It's like giving you the maximum profit for one transaction, if that makes sense. So like if we go and try to find tar, for example, I don't even know why it thinks tar would be worth anything, because there's actually a surplus. Let me see coal. So there's no coal, and it says there's no demand. Peasants have a tiny bit of demand for coal. So it's a hidden demand that is just artificially inflating the number on the other screen to make it look like it would be super profitable. But once those peasants get their one coal, they won't need it anymore, and you'll be stuck with an unprofitable building that's making coal for nobody. Is it basing the most profitable building on all markets? There's only one market, brother. There's only one market. There isn't another one. So you could say that it is for all markets. Possible Diplo actions. But yeah, prices are per market either way, because you have exports for the other stuff. Invite settlers. I'm going to invite them to our new region over here to the west. Try to pump those numbers up. You know what? I am going to agree to this royal marriage with Flubnado. Flubnado, are you okay with going over there to the Tal Tenrat people? Because I don't know if I can find you a good marriage. Intelligence? Huge. This is a super genius child. 8 years old, already 33 administrative abilities. Teach them in the administrative arts. Super genius child. This is a different child, but they look like the other child. Diplo ability plus 0.5. Let's just go with that. Rowdy. Military. Okay. I like to play to strengths. But no, I don't think it's calculating any other market than your own. What's actually happening is it's just calculating whatever it's taking the idea that there is some demand for this product right now. There is some demand for coal. It's just hidden because the peasants apparently use a little bit of coal in their daily lives, but it's, like I said, infinitesimally small. So it's taking that and extrapolating it without telling you the duration for which that would be profitable. So it would only be profitable for, like I said, maybe one transaction on 1 month and then never again. And then it never makes money again. So it's telling you that it will be profitable, but not for how long. And in this case, the how long is one transaction, basically. I promise you that's what it is. Like that's the only thing that makes sense. Yo, we are 94% to annexation. And then it's going to be only one remaining. What's up, Lang? Haven't seen a native playthrough yet. Is it fun so far? We are learning. We are learning a lot. There are a lot of I think I prefer learning this way to learning in Europe. So it's fun in the challenge sense. It's fun in the humble beginnings. I like humble beginnings. TBD on things going forward, because we're now hitting the point of getting a little larger and not having the money for infrastructure. Yeah, we're on our own tutorial island until the stinky colonizers come over to ruin our fun. But how are you, dude? I kind of like the start. I just don't like the repetitious events, and there are some mechanics that I would love if they were further clarified or refined. We've been seeing the same event about 6 times now. I don't know if I've seen this one, though. In these times of rapid change, our traditional ways have led to a revival of the agrarian community. While perhaps not as productive as bustling urban centers, they provide a level of sustainability and cohesion that cannot otherwise be gained without a great deal of time or effort. Perhaps we should encourage this to further reap the benefits. Plus big stability, increased rural attraction for 2 years. That's migration. Move toward traditional economy and communalism. Or lose stability to get urbanization and individualism. We're gonna stay rural. I really want that stability back anyways. Talix alert. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. But anyway, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a nice stream. How did things go for you over in Korea? Construction speed up. I don't know how much that's actually going to help, but we're going to research it anyways. And then timeline wise, we're already like a third of the way, almost a third of the way, more than a quarter of the way through recently merged tribes. Parliament time? Maybe? What are our choices? Census stability? Develop the interior. Expand clay. Get a new officer. Increase ties with our neighbors. Promote the clergy. Sponsor a trade. We don't do trade. It's not possible. Support a clerical cabinet or a noble cabinet. It's got to be census again and just go for 7 stability. Okay, so we only have 14.5% support. I'm gonna unpause the game because it jumps up to 40 and I don't know where that's coming from. Where does that extra 25% support come from? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. It could be because the clergy and the commoners are both satisfied, because that just happens to be 16 plus 9 is 25% power. But then we have 28% powers, but that doesn't line up with our parliamentary supports. I don't know. I have no idea. So we only need 10 to pass the resolution. Address the local assembly complaints. Hayahi Sawi, excuse me, loses 1 local assembly. What? That's great. I want to get rid of that anyways. That's a little peasant power building that doesn't do anything else. They built that on their own. Commoners become a little less satisfied. Nobility also lose satisfaction. I don't know if I can afford the nobility to go 9% down though. They're already at 34%. We're on the death's door with them. But they want banal lordship, which I don't. -5 max control. Oof. I can't afford to make the rebel faction stronger. They're already gaining power. Chad, is there another way to appease a faction without doing an estate privilege or bribe? Are those the only 2 ways? Lang says, I decided to just build infrastructure and not do an early fight against China, making $120 a month. Very nice. Taxes, I can't. They're already trending toward the positive. It's just taking a while. How many pops are part of the rebels? It's just the nobility, so it can't be much. It's like 16. $16 guys want to die, but we don't want. All right, screw it. I'm taking address local assembly complaints to get my support. And removing the commoners building that we don't need anyways. 16 angry rich dudes. Cabinet action to suppress rebels. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I will keep it in mind. I don't think I'm even taxing the nobles. Yeah, we're not even taxing them. They're getting no taxes. They're just whiny babies. We're taxing the commoners the most. Nobility are tax-free. And they're still very unhappy. Very realistic. It is very realistic. This is a tax haven. Now they're up to 5.5%. I might have to do that. We'll see. Children can have better education. That's true, but I need them to develop a trait first, a personality, if you will. It's almost time. Long have we waited. Let me check my rep. We're at 200 rep with them. We need to profess trust. Actually, we need to form closer bonds. We need 3 Diplo. What's our max? 3.14? Okay, we just wait then. We just chill. For like 1 more month flip over. 1373. Cruising by my standards. Not by most people's, but by my standards, cruising. We're actually making positive income. We got enough to build another settlement, but I don't think anywhere would accommodate one. We can actually save that settlement money for when we annex Onyaraka. That would work. Get a settlement in there. Assimilation's going crazy fast? Yeah, it is. They're already 27% assimilated, and we just brought that new merger in. All right, 3. Let's say hi to our neighbors who are like, they used to look down on us, and now they're like, whoo! Whoa, you guys are getting 111 population a month? What the hell? Teach me your secret, man. Like, how did we get to 111? Were we just at 75 when I looked at this a minute ago? Top 5 locations are the main capital, Sonoctawambo. Ponderonius is getting 14. Gene Toga is getting 13. Alabama Slamma 11 last month. Oh, the census buff. The census buff. True. Good point. Good point. Anyway, we are going to form closer bonds with them and improve their opinion and trust. So that pumps our trust up to 23. We need to get to 50, and we need 65 stability, and we have like 6 years left on the cooldown before we can try and merge them anyways. What drives pop growth? Is it prosperity and excess food? Well, we're using settlements to drive pop growth, but just to look at one location here as an example, it is cheap food available. The prosperity is 0.2, having abundant free land. So basically, like, how full, 0.92 is our biggest one. How full is your tile? If your tile is really dense, then there's going to be less population growth, I assume. We don't really have that much food storage. We got the fertility deity still, which is like 0.08, and then we're conducting a census, which is buffing that even more across everything. Agreeable Parliament. The members of Parliament have been especially agreeable with their loyalist leanings. We could sway them in our favor or exact some extra resources. I could have gotten 10 support for free without even doing anything, but that's okay. Or I could lose 5% support for money. We can't afford that. Can't afford that. Give me the support. Yeah, settlement's real strong, but you can only build it if there's 5 or fewer % population in that location of their max. You can find the max by like clicking on a location, and then it'll say population capacity. So if your active population 453 is less than 5% of 49,000, then you can build a settlement there. $500 dudes living on that whole tile. I know, it's crazy. Nobility insurgents is up to 12%. How much do they have to get to before they can do anything? There's 200 pops now. So we might need to change. I don't know, at what point do you need to get worried? Is it like a 50% thing? Like in Crusader Kings? Or is it something else? Oh no, this child is an idiot. At 100% they generate an army? Okay, we're gonna see, how much is this going up by? 1.2% a month? So they're getting more satisfied every month. It might fix itself, to be honest. $99.86 in the annexation of the next 5 locations. The last of Anyata Aka, we seized their capital by a diplomatic choice for vassal subjects. If you vassalize someone, you can literally just seize whatever territory you want, man. Anyone you want. Annexing Oyata Aka. It's taken a fair bit of time, but now their rural settlement will be able to reach its full potential as we make their nation prosper even more. Other countries have not appreciated this. Well, they can suck it. They're now part of our matrimony, not patrimony. We'll defend it to the last drop of blood. Let's go. Onondaga, looking big. We are looking big. Children can have better education. This little gremlin is ambitious. I'll stick to administrative. RGO's I gotta look at all these territories now. I haven't made a manual save. We're not that big, but 3Es. We're 3Es big at this point. We got 1, 2, 3 other tribes. That's 3Es. 3Es at least. The tar kiln is not... Yeah, we gotta go look at all their buildings. Because this is our land now. She got lumber in the south, and that's pretty profitable. It's good stuff. Lumber is at a deficit due to tar kiln maintenance, but if you shut down the tar kiln, does that demand go down as a result? Market Village. I'm handling this stuff manually because they're doing some funky things like wood to make weapons. We don't have iron. Make some glass. Next one up. This is dramatic music, bro. They're making glass there, so if they're both making glass, we'll do pottery on this one just to split it up so we don't flood. Sorry, tar kiln. See, it's losing money, man. Their tar kiln is losing 0.06 a month. That's their money, not mine. So I can't tax them on losses. They're writing that off on their tax returns. And yet, oh, now they're like, wait, my bad. Actually negative, my bad. Don't build this, by the way. See how fast you change your tune. Computer game. Close that building. Nobody needs it. Clay pit. Close that building. Nobody needs it, brother. We got 1,300 peasants who aren't doing anything. We do have a very fickle market. We do, yeah. Very fickle. This is the one we already controlled. So there's nothing here but the fiber crops. The fiber crops are doing good, though. And they got room for more people to promote. What's crazy is that I don't understand how we have 400 available peasants here. Oh, they're only promoting 21 a month. That's why. They are promoting, though. Okay, then we also picked up this little spot here, which has no one but 454 peasants and a wild game RGO with no tools. There are not enough tools to do this. Okay. Tools Guild and a market village can make tools. You say that, but you need iron, you dingus. We don't have iron. By the way, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new locales for you to waste your channel points on. But it has to be a made-up word. It cannot be your username. And it can't be a word plus vil. You can't make venison without ironworking. I have no idea why wild game needs tools. I have no idea. Then they have another lumber up here and a colonial charter adjacency to the north. The lumber needs a lot more people, so we're gonna leave that alone. And then legumes over here also needs a lot more people. We're gonna leave that alone. You have to skin and process the skin. Okay, in your mind, how are they gathering the lumber? punching it. Tool workshops can use stone to make tools. Here's a question for you, overtly esoteric. What do you need to make a tool workshop? Because I think we all know the answer. Weaponized beavers. Let me know when you find a town or a city. That is the hint. You need a town or a city. You cannot build a tools workshop without one of those two things. Now, guess who has one? There is a town right here. So if we just wait a little longer until we can merge with our neighbors, we will have full control over the market, and we will have full control over the town-based buildings that we currently cannot build. They're building naval supplies. There's not even a body of water. All right, anywho's, what we're gonna do is try and continue to pump population. We want to snowball even harder on population. So I want another settlement. Don't really care if the peasants are there or not. We need a settlement in each location, starting with this one. Since they have 2,000 pop, whereas these only have 400. So there's a bit more of a timer on being able to build one here while it's still under 5% of its population. How much do we have? How much does that cost right now? $50? Did they say 50? Census has been passed. We get 7 stability. Very nice. Can stop pumping as much stability, I think. Ditto for diplomatic spending. And try to get some more money in. Now, the other issue is that we need the cabinet. There's 66% assimilated in the West. Let me see what that looks like on a demography level. They still have like 72% of the pop. Though we're starting to get competitive in 2 of the 4 locations. Because what's tough is now we need to worry about all these areas. Oh, we have 13 prestige? Ooh. So culturally, we need to tolerate the... Oh, we already do tolerate them. That's Kani and Kahaka. I think we need to go ahead and do this early. Requirements not met. Okay, we can't. Never mind. My bad. What are they building? Alabama Slamma is making a clay pit. You idiots! And they're making a clay pit here. God, I hate all of you. I think the people just randomly building some bullshit at all times is definitely going to be one of the worst parts of this game. Just babysitting micromanagement. The only upside is if they throw a dart at the board and randomly hit the one building that you're like, oh yeah, that would be nice if you built that for me. Better ways to do it would be an event pop-up that gives you a few choices, maybe with some pros and cons. There could be drawbacks to certain buildings, or you have to spend more money. Instead of just like, they just build it. Okay, I'll just delete it, but now I have to micromanage that. And it's going to get worse the larger your nation gets, because you're going to get more locations for them to randomly build stuff in. So then you're just going to whack-a-mole. all of their stuff. Hang the builders for treason. Like, that's a mechanic that was implemented so early in the game's development, is my guess, that they just assumed that they would make the AI good by the time that it actually shipped. Let's do 2 clay pits at the same time, in the same nation. Clay is good, right, guys? We only, barely have a net even with no extra demand. Let's not forget about the part where we literally have a clay RGO that I could just expand instead. We have like a level 1 clay RGO out of 5 that I could just expand instead, and it's so much more efficient that it makes those... What did I... Oh, that was the research. That was the research. I think that was building speed. It was like 5% build speed somewhere. But now I don't remember where anything is. It was somewhere. Mason something. Master Masons. Oh, the game's still on pause. Shit. Oh yeah, I was down here. Construction speed. I think I'm ready to go over and start renaissancing. Finally, it's only 1374. What's the worst thing that can happen in 1374? We still got 50 years. We still got 50 years of Renaissance. I think that's the only one we can do. There's 2 for food production, 10%, which is strange that they're so close to each other. The thing that I'm noticing is, in Age of Traditions, there are a lot more actual texts and buildings and things. I'm sure there are over on the locked ones as well, but like this whole tree is just plus 5 or 10% for everything. There's not anything actually unlocked, which is probably why we're able to see it, but don't worry, we're gonna get the Mediterranean galley and we're gonna command the seas. I don't know which way to go first. RGO size is not necessary right now. Food production could be later. Literacy for clergy and stability investment are both good, but we won't need them nearly as much. Ad starting right now. Turn your volume down. Ad watchers. City rights and founding town cost down could be actually goated. Proximity cost down as well, but that's on the left side. All right, ad just started. I'll look at this in a sec. We are almost as big as we can get. We're getting close, dude. 1380, we got 6 years. It's not too long. Not too long. I'll be right back. Bathroom break. Yo. Mostly Lost, thank you for the gift sub to Gamer Deathbot. Appreciate the gift sub. I don't know if we mentioned this before. I know I've mentioned that this game reminds me of Terra Invicta. But I don't know if I connected the dots that it's especially true as a Native American. In Terra Invicta, you spend many years and many hours in-game building, prepping, and making number go up, and then eventually the aliens come to Earth and kill you. It turns out our aliens are the colonizers who are gonna come kill us eventually after enough time passes. So it is more similar to Terra Invicta than I even first considered. Almost a one-to-one, in fact. You just bide your time, build infrastructure, try and help your people survive, make them happy, and then out of nowhere, aliens coming in, just In Terra Invicta, it's crazy because you've got like space, like you're settling asteroids and you're sending expeditions to Mars. It's actually really cool. I wonder if it plays very different now than it did when we first played it, or if it's just the same but with patch balance things that are... I wonder if it feels the exact same or not. I didn't pick a... Stop unpausing. Well, no, you can unpause. It's fine, because this is already queued, so we may as well unpause. I personally think we go toward... Oh, nope. I think we go scholarly treaties into grant privilege cost, into max RGO, into satisfaction equilibrium, into... That's going to be so much food production. I just really... I don't know. Is 1% estate satisfaction equilibrium worth? Doesn't sound like much, but it's hard to get right now. I don't know what... That was an angry bip. And then we do... Where was I just looking? Oh yeah, city rights and founding a town cost. So we do max RGO in towns and cities, up 10, which doesn't do anything, but it lets us more cheaply found towns. Agenda impact for everybody is pretty good too for parliament things. But I think I'd rather go into like clerical. We'll see. We'll just start with there. Start with that. Lots and lots of things to do. The nobility satisfaction should be going up faster than they rebel. Since the government of our clan officially encouraged worship and focusing life on the true Orinda's faith, our people feel more secure in their daily lives. Gain 12 stability? Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. The Defense League voted. All right, well, we can turn down stability investments considerably. And we're almost at 1 gold per month, believe it or not. 1 gold per month. Truly incredible stuff. There we go, 1.1. I don't know what I just did. Commoners paying the bills, man. Settlement is full up there. Good. I kind of just want to pump the money back into as many settlements as possible. Gregarious, good diplomatic education. Okay. Pops with needs. Pottery. Balance of pottery. Down because needs of the tribesmen. Which ones? I don't know where the tribesmen are, but okay. I think there's some ways we can manipulate that because we have some market villages that can make pottery. Oh, did you guys do location names? My bad. All right, I'm coming back to that. Your channel points. We got 3. Lang named a location. We got Ebeleep. Okay. Ebeleep. Shunt says Memdania. Memdania. And then we've got Tiakandia from Junian. There's 2 more, I think, if the channel point redemption is working. Now for the real challenge. What's the fastest way to find your building locations? I guess it'd be like... The problem is you have to open and close this screen a bunch. So if I was looking for market villages, I'd click this, and then I would see we have market villages here, 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 here. But then I have to sort of take a mental photograph of those, because to manipulate them, I have to close that menu. Is this market village closed? Yeah. We could just open it. There's enough people. So I'll just open it. What was the demand for clay? Negative 1.12. All right, each of these is only like 0.13. I like this song. This song gets stuck in my head. It's... Chad, I'm gonna ruin this song for you. Okay? Are you ready for me to ruin this song for you? Close your eyes and listen to my words. Attack on Titan final season opening theme song. I still like it though. Never watched it. You can't harm me. I didn't realize my camera was up there. Ugh. What was I doing? Settlement. Forest village. I'm gonna have to find a faster way to do this eventually. 1, 2, 1. Level 2. Market village. They went crazy with this, huh? That should maybe see some profits go up for them. It'll help with the clay, which should help with the pottery, supply and demand. We'll see how it works at the month turnover. Is there no iron on the map? I don't know if you knew this, but we didn't know how to mine iron. That was sort of one of the... You know how, like, Historically speaking, Native American and colony trade involved weaponry for furs. You ever hear that? It's because we did not know about mining iron and forging it. It's kind of a whole aspect of the colonization effort. $1,000 for clay pit. Shut up. I can't believe they built a clay pit here, man. And it went in front of the rural cloth maker. It doesn't even make any sense. Gotta clean up their trash. And destroy their clay pits. Wood and bone is our rock and stone. It basically is, to be honest. I'm not sure how we're gonna get trust up. We did form, it's form closer bonds is going up yearly. That's how. If you go to the menu where there's a list of markets, you can click the little icon on the left. A list of the markets. Click an icon to the left. The icon. List of the buildings. Chat, what are we... what? Chat, help me. The buildings tab under production. But yeah, but you said list of the markets. So I went to the list of the markets. All right, now what? Click the little icon to the left. Still not sure which icon. Click a building type where it shows you all the buildings of that type. Are you a tooltip in the game? If there wasn't just like scraping sound effects in the background also, I wouldn't have such a headache while I'm trying to figure this out. Whoever put that sound effect in the game, I want to talk to. Good God, man. Literal nails on a chalkboard. All right, what the hell what am I looking for again? They're doing industry. They're doing industry. But here's the problem with this. You need to know what every building is considered. From a categorical perspective. You need to know what the category of every building in the game is to be able to find it. And while it's true that those do show the buildings, you can also... It's kind of like brings you to the same menu that I was just at, but the problem is that you have to close it, then open a different menu. And the only reason that that's a problem is because for some reason in Europa, as opposed to Crusader Kings, if you press back, it thinks, what's the last screen I saw? Blank. And it closes the menu and there's no more back button. Wait, you can use back on your mouse to do it instead. Holy, new tech unlocked. Even though the back button disappears, you can use back button on your mouse to continue going back. New tech unlocked. All right, that alone will change things. Anyway, what are you guys, what on earth is chat trying to tell me? This is like, I'm gonna go insane from the little tiny sentences that everybody is saying. I don't even know what building I'm looking for anymore because I just want to unpause the game again. Okay, fruit orchard. Now what? What am I supposed to click on? I have no idea what chat is trying to show me. The little icon of the fruit orchard and we'll open the production menu list. Here's an icon of a fruit orchard. Hold on. Okay. This one's turned off. I don't know if fruit orchard is the right example. Let's use, where the hell is the market town? What is a market town? Villages? Market village. And then click on that and you can change Forest Village in Jean Toga. Why can't I click on these ones then? Okay, because those are forest villages. I'm looking for markets. Then you click on this. Then that, and you can change each one. Okay, I see what we're getting at. I see what we're getting at. You can click on each one and then change its respective production from one menu in the future. Okay. I get it now. What are you trying to find? We got there in the end. It took a painful amount of nondescript descriptions. That will matter when your nation scales up and you have 22 of the same building if you like managing what output resource yourself. You can automate that, but from what I've seen of the AI, I don't trust the AI to automate resources any more than I trust my generals in Hearts of Iron to automatically attack the enemy. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much where I'm at. We were trying to find a way to not hunt every single location in the province to find where a building is, then click on that building, then change its output. We were trying to find a central screen to change all like buildings output simultaneously, and that's what we did. We got there in the end. If you click on the thing, you can do the thing. That's true. That's true. Accurate. Nobility insurgents are at 34%. Which is not good. Once they get to like 50-ish%, we'll see. There's just, you know, there's 215 people. We can kill them. We can't, probably not. I do need to see how assimilation is going, though. Is there an assimilate? Culture breakdown. We're at 60% of the population, which is a pretty good majority. We have a majority here, not a majority there, and we have a big majority in the north. I'm wondering if it's probably a good time to just take my cabinet who's assimilating. I need to see control first. I say continue control there because there's just that high profit. That high tax base is giving us we're actually getting over 1 gold a month. Insane. I can't believe we're actually making a gold a month. But yeah, I want to take my other cabinet member who's assimilating and start assimilating over here to Adondagega. That's us. Are these two different? Oh, these are two different areas. The reason why assimilation is important is it's a way to core. We already cored them. Except for these dudes. Why are these dudes cored? Did we full accept or something? They're not accepted, so I don't know why they're cored. Maybe they're yeah, maybe it's because I annexed them through vassalization instead. Probably. Yeah, I guess so. So the ones that you when I merge, it's not a free core. But when you take the 10 years of vassalization into the annex diplomatic choice, then it is cores. So that's interesting. Annexing through vassalization equals cores. Is the short version. We are a max Diplo. Curry favors. We're up to 1,000. We're almost in the top 1,000. That's pretty cool. We're back under 100 pop a month, but 93 is still... We were at 7 to start the game. Our child, I didn't get to name. They are rowdy, military education. Okay, I want to keep trying to build settlements. Settlements. We do not care about available peasants. We do care about money. How much does it cost? 44 gold? We're almost there. I'm probably just going to spend it all, to be honest. Try to get these cooking as fast as possible in all territories. It's almost Happy New Year, 1375. Happy New Year. Okay, I clicked, it lagged, but it is building a settlement there now. All my money is gone. The fact that there were 1,000 nations ahead of you is kind of crazy. Shh. But yeah, the assimilation is going pretty well. It's already at 11.56% somehow. Rebel faction is gone? True. We gotta get the nobility back to equilibrium. I might just go ahead and tax the clergy a little more. Oh, we actually have there actually is one affecting our county. Weather front in Central Lake Ontario. It is a torrential rain. Local food production up. Boats not happy. Oh, you guys, we're getting internet again. Last time it was Twitch. I think Twitch has just been struggling tonight. I'm gonna keep blaming Twitch. Their servers have not been good. Tried 2 different servers. AWS is crying under load. I still got red bars, 4 megabits per second. Hopefully it'll work itself out. Maybe just a blip if we're fortunate. Government corruption. When the wrong men get into our cabinet, it can mean bad news, and it's difficult to remove them. 7 stability, inflation is on. Does inflation matter if you don't mint currency? Because it goes down 0.1% per month. The increase in all prices in the game. So it'll just go down on its own. 0.1% a month. As long as we don't buy anything. Wait, all prices including diplomatic spending? You should mint some. I should mint some. Wind's Wand? Why don't you go ahead and boot up a game like mine and let me know how to do it. I might be waiting for a little while. Not sure if I have enough time. I didn't see you already had 2.5%. That ain't the problem, brother. Problem is we're a Native American tribe in North America. We do not have the ability to even gather the materials necessary. Minting takes silver or gold, neither of which we have. They don't simulate wampum in this game, which is what the Native Americans traditionally traded with circa 1500. So we're just 125 years before they figured out how to trade that kind of stuff. But I was told the new world is swimming in gold and silver. I'm playing as Korea on my other monitor. That's why you gotta put your seatbelt on when you're riding in the back seat. All right, put your seatbelt on. Or else I'm gonna have to put you into the baby chair. the little toddler chair in the back. There's a lot of copper 200 miles to the west. I can do you one better. I believe we have some copper right here. Is this Massachusetts? Also, is there an overlay for just regional? Kinda. It's not exactly what I wanted, but yeah. Oh, we're in Jersey. Yeah, I didn't realize. For some reason, the scale throws me off when I can't see the rest of North America. I see it now. There's the Hudson. I think it was just this little, like... Is this water here, or is this still land? The scale of it throws me off until I, like, see it broken down. When it's like I get lost in my own bedroom at night when all the lights are off, you know what I mean? When you're just like zoomed in like this. That's Connecticut to the east of New York? Hold up, Connecticut is to the east of New York? Hold up, Massachusetts is southeast of New York. Are you guys serious? I don't know about that. Might have to challenge that. Next thing you're gonna tell me is that Michigan is over there to my west. And Minnesota? What? Wait, what's all this up here? What's up here north of Lake Ontario? Dragons. Are we full of this again? Invite settlers to... Oh, not the new place. The new place really needs settlers. Wait, did I pick the wrong spot? Damn, what did I just pick? I was trying to pick the new place. I don't know where I just invited settlers to. I clicked way too fast. All of our tribe countries are vertical lines, so I get the Cheetos confused a little bit. It'll still give us total population, but I need to fill these areas in because they just have the fewest. It's almost deserted. So the settlements are gonna go crazy there. Yeah, I think I clicked my capital, but this wasn't even highlightable. Weird, very weird. I clicked the right most highlightable one. We have 3,000 spare peasants here. With no jobs. Because nothing makes money in our market until we can start building towns that have demands. Like, none of our rural villages have demand. You're like, we have food and we are happy. That's all I need. I need wood for fire, food, maybe some cloth. I guess I could just go to goods and then sort by demand. Maize is negative 0.755. Holy. It's almost level 5, dude. Like, we've got as much as we can. That's the chief one. And then if I don't know why slaves are number 2. Well, lumber's number 3. Clay is number 4 now. So now I feel like a buffoon for destroying their clay mines. Why is clay number 3? Village potters, clay brick, and pottery. Oh yeah, we are making a bunch of pottery, huh? I don't think I want to invest anything in the economy until I get the population to start going even faster up. We're at 65,000 pop now. Our neighbors who we're trying to assimilate are at 41,000, so combined we're at over 100K. Another corrupt advisor. Onondaga may be plagued by corruption, but we try to ensure that those closest to the leaders can be trusted at the very least. Well, try and fail, it seems, since one of the Iacoinas, whose name is Tyona Janegan Otsaningo, their advisor was recently caught taking large bribes. That's me. Their advisor was caught taking large bribes from people who already wield great influence, inclining him, gendered language, toward providing the government with advice that is slanted to advance the interests of the rich and powerful. Paradox devs can't even conceive that a matriarchy might exist when inventing these texts. Shameful, shameful. We shall publicly expose these lies and prepare an execution. They die, we lose 10 prestige. Pretty typical. We can arrange for a quiet retirement in house arrest. Remove them from cabinet. Reprimand them. Biased advice is still advice. That's the 98 administrative. They're getting a pass. They're getting a no problem from me. What is up with their face? Bro, just learned that tribespeople can wear masks that are of ritualistic and cultural significance. All right, we're kind of zooming, dude. It's almost 1376. We only have recently merged tribe as our only modifier till 1380. So we got 4.5 years until we can take a pass at merging over here. And that will be the final straw, and we'll have a town. And then we'll have to reorganize pretty much everything. Their entire nation's tax base is 5.7. Ours is 14.62. Holy, how are we doing so much better than them? And they've got a town. They've got an actual town with town buildings. Well, maybe because their marketplace doesn't have resources. They want beeswax and paper. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot to sort out. When the time comes. Curry favors with them again. How are we doing on research? I noticed. Oh, I had a hunch. I had a hunch. Basically, research time. Happy New Year once again. Stormfront rolling in. Wow, that's really far away. I think we'll be fine. Oh, we're almost 40 years into the game now. I feel like we've done a lot in 40 years, but also not nearly enough. Simultaneously, we've researched scholarly treatises, which give us the following benefits. It's cheaper to revoke privileges, which is always good. And one day we might be able to embrace institutions. Probably not. And the next one is already queued. Grant privileges will be cheaper. 1.1 a month. Clergy is not satisfied enough to give us big buffs because we want the money. So our research is a little slow. Improved reputation. Our diplomats have been working hard. We get improved reputation for 10 years, plus 1 Diplo rep. That actually will be helpful. We need high Diplo rep for trust. I don't know what it's stabilizing at, but it seems okay. Recently merged tribes is a -4, but it's going down. So we're somewhere around 11 when the debuff disappears. Military. Turtle. It's too bad. You have potential diplomacy. This song is really quiet also. All right, new soundtrack time. What do you got? Someone said this. Might be relevant. Did I go to 4 times speed on accident? Oh man, we were flying. We might go to 4 times speed because we won't have too much to do after a certain point. How are the nobility? They're up to 39. We need to keep not taxing them. Commoner tax is maxed. We'll be able to crank down the Diplo spending a little. Cost of court, I think, is fine. I want high cohesion because we can get some satisfaction equilibrium if we do. It might be worth actually just spending on that. For a few months. Just to bring that to bear with everything else. Okay, how are we doing in assimilation? 50%? It's gonna be difficult to core this one tile. But It's going pretty fast. How can we get more cabinet members? We didn't really need more than 2 cabinet members, but now we do. We have a lot of territory, a lot of land. Your culture converting. Yeah, we have one of our cabinet members is helping that assimilation process along. And if you get max assimilation, then you also get full control. So we only have 1 space left. It's ironically the one that we seized earlier. And if you core it, green is cores, then it's a 20% control buff. Which is huge, because it's basically like a 20% tax buff for that area. Their tax base went down because fiber crop profitability went down, but such is the way of things, eh? Oh. Now we have a surplus of clay again. It was a temporary bottleneck. But anyway, chat, we might still be small and looking at... I love that we've been looking at the same area of the map for 4 straight days without moving. Our borders have changed, but the overarching borders have not changed. But our borders have, and that counts for something, damn it. Okay, no one can take that away from me. No one can steal that. We're working on our empire, all right? I wonder if there's any laws. Mining law? This actually could be good. If we're okay with monthly progress to aristocracy and traditional economy, we could do, this is actually pretty sick. 2.5% noble equilibrium. They're teetering on the brink of 50%. I feel like we just take nobility controlled. We already have an aristocracy and traditional economy, so just lean into it. It's gonna take 2 years to codify. Proximity cost down is good. No maritime law. There might be one though, but not right now. And I think everything else is solid. How much does it cost to replace? 98 stability. Oh, that's all? Just 98 stability. I see. What was the start date? April 1st, 1337. So we are almost 40 years in now. After 4 days. The first day doesn't count though. That was just reading tooltips. I unpaused for only like 1 in-game month. I still don't know what I'm doing, but I have a much better grasp than I did 3 days ago of at least how to get out of the basics. I still don't know how to found a town. I don't even know what's required to found a town. I don't even know what button one would click to found a town. I'm not even sure if we can. So that's gonna be a whole different beast. I don't even know where to begin. The star and the circle in the top left near the shield. Oh yeah, we've seen this before. I just didn't know you have to click it to upgrade. 400 gold. It is not possible to downgrade. I wouldn't downgrade. 400 G's. Big money. 400 G's. Happy New Year once again, 1377. Government corruption. Oh no, the Happy New Year is canceled. Our taxes are dropping or we gain inflation. Honestly, this one, I want the stability because I'm about to actually like spend some money. And then I'll just pump stability a little bit. We need 9. We need 9 stability. I'm just gonna max it for a minute. Lag is real. The people that say that performance is good, I just think are conflating frame rate. I mean, obviously we have no other things going on. I think you're conflating frame rate. Even in my little neck of the woods with Fog of War, the hang on each month rollover is very noticeable. So I don't know if I would give it credit for amazing performance or anything like that. The month rollover hang is pretty egregious. And I'm only on 3 times speed. And I don't even get to, I haven't even seen the rest of the map. I would say the performance is acceptable to mid. We're at 1377 and I'm at less than 60 frames per second on 1080p. So to me, that's kind of mid. We pump the autosaves to monthly. Maybe that's what the hang is. That's true. It's probably saving. Have we not invented the technology to be able to save a game state without freezing someone's game? We haven't. We don't have the technology. I kind of would rather do every second month or something. Europe drops below 30 FPS very easily. I'll just deal with it because I'd rather the autosave keep procking. Is this game on an SSD? It's on better than an SSD. It's on NVMe. Multi-threading is hard? Yeah, I guess 16 cores is not enough. I have saves at half a year and I still get the pause each month. Okay, so it's not save related, according to Line. I believe you. Underground art. State officials recently discovered the meeting place of an underground art movement. Okay, in the context of having a Native American tribe. This is kind of funny. State officials have recently discovered the meeting place of an underground art movement. Our officials were unable to catch the perpetrators, but managed to secure 3 beautiful wall paintings that should be destroyed according to our religious censorship policies. Hand-woven necklaces are being confiscated around our tribe. I'm just making that part up. Of course, destroying such a large amount of art that could otherwise be used for the good of the clan seems counterproductive. It could be worthwhile to ignore the clergy's complaints and secure the art for ourselves. The art might literally be underground, that's true. Destroy these unholy things, or 3 pieces of art are created. Renowned statue, well-known poem, and well-known painting. Well-known painting. It's gotta be that one, bro. Clergy have had it too good for too long. 3 free art. We've got Timeless Man. Renowned, 47%. A statue, a carving. Unknown creator. With a little bonus pop conversion, promotion, and assimilation. We got we have the Tragedy of Hiawatha already. We have Ode to Man. Ode to Man. And then finally, do they not have any other stats besides pop conversion, promotion, and assimilation speed? Are there any other stats attributed to art? I guess it's mostly for cultural tradition and impact, like, I suppose. They came up with a lot of unique icons here, but it doesn't seem like there's any difference in the types of art. They all have identical qualities. Prestige. All right, well, we get no prestige. Yeah, I see that art gives prestige, you dingus. I'm asking if they have variability between what is on here. Every single tooltip is the same, no matter what the graphic is. Whether it's a poem. What's the point of distinguishing between a poem or a statue or regalia or anything else? They have identical stats. Do, 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 do. 71% on research duties. I'd really like to have this assimilation task go do something else. Is this the Kingdom Come 2 soundtrack? It is. Someone in chat suggested earlier. I think they tried to not make them magical. I think that's totally fine. Just be more creative. The irony of having every piece of art be identical. Right? Like, isn't that just irony? Isn't that the whole point of art? Is self-expression? And individuality? Diplo. What can we do to Diplo? We cannot do any more favors. We owe them 23 favors. They haven't cashed in a single favor. We cannot get any more favors. We could ask them to become our tributary, which might actually be good. Right? Because they can pay us actual money. But we're only a quarter of the way to the merger. Can you still merge a tribe who is your vassal? I'm gonna save and find out. I didn't need to click that, I guess. What is going on? Autosave will be overwritten. Just a new one's fine. Let's find out. So if we ask them to become our tributary, they will accept because we are big. They like us. We have a royal marriage plus 10, maybe 2 royal marriages. I don't know. Reputation is good. And tributary is interesting because they actually should be able to tax because they have a town, right? I don't know. It'd be funny if they had a town but no ability to tax. How do they come up with a town if they don't know how to tax? They'll pay us 20% of their income and 50 manpower each month. Now, did that ruin merged tribes? They have to not be the subject of another country. It's us. It's not another country. They are the subject of this country, brother. Okay, we're the same person. The defensive league has been formally disbanded. How do you remove them as a vassal later? There's our subject. I guess you just change... Change vassal status to something? Their reasons are -10? I might have to reload. With the increased privilege of the nobility comes additional duties. They are expected to serve in the army. They can lead the masses. I'm allergic to the nobility leading the masses. I guess the top one? I don't know. It's difficult to tell. So how am I gonna get, like... How do we get all this going? Our opinion dropped to 166 for some reason. Because formed closer bonds is deteriorating. Oh no, that's not good. Their trust is 35. If I profess trust in them... I think we just need to approve opinion. We have now researched codified privileges and duties which give us the following benefits. Plus -10% grant privileges cost. Entrenching the societal role of each estate in our courtly routine will ease the process of granting new privileges without causing rivalries. And we have the next one already queued up, which is going to be mills. Maximum RGO size plus 10%. Possible control groups. You can create shortcuts to some entities by control plus number while selected. I don't really want to do that. Actually, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Do I want to do that? I don't know. Parliament is possible. Do I want to do that? Not that many options. It's probably gotta be... Actually, we can't do any of these. Isn't it gonna piss off the nobles? Bolstered tribal authority for 10 years. 20% crown power. 0.2% monthly prosperity. Let's go for that. All right, Parliament, show me what you got. 38% support? I don't know who's supporting it. Piss off the nobility again or piss off the clergy? This top one is so easy. Lose some navy tradition, which we don't have, and move toward land traditional value, which is easy. No prob. Sorry, clergy. I will ease your tax burden slightly in the interim period. Okay, is this actually gonna work? I need to improve opinion with them. $14 yearly. Real question, chat. Do you know how to let go of a vassal? Or do I need to reload the save? Did I brick it? That's changed to vassal from tributary. How do you release a tributary? Cancel trib status is in that list. Am I stupid? Okay, oh, you're right, you're right. It's at the top. It's at the top. You're right, you're right. I am stupid. Droupidem changes stance in their debate. They've realized how beneficial this could be if it passes. 5 prestige, 5% support in parliament. Not bad. We got 70% support. How much time do we have? We're in the top 1,000 of all nations. Let's go. Top 1,000 of the leaderboards. March 1380. So less than 2 years. Less than 2 years. I don't know why it's grayed out, because we just did a Diplo action, so it's just kind of on cooldown. Little cooldown. %, Onondaga here. We need a majority, so we core this territory. Then we'll get more control and therefore more taxes. What are they building over here? They're doing construction of a clay pit. Losing a bit of money. We're almost at 69,000 pop. Almost at 69K. We're gonna take cost of the court all the way to 0, because we're getting free. Well, we'll pay some. We're getting free tribal cohesion while Parliament is in session for this particular topic. As the seat of our capital, Sanoctawambo stands to benefit greatly from the current reforms. Luckily enough, people realize this. Plus 5% support and 2.5% tribal cohesion. Oh, speaking of cohesion, we actually can just take all money off. So we're back to like super positive money because we don't have to pay for the court until Parliament is out. There's so much freaking support. We could almost afford to do one of these other things. I just don't want to. This is probably the best way to change a law or policy if there was a really bad one. Drum up support from the agenda and then cash in on it with requests here. And it'll take 50% from your support. Okay, here's a question, chat. If you know how to play this game a little bit, pay attention. I'm going to explain why I think this system is weird. When you can convene Parliament, you choose your location, and you get a list of topics that you can pick from to discuss and make changes to, right? So now you've picked one of those, let's say that your ultimate goal is none of them. You actually just want to be able to request additional taxes. Okay? So you click on the other thing, even though you don't want it, just so that you can get to this screen. And then you build up 50% Parliament support. So you build up 50% Parliament support. Maybe you just pick who cares, right? You pick whatever has the most support behind it that people are supporting, plus 50% before you even select it. So you select it, you automatically have like enough support, and then you just click the thing that you wanted anyways, and don't care if this fails and you lose 7 stability. So why not just include all 4 of these things on the initial Parliament page when you're convening Parliament and deciding what you want Parliament to be about, instead of doing this whole song and dance? If I want to ask for a law change, why not just have Parliament convene over asking for a law change? And instead of saying that's politics, this is not, this is a gamification. Nobody meets once every 5 years to change one law. So it's not for realism. I know some of you were saying it tongue-in-cheek. The only cost is 7 stability no matter what the issue is. Exactly. So just bake in -7 stability to these issues and put them all on the first page when you're choosing what to convene parliament over. In theory, from the developer's perspective, they want you to try to drum up like 100% support through parliament agendas, then pick one of these and get your cake and eat it too. But most people are not going to do that. It's a half thought out mechanic. At best, it's a half thought out mechanic. I think anybody who would honestly say it's for RP is coping hard. There needs to be a bigger penalty if a request is taken. I don't know. 7 stability is just trivial for anything. It is really half thought out. The wall debating effect is actually quite strong, though. Yeah, it's so strong, and you just get it for free. You just pick whichever thing has the most support and has the most powerful while Parliament is in session effect. Don't even care if it passes, reap the benefits for 6 months, and then pick some other shit and only have a 7 stability hit. Like, it's just Cheese City. So, it really needs to go back into the oven for some more cooking. It's just not well implemented. You know what else is not well implemented? These 3 minutes of mid-roll ads that are about to show so that you can support the stream that you don't care about, but more importantly, turn off the pre-roll ads. It needs to be more gamified than what it is. This is not gamified. This is just like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what it is. It's not gamified enough. We got years of DLC ahead of us. Paradox gamers who just suck the milk from the tit are just the worst, to be honest. You're not allowed to complain about anything in the game because don't worry, there's going to be DLCs. It's just the dumbest shit every single time. Xenophanes, thank you for 79 months. I appreciate the Prime sub, dude. Thanks for coming back for one more. Like, dude, it's crazy, man. You go on here and you pay 60 bucks for this, and then people are like, nah, it doesn't matter if everything's barely hanging on for dear life as a mechanic. There's going to be a shit ton of DLC I can buy that'll hopefully pave over it like a bad paint job on a bedroom wall where everything's peeling off, trying to just cover it up. When you can go pay $40 and get Arc Raiders and have the most polished cinematic masterpiece, smooth as butter, silky as hell, and everybody is just having so much fun out of the gate from the get-go, and none of them are looking at each other and being like, well, don't worry, we'll be able to buy DLC to fix our shit. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, also Crusader Kings 3 exists. So DLC, we've had 5 years to fix that, and it hasn't worked. And most of you guys still hate Victoria 3, and that's been 3 years of DLCs later, so like... What's the last Paradox game that DLC fixed? Half of you don't like the way Stellaris is anymore. And I would say at least a third of the Hearts of Iron DLCs brick the game. Though I think that one's the closest to improving the game via DLCs. Stellaris got DLC'd into being bad. So I don't know where this myth that DLCs and patches will fix everything comes from, because like half of you hate what the game you used to like has become from DLCs and patches. So I don't know, man. The problem is, the reason why it's never going to get fixed is because shareholders. You're going to get just enough to like fix the major bugs. You're going to get just enough to fix anything that crashes to desktop. And then they've got a team like in Stellaris who's going to work on the core experience while the other team makes DLCs. Which I don't know if that gives you comfort or scares you. But I think a lot of people are just in love with their imagination of what EU5 could be right now, not as much what it actually is. I still think that there's fun to be had, for sure. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna play it more. I'm gonna play it more to see what else is there, but it's kind of like climbing over the rubble to save the survivors at this point. Like, there's people screaming for help somewhere under this burned building. And we're gonna have to like, we're like the fire rescue team going in trying to find them. It has some good bones. Its bones are constructed of all of the games that came before it. Like the grave digger dug up their corpses and like cut off Vicky 3's torso. And then Crusader King's got like a right arm. And they're stitched all together. The thing I enjoy about the game is number go up. I like watching the numbers go up, but it's definitely the most spreadsheet game besides maybe like Victoria 3. It and Vicky 3 are the most spreadsheety of all the Paradox games. The simulation is interesting, but the game elements need work. Yeah, the simulation's interesting, but the things that you actually do in the game need some work. And by some work, I mean a lot of work. And I'm not judging it because I'm in North America. My issue is not that I'm bored. I'm just talking about, like... It's definitely more number go up resource than most. Consulting the, like, goods chart. classic. I knew you were coming. I knew you were coming. Comet sighted. There you are. The people of our clan have always been superstitious, and the appearance of a comet in the sky has caused panic among them. They are convinced this is a sign that the end times are near, or that something terrible is going to happen in the near future. It is an omen. Apparently, do they know omens can be good or bad? Apparently we just -7 stability. It is an omen. Not a good one though, I guess. I'm already at max plus stability, so now we're gonna have to wait a little longer. Yeah, my issue is not content. Content is not the issue. I'm talking about just how you interact with the game mechanics. How do you interact with Parliament? How do you interact with your cabinet? How do you interact with the estates and their power? Nothing to do with quantity of content. Talking about the core mechanics. How do you interact with the market that you find yourself in? How do you interface with building new buildings, or figuring out which buildings are optimal, or deciding which goods whose demand you want to fill, that kind of stuff. The core mechanics. I think of the core mechanics, the best one by far is control. That's the most satisfying to me. To that end, it needs a lot of work. And what I mean is, control... I think the thing that when I say it needs a lot of work, the thing that stands out to me is you can put one of your cabinet members on gain control and they will hit their maximum in like a couple months. It's only a 20% gain, but they peak very early. The time scale of things. Is kind of what we were looking at before. Like when you hire a diplomat, when you pick one of your cabinet members to increase your diplomatic, what the hell is it called? Reputation, and they instantly increase it +2 or something like that. Like the sense of time for all the mechanics is skewed. Some of that needs to be smoothed over, but I like the control mechanic. And administrating your realm feels better. Having to build roads between is cool. Do they actually build roads if you build roads? Like if I build a road, will I see a physical road on the map? Or do I just have to imagine it? Hopefully we get to see it. We're gonna build some for sure. We haven't built any yet. They might have. Because it looks kind of like there's a road here. Between these two, which is cool. I find the character stuff confusing. Yeah, I think the character dynastic stuff feels the least fleshed out. Taking the like portrait from Crusader Kings 2 and just kind of putting the dynasty viewer from Crusader Kings 3 in isn't enough. Another Diplo action. They would actually accept... No. No, they wouldn't. I was gonna see if they would change to a full vassal. We're getting pretty big money here, man. Oh, we are losing hella tribal cohesion now. Now that Parliament is over. That'll do it. That's why we had so much money. Clergy satisfaction going back up is good. Nobility's back to 51. What's the goal once you have this last nation under control? Kind of consolidate at that point. We need to consolidate our existing holdings before we worry about expanding any further. So it's going to be infrastructure. I have a question for chat that are playing this game. If I said Hearts of Iron has the most detailed combat simulation of all the Paradox games, okay? And then I said Crusader Kings has the most detailed dynasty simulation of controlling a family line. That's where its depth comes from. Don't make jokes about the depth or lack thereof in the games. Victoria 3's is from an economic simulation and markets and their effect on the politics at scale of the world. What is the deepest part of Europa Universalis 5? Where is the deepest complexities of Europa Universalis 5? Painting the map / diplomacy. Empire building and diplomacy. Number of buttons. All right. Elaborate on diplomacy. What do you think makes it deep and complex? Diplomatically speaking. Number of buttons. Vicky is diplomacy, in my opinion. EU diplomacy is shallow. I don't know. I didn't play much Victoria. What's their opinion of us? 184? The EU5 economy is crazy complex. All right, those of you that have played Europa 5 now for a few days, and those of you that have also played Victoria 3, which one has a deeper economic simulation, Victoria 3 or Europa 5? Genuine questions. Victoria 3, Victoria 3, Victoria 3, Victoria 3. EU5 is more arcadey, Victoria 3. Okay, so it's pretty unanimously Victoria 3. I was just curious, because I saw some people saying that this was like a successor to Victoria more than Victoria 3 was. The only thing that U5 has that Victoria 3 doesn't is inflation. I don't know how to spend this diplomacy. The use it or lose it is tripping me up. EU5 is jack of all trades, but master of none, and the UI is janky. That being said, I am having a blast with it so far. I think that might be the most based chatter. Because I would agree, it does feel very jack of all tradesy, and the Frankenstein other games contributes to that feeling. I haven't even seen the combat yet. So I don't know how to, I don't have an opinion on combat. EU5 seems like its depth actually comes from a breadth of systems. We have a phrase for that. Chat, can anyone think of a phrase that describes a breadth of system that don't have depth of systems? This shouldn't be surprising, but the combat is also confusing. A ruler keen of the very best of the country can I'm reading poorly. A ruler keen on the very best the country can provide, a treasury governed by greedy and incompetent persons, investments that went wrong, and too many loans. That is how you dig the hole called bankruptcy, and it might have been all those, or just one, that made one of our subjects stumble into the hole and fall all the way to the bottom. We can help them get partially out of that hole with a donation of money, or ignore it, make them help themselves. Intervene, send them money and a ladder. We lose 15 gold. No. They have no one to blame. Man, 10 prestige. Oof. Lose 75 opinion. Oh, punished. All right, they can have the gold. Here's 15 gold. I can't afford to lose that opinion right now. Not at the final hour. Not at the final hour. Our recently merged tribes debuff is almost done, 1st of March. We need 5 more stability to do this. How do you expand south into other territories? We have to, we had to do an advancement, aka research first. And then in certain areas on the edges, you don't have to click on your own thing to go to this, but you can create a colonial charter. And depending on how many colonial charters you have and various other buffs and debuffs, it'll cost some money. Monthly. That's monthly maintenance. The normal way to do it is to go to geopolitics after you've researched it, and then colonies. And then it'll show you all the places you can create a colonial charter for and whether they're adjacent or not. And how much they will cost a month. Now, I'm assuming, I haven't clicked it myself, so I don't really know what happens when you click it. So I'm not sure. Be careful that you save first in case a bunch of your populations disappeared to go to this new area. Because that is exactly what happens if you try to use your cabinet, especially as a small nation like this, to if you click settle the frontier, GG. The cabinet will put effort into settling the uncolonized province with a band of pops. That is a fast way to delete your entire population at the beginning of the game, because I don't know if it tells you how many people it takes. Buildings, missing employees, did you guys build a charcoal kiln? Sneaky, sneaky. That button just empties your tribal country. Hey, this song is called Burger. The Burger Song. Are we at 200 opinion? We're back to 200 opinion. Sick. All right, it's January 1380. There's screenshots on the Reddit of European locations emptied out to single or double-digit populations because of that button. Really? It happens everywhere, not just tribe? But anyway, we don't need to colonize because we're basically still wilderness. You know what I mean? We don't have one town yet. The problem with it being 1380 is I need 5 more stability. And we are maxed on, we're stability maxing right now. Maybe we can get some stability here. Renewed focus on traditional practices. The people are calling back to the practice of their ancestors. They seek to better harmonize rather than adapt their community to the environment. They maintain their traditions. They don't grow cash crops. Encourage these practices or push for economic modernization. Neither of these give stability. Some locations will get bountiful harvests, and we get traditional economy, which we already have. Ah, well. I don't know if there's any other way to, like, fast max our stability. We get what we get. But yeah, after we annex all of these dudes, then we're gonna do, we need to do like a full sort of count of all the buildings, you know what I mean? And then start working on infrastructure and profit maxing. Here's the thing though. How does a market-based society work if there's only one country in it? In theory, isn't it impossible for anyone to make more money? Wouldn't this be like proto-Bitcoin if we can't mint our own currency? It would just be a single stable source that never changes, and therefore, instead of inflation, everything would just... all currency would become worth way more, like precious metals type of deal, because there's more people that need to keep being born to spend it, but the amount of currency stays the same. Our ruler's son is grown up. Unmarried kiddos. I'd probably do this like little northern territory. She has good stats anyways, ish. Good-ish. Better education, shrewd. But you have like diplomacy. All right, do administrative. You don't have a stat yet. It's May 1380, so like the timer is up, as in we don't have any more time to wait. It's all a matter of having 65 stability. The reason you have to have 65 stability is it is mandatory for the merge. We're gonna have to kick them out of tributary status. So they have to be an independent country. That's number one. Then we're gonna need to pump some diplomats. Negative 21 might have been a bit extreme. We have researched mills, which give us the following benefits. 10% maximum RGO. I don't think we've actually discovered mills, but the game says we have. We are able to develop more modern and efficient wind and water mills for use in gathering raw materials. And we got the next one already queued. Maple syrup. Plus 1% is state satisfaction equilibrium. And 10% food production. I don't think that one is actually that necessary, but it might help a little bit. Does your culture outnumber them now? Not in that one territory. Still not cord. We're 1400 to 1900, so it is getting closer. Though we're gonna have to do this entire other area afterwards. We're probably gonna pivot and start converting them, because I imagine there's multiple provinces here. There are two provinces, so we'll have to kind of do them separately. But we just crossed 70,000 total population, almost 100 a month. Huge. Huge. And they're gonna have 42,000, so we're gonna shoot up to over 110K. An Omega Native Nation. Omega Native Nation. We could get some, like after this, what's gonna be great is we don't need to pump stability quite. It's still good to have stability because satisfaction equilibrium goes up, but we're just not gonna put max points into it. Because we need money at that point. We're gonna need money, and I wanna get settlements down to start the pop snowball, because we're behind, we moved up to 964, but we're gonna be behind every other nation in the world just in terms of workforce and population. What music is this? Chill. Top 1,000, yeah, and moving up. Top 1,000 and moving up, getting better. Getting stronger. So let's see what else, if we're missing. Are we missing anything else? We need 3 diplomats. We need to have greater than 65 stability. Their trust needs to be greater than 50. So we're gonna profess trust here shortly. Actually, we're gonna do it now. Profess trust now so that we can build that extra Diplo. 52 trust. Why are you not minting? First time chatter, aggress coming in swinging. We don't have gold or silver, brother. No gold or silver. Gotta have it. We don't just pull coins off trees, unfortunately. But you're not the first to ask, and I imagine you will not be the last. A clay pit. Who made this? We don't want a clay pit. Turn it off. We actually do know how to mine those materials, I think. We just don't have any. Music. These are all the action songs, I guess. Sorry. Stress. Cannot mine coal or iron. Cannot mine saltpeter or alum. We can mine gold or silver and mercury. We just don't have any. November 1380. Ita, how do I increase control away from the capital without building expensive as hell roads? You build expensive as hell roads. That's what... I'm about to be facing that same challenge. But in the meantime, there's 2 ways. There's 2 ways, Asta, that you can help a little bit. It won't fix everything, but it'll help. Number 1 is core your territories. So if you go to the map modes and then do government map modes and integration, I'll just go add it to my list. Integration. Anything that is green is core. Anything that is yellow is integrated but not cored. And anything that's red is conquered. So if you go from yellow to green, that's plus 20% control. The way that you core is by either converting a majority of the population to your culture, which I am doing via my cabinet, who is assimilating the other people into our culture. Once we have a majority, we're cored. The second way is by fully accepting those people. So if you go to diplomacy, and sorry, if you go to society, and then go to culture, and then culture breakdown, you have these little happy and sad faces. It's gonna cost you 5 prestige per click. You need to click twice. So if they start off angry red face, If you click it once and confirm, that makes them go from discriminated against to tolerated. And if you go tolerated to accepted, which is another 5, so it's 10 prestige total, that will also core the territories those people are present in. So those are the 2 ways to do it. So that's 20% right there. And then the other way is by using your cabinet. I'm using cabinet to increase control. So that can only happen for 1 province at a time. So pick the most important or profitable province and increase control there until we can figure out how to expand our cabinet. So that's how you do it. All right, you ready, chat? You ready? We got 65 stability. I think it's game time. I think it's game time, dude. Why would they say no? They have, wait, they have negative 1,400. They're bankrupt? The AI is broke as shit? And so we can't merge tribes because we would take on their debt? What? A country choosing to go bankrupt will clear all its debt, but this will bring a 5-year period of harsh modifiers. Chat, do you think they went broke because we made them a tributary? Or do you think that's unrelated? I didn't even know if we were getting any extra money from them. Their tax base is only 4.5. Do they even have taxes invented is the question. The other places didn't have taxes. How do you see another country's debt, pray tell? How would you even see that normally? You can't click on their money. Can we help them get out of debt? Check economic actions. Like diplomacy actions? Their debt is 2 gold, brother. They're bankrupted by 2.7 gold. And that is why we cannot merge with them. Holy shit, this is so stupid. There needs to be some kind of scaling modifier there. Oh my god, 2 gold in debt? I don't know if I can do that. Your Excellency, we have taken on their debt. Are you guys still bankrupt? We need to unpause. They're still bankrupt. Did they just Michael Scott over 2.7 gold? I'm waiting. It's fast forwarding. I'm waiting. I'm trying to see what's happening here. Playing Europa... Okay, chat, there's 2 types of people in this world. There's the people that build their own PCs and the people who have their PCs built for them. If you build your own computer, you might be able to play Europa Universalis 5. If you look at yourself in the mirror every morning and you go, I enjoy troubleshooting, I work in IT, then you too can play Europa Universalis 5. If you like any modern conveniences of the world, stay away. Because every single thing you want to do is like you're trying to get to the bottom of why can't I do this for every gameplay mechanic. And just you're pulling on different chords until something finally gives way. Anyway, we still can't merge because they're bankrupt. So I'm going to try sending them money now. We are going to give them a little gift. Why does it have to be 25 gold? Okay, we can select how much to give them each month. How long can... Wait, can you cancel this? What if... Do you... When you merge tribes, do you just get your money back? Like when you merge with them, because it's... You're just... You know, like when you give a bunch of transport boats in Hearts of Iron to your not your vassal, to your puppet, and then you just annex them, and then you get the boats back because they go to your inventory now? Let's save and find out. Oh, you can change the amount. Okay, thank God. 12.5. So you can buy favors. I didn't even know you could buy favors. The gift was appreciated. Are you guys still bankrupt? Is that just like a 5-year buff? They only have missionary zeal and improved reputation. How does bankruptcy even work? They choose to go bankrupt, they'll clear all their debt with a 5-year period of harsh modifiers. They can be forced into bankruptcy if it runs out of money while unable to take loans. But wouldn't it be under their flag? They don't have a flag. They tactically went bankrupt to avoid being put in your nation. You would think it's a country modifier. Yeah, it's a, if it's on a timer, you'd think it was on a modifier. Maybe they have a provincial debuff? It might be under their loans tab, under budget. How do... What? Budget? Loan? What is loans tab under for them? We can't see their shit. In reflection of our society's spiritual ways, our leader has momentarily attained a higher level of consciousness and gained a divine vision showing her that she must improve before the country does. She's no longer who she once was. The spiritual experience has driven her to become better, as she must fulfill her vision to see the clan rise above. Heaven blesses. You move toward spiritualistic, or you move toward humanist, spiritualistic, whatever. This is insane, dude. We have no way to tell when they went bankrupt and how many years into bankruptcy they are. Attrition, winter. Can we... And the worst part was I released them from my tributary, so we were at least gathering years with them as a tributary to... Well, that's not a vassal, so never mind. I bet the vassal bankruptcy event that fired earlier was literally them going bankrupt. I gave them money. I agreed to help them. You're probably right. We did get an event that they were like struggling. And I sent them money. And I just sent them more. We offered and were rejected. I didn't mean to, I didn't know it was gonna actually offer. I didn't mean to offer. Well, rip 3 diplomats. Doesn't really matter. Well, they're not my tributary anymore, so, and I just sent them some gold. Bro, this is crazy. All right, we're gonna turn down this stability crank. And the Diplo. And the cost of court. And tax the clergy a little more. Start saving up some cash. They're screwing up my plans, dude. It's 1381. They're messing me up. Back to building settlements. Now we actually do just kind of sit and wait. I suppose I could just leave this page open and see when Merged Tribes goes green, which could be 5 years from now. How do we even see how much? We can't even tell how much money they're making, right? Are you guys building a tar kiln? They're building a tar kiln. Oh, baby, we're at 1.67 now. No, I'm not going to reload. Just going to chill. When do you get the ability to colonize? I can do it now, but I am the colony, brother. We live in the trees. We don't even have roads made of gravel. We just say we're going to stay here until we figure out how to annex these bros, and then they'll have a town. And then we start building infrastructure. This has been insane to watch this long. I'm so close to my first big goal. The big reason why we need to do this is because we actually have a formable. Somewhere. I don't remember where it is. Is it not diplomacy? Hold on, I gotta find a new soundtrack. It's gotta be on one of these tabs. Maybe it is oh, it is government. Form new country, Haudenosaunee. We just need them to accept and we can create a kingdom. We just need their last little province. And then we will become a kingdom rank. Kingdom is a rank 3 country. 1 extra culture capacity. We can have an artist. We have plus 500 Diplo range. I don't know what 500 is. Big. The 2 Diplo capacity is huge if we ever find anyone else to use it on. Plus 1 max Diplo is cool. Actually, yeah, both of them. 1 fort limit, 100 great power score, exempt from forfeit. That's the most great power we'll have ever seen in our lives. We can sign alliances, we can guarantee others, we can support rebels in another country, and 3 extra rivals. Can we just buy the province we need off of them? Bro. Maybe? Maybe? No, it's just 1 at a time. It's 30 gold. It's so cheap. We might, I mean, we'd have to buy 5 of them though. It'd be like 3, 6, 9, 12. It'd be like 150. It's way better to save the money though. I'm not gonna make them my tributary anymore. You need 1 province. Correct. A province is not a location. Provinces are made up of locations. There's a province with 5 locations in it. The 30 gold is just the gold you have? I do have 30 gold. Are you saying the UI is misleading? Although citizens are encouraged to act in good faith during their exchanges, turn on some music. All right, let me turn on some music. I'm going crazy in the silence. Let me see what Spotify suggests. Oh, you guys might recognize this soundtrack. The reality in many nations is trusting others is a risk that people can't afford to take. This, however, is not the case for the Onondaga. We have stamped out corruption on so many levels in society that our people not only trust officials to do their job without the help of a bribe, but they also trust each other more in day-to-day exchanges. Belief in the honesty of others is the very thread from which the fabric of society is woven, and our country is a shining example of it. The writing is better in this game than Crusader Kings 3 for sure, but we need more than one thing. I want choices. Proximity cost minus 2% for 9 years. It's a good reward, at least. Good reward. Helps manage control. I'm gonna tax the clergy a bit more. Nobility are moving up to 60%? Oh, they are moving up to 60%. Tax the nobility. Oh my god, here comes the money. How did we build up their satisfaction so much? How did their equilibrium get so high? I'm not sure what pushed it up. 2.2 on gold a month is the most we've had, though. Positive stability's helping a little bit. It's gonna go away after we make this transaction. As soon as they're not bankrupt. That 10% RGO help? Did it? What did that do? I don't even know what that did. That just allows you to have a 5th level of RGO. Do you have any idea what you're talking about, Mahalik? Are you just saying stuff? Maybe you just stop pissing them off. I don't know. Maybe the noble mining operations? Maybe. Either way, we're rolling in it now. 2.16 a month is kind of crack for us. We stopped spending on stability. We stopped spending on Diplo. We stopped spending as much on court. Started taxing people more. Money go up. Money number go up. Ugh. Let me see if there's any buildings around here I can turn on. 2,000 in the market village. The charcoal kiln will not be profitable. As our society evolves to further value the input of the community, courts have become more dependent than ever on the judgment of important community members and the agreement of the public to dictate the fate of a defendant. No more will a cold, flawed, inflexible piece of paper decide the fate of men. Rather, the amassed wisdom of the townspeople that live alongside a defendant has become the judges. This is a huge run-on sentence. Rather than okay, let me start this whole sentence over. No more will a cold, flawed, inflexible piece of paper decide the fate of men. Rather, the amassed wisdom of the townspeople that live alongside a defendant has become the judges. The amassed wisdom has become the judges? I don't think that's a sentence that you can do. Rather than jury of anyone who is claimed to have wronged a community. This is a really strange sentence structure. Commoners like this form of justice, but many urbanites and scholars cast doubt over the fairness of a judgment handled by non-professionals. Should the state allow this to continue? Encourage it or don't. Move to away from communalism toward... Moving away from communalism is kind of rough. But losing 7 stability is also kind of rough, dude. I'm gonna take the stability and lose commoner satisfaction. They can just deal with it. It'll go back up. They're not even at 54%. They're at 54%. No problem, man. No problem. We're so close to our goal. How are these guys bankrupt? I can take on their bankruptcy. Who are they bankrupt to? I can pay it back. I can make it break even. How do you see how much money another nation has? It's impossible that you can't tell, right? Maybe the ledger? Canadian. Their income is 0.02. I can see their income, but I can't see their total money. How is there a game about interfacing with other countries and you can't see any information about the other countries, ever? This is all you can see. This is all you're allowed. I can see their legitimacy. Their stability is negative 6.2, 6.58. They're gonna have a rebellion. You can see their income in the ledger. Brother... We know. We just looked at it 1 second ago. Less than 30 seconds ago, we just went into the ledger and looked at their income. We're not looking for their income. We're looking for how much money they've got. You just unmuted the stream and came back. You alt-tab back in. Is this like Civ, where you need a diplomat in their capital? The only spy actions I can do... Wait, maybe they're lagging. What if they're like 3 minutes behind? That's the biggest problem with the rewind feature, is now we got a bunch of chatters living in the past. All right, chat, e-check. Who's in the past? Show yourselves. Covert actions. Let me see. Build a spy network, corrupt officials, assassinate someone, infiltrate their administration. This will lift the fog of war over their territory. I think that's just a map thing? Sabotage, sow discontent to make them cost money, steal maps or steal technology. What's funny is I can still ask for money even though they're bankrupt. They'll refuse it. Should I just seriously consider just buying their nation one location at a time? I don't know if that's even possible. What if we just vassalize them the normal way that doesn't involve them taking... We don't get money from that, right? Vassal status. No, they do. They pay 20% of income each month to Overlord. See, that's just as bad. I think they're gonna have, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. All right, I am just gonna build some settlements like I originally planned and just go business as usual. To really see where you can build, kind of have to just disable these. We're gonna go up here by the water. Start getting more pop growth. We have researched maple freaking syrup, which gives the following benefits. 1% estate satisfaction equilibrium to all classes, and plus 10% to all food production. The many maple trees in our country are bountiful in sap and can be collected and boiled to be processed in delicious syrup and sugar. So let's take a look at the queue. So now we're going intensive agriculture, which is more food so that we can get to max RGO size in towns and cities. So we get cheaper cities when the time comes. 3 more to go to get to that. Delicious maple syrup. This location is, oh, dude, we got it. Okay, not the big thing, not the big thing. But we got the last of our cores in what we've currently annexed. So everything is green, and green is good because green equals free 20% control in that territory. So we can just have our dude stop doing that and do something else. What can you do instead of assimilate? We could just go change societal value towards something. We could do oh, he sucks at development. Improve relations in, What about, I'm thinking just stabilize. I can just stabilize. So that was here, which we only have 40% control, but maybe that will go up next month. That should go up to 60, I think. Tax base 1.91 should also go up, theoretically. This place, they've got the fiber crops, which are making okay money on. Settle Frontier is the bugged one that makes everybody leave, apparently. A solid foundation. It is a solid foundation. It says 55. You know what? Does anyone else suspect that the map overlays don't update until you close them and reopen them? I don't know. No? It's not updating. Oh, it's going up. It's going up to max. Sorry. It's 40% trending up at 0.31 a month. So it's increasing now, slowly. It's not free. Don't automatically get it all in one go. But hey, it will go up, and that's going to get us more money. More control equal more money. Just went up to 41. Sick. All right, let me check on these dudes. Are you guys broke? Yep, they're still bankrupt. Here's the thing. What happens if they just lose all their money and keep going bankrupt over and over? You guys haven't considered that. What if they go bankrupt again immediately after and they're stuck in an endless cycle? We could give them like 1 gold every month. Yeah, that's, I mean, we could give them something. I'm gonna do send economic support and give them like 0.5. All right, well that boosted their monthly income. I had to keep them above bankruptcy, bro. It's crazy. It's actually kind of crazy. Okay, now we chill. Now we kind of chill. We only have 1 settlement left to build, and then it's time to save up for road, I think. A careless turn of phrase by our leader has greatly offended our fellow leader. Insulted us, Casus Belli. Is this system not just broken? We have fully annexed and cored their territory, but they're still being treated like a foreign dignitary who is the leader of their own land, and there's clearly no framework for that gameplay present in the game. So we're getting a diplomatic insult. Our ruler from... Oh, no. This is Kani and Kahaka. Okay. I thought that... Never mind. I looked at the wrong person because they look almost identical because they have the same hair. Yeah, it's the neighbor. I thought that was from inside of... I thought the call was coming from inside the house. I'll just lose 10 ease tensions, lose 10 tribal cohesion. Ad starting now. Turn your volume down. How's it been 5? It has been more than 5.5 hours. I started at like 2 today. It's been like 8 hours, hasn't it? The stream cut out because of bad Twitch servers. I've been streaming for like 8 hours. Is that Manor Lord's OST? It is. We're doing all the medieval tracks. Oh wait, where's that stupid tar kiln? You still have the other nations pinned. Yeah, they don't auto unpin, so they're just like, stay here forever. It's really weird. It does remind me what they were called though, because I won't remember their names. Merge! Oh no, all right, when we come back, it's time! When we come back, the ad. All right, it's ad time first. Water refill, and merge. Okay, thanks for waiting. I originally went just for water, but then I noticed that Alice had recently cooked some teriyaki broccoli and meatballs and rice. So then I got hungry. So I had a few bites to eat. And it was very good. Okay. We are back. And it's time. What's interesting about this is that if they're having a significant amount of financial woes, we're sort of going to make it worse in some ways. There's two ways this plays out. Either they're going broke because they don't have taxes invented yet, and they don't know how to tax their population. Or they're going broke because of poor structural decisions in running and maintaining this town, where they have built a different group of buildings. There's a dye maker, there's a slave market for some reason, a tailor guild, the marketplace, of course, which you start with Potter's Guild and a Spinner's Guild. So the reason why there's a chance we could make it worse is because if they are taxing them, when we annex them, they're think about it like this. They don't have to worry that much about control because their capital's right here. But when we annex them, their capital's moving to here, so it's gonna get further away. And because it's getting further away, it's gonna be harder for us to exact those taxes on the people. So we're kind of gonna take on the financial issue of being too far to control this territory. So I'm curious to see how this goes. I think we'll be able to handle it anyways by using our cabinet to prop up control and then coring them to kind of get the rest of it. And then we just start building roads, and I'm gonna need to maybe rebuild some things in the town depending on where the expenses are coming from. Because all of our expenses right now, we're only getting 53 from buildings. It'd be nice if I could see which buildings. Is there a screen that shows you how much each building is costing you? Or do you just have to go... Oh no, do they just have a set cost per building no matter what? Surely it's not that simple. But yeah, the town is going to open up a significant amount of options. This is an actual town, which will facilitate the building of many different types of structures we have no way to build right now without founding a town of our own. So like, I don't know what the best way to sort this is. Probably cards, actually. I don't know. The game just sort of assumes you have towns. So I don't know how to sort by that. Anyway, many different things such as maybe it's the yellow actually. Maybe it's all the yellow cards. Good band, by the way. Okay, so maybe it's all the yellow cards. Either way, look how many there are. All the guilds, tanneries, winery, jewelers, tools, trading, markets, warehouses, all this stuff. It just floodgates open. There's plenty more besides, of course. Bridges, windmills, sawmills, sand pits. That sand pit doesn't count, but you get the idea. All right, let's see what I need to do to finish this off and make it go time. We need 3 diplomats. We do have plenty of stability. We just need the 3 diplomats. So quick investment in some diplo spending to get us over the threshold. Imagine how much a bridge is gonna cost. I know. I know. So you need a little bit more diplomats, 2 months worth. 1383. We're almost 50 years from start. We're already in second generation, about to be third. She's 54. Her mother died at 58. We do have a little better medicine than we did then, so we'll see what that ends up. Can hold parliament, but I think we wait until after the merger to hold parliament. This is going to be the biggest one yet. We saved the big fish for last, which I think made sense. 43,000 people in their province, 476 levies. What are you guys building? Why are you building a mason? We are about to become Onondagiga. All right, there's our 3 diplomats. Tribal merger. We are going to lose 50 stability, 3 diplomats, and get recently merged for 10 years. Doesn't matter. There's no one around us that we need to be diplomatic with. We will annex them. They are no longer bankrupt in a meaningful way. It says is bankrupt 0. We started just giving them money each month. So I hope that auto cancels when we annex them. That would be kind of funny if it didn't and we didn't notice. Is that even listed on our expenses? Diplomacy. Yeah, 0.5 for diplomacy should go away. I'm going to save. This is going to be 5 E's because it's going to be all 5 tribes under one banner at last. Our integration of the clan of Kanien'kehá:ka has taken a fair bit of time, just 4 real-life days and like 30 plus gameplay hours. But now that they are an Onondagiga town, they will reach their full potential and we will prosper even more. We have merged with our neighbor, Kanien'kehá:ka, uniting the tribes into one great country. The clan grows at last. We are the last tribe standing. I think we're gonna want to integrate these, even though they're mountainous, treacherous terrain, just because we don't want holes inside of the borders, of course, for the border gore. But it is a beautiful Onondagiga nation now. So what's kind of silly is the capital is still here, but the town is over there. So I'm actually curious on the merits of both of these different areas. Hills, continental, woods, and inland, of course. Whereas this one is flatland. Oh, they get the flatland. Continental, also forest, inland. So like hills versus flatland, basically. Which makes road building time plus 100%. Food production is down. Local development growth down. Nothing one way or the other. So the hills kind of make this tough. It also is plus 25% to proximity impact. More movement cost. Time to rename the new areas. That's true. Did we ever even finish this? Oh. Channel pointers have been waiting. Minotaur Monk has been waiting for 2 hours. Are you still there? Chaotic Kiwi also. There's a couple queued. Flavor Town is not a made-up word, Minotaur Monk. 2 hours to get rejected. Crimea Reva is Chaotic Kiwis. We're not going to Flavor Town. This is, see, you guys gotta get smarter about your memes, because if it were me in chat and I spent 150,000 channel points, this is what I would do. I would do FLEY V apostrophe ORTOUN. And then you could try to sneak it past the streamer. We'll keep it. We'll keep it like this. I just made it up for you, all right? It's the same spirit. Now, there are many different places here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't think there's 11 people that have that many channel points who want to spend their channel points, to be honest. There's no way. But we're gonna see. We're gonna try. It's open for business. But now we gotta do some interior management. Pops with needs. Pottery in the market. We'll figure that out. Okay, what else you got? Buildings missing employees. That's okay. Parliament is possible. Children can have better education. Intelligent administrative genius. Formable country. Oh my God, we can just do it right now. The Haudenosaunee Nation. The tribes of the Haudenosaunee have long coexisted in a formal confederation, although each nation within the tribe retained its autonomy. But times have changed, and we have made the strategic decision to make our current ties even stronger. With the 5 nations now led by a central tribe, we can push forward as a newly strengthened confederacy. Here we go, baby. We made it. Our country rank will become that of kingdom, which, as a reminder, gives us an extra culture capacity for accepting other cultures when we find them. Gives us huge Diplo range, which I don't know what 500 is. 500 units of what? Eventually, we might use the extra Diplo capacity or maximum diplomats, but they'll be nice to have. An extra fort limit. I don't even know where the fort limit is. Plus 100 great power score. Shooting up the chain. We can sign alliances, we can make guarantees, we can support rebels, and we can have more possible rivals. Let's do it! We are now known as the tribal kingdom of Haudenosaunee around the world. Well, I kind of hope that the color changed like it does in Hearts of Iron, so we could get rid of piss yellow. I'm assuming that once we unpause for a little bit, that our power ranking from 958. Wait, around the world? Yeah, around the world. Yeah, it'll change our power ranking. But we did get a new flag. That's the most important thing. We got a new flag. I don't know why it's stuck at this color. I want more Hearts of Iron influence when you change the flag and the color scheme of your nation simultaneously. All right, what did you guys all redeem? Let's get these out of the way. I'm just gonna go in no particular order. Yeah, the flag's purple would have been great on the map. Yeah, the flag is purple and white, so our color should be kind of purple. Little things. Little things. Bim Bop. Okay. Sure. Bin Bim Bop. Oh, that's gonna be hard to say. Then we have, I'm not doing that overtly esoteric. Give me a real name. Elon Musk is in chat trying to make a name. I'm not doing PPPP Po Peepo. Robot Mystic. Text-to-speech donations on 15,000 plus concurrent streams want their money back. Come up with a different one. All of these. UNAKUNA. Kua Pua. It's not even gonna fit on the screen. Hamaman Nakuna Kua Pua. You guys can't just face roll cat on keyboard every time. It goes kind of crazy. I'm also not naming one of these locations Suck on D. Dugon guys, so come up with another one. You guys are, I'm never doing this again. You guys are about to price yourself out of channel point redemptions. You understand? Okay. Well, the town is going to be the town of... one of these other ones. Floppa, Lapa, Tapa from Mars to Pants. This is so long. Wait, and now it's called the town of. I have many regrets. This is not one of yours, right? I can't even tell. Hethel, you guys are going too hard on the apostrophe names. Oop, I misspelled it. I misspelled it again. Hethelfreet. Name Nat Found D. Name not found. Canon Chin. What is this? Canon Shahaz. What am I saying? The powerhouse of the cell. She sells seashells. Okay. How many more are there? We need... Who are the people that got rejected? Dugon Guy, you need a new one. Robot Mystic, you need a new one. And Overtly Esoteric, you need a new one. It can be two different words as well, because they got C Ayatsinta. Really scraping the barrel. Peepo Bo Mimo. Okay. Okay, sure. Can't mint no gold. I can't. Okay. This is so stupid. And who is the last one that chat? Where's Dugong guy? Now I'm suspicious that this is supposed to say anything. What does it say? Kamam? Bawa. Common Bawa. What is that? What am I saying? Am I saying something? All right, I found it. We're done. We got them all. We got them all. Well done. Good job. Let me save the game so I don't have to do that again. I probably shouldn't have saved over that, because whatever. It's fine. Now I need to go through and systematically check all the new territory that we just picked to see what their buildings are. Example, charcoal kiln. Off. In Bim Bim Bop. Hethelfried. You've got a clay pit, which actually is, I think, necessary at the moment. Barely have a surplus. And a rural cloth maker. Let's check on cloth supplies. 0.7, how much does this produce? 0.4. So this is not, I mean, it says plus potential profit, so we'll just let it go since it makes money. And the market village can make whatever you want. Let's say sand in the glass. We'll do the town last. By the way, Xenophanes, I saw you earlier. Thank you, Xenophanes, again for the sub. I think I just, for some reason, panicked that I missed. .84 positive seems like a lot, but we are gonna need stone for different buildings, so I'll just leave it operational unless it stops turning a profit. Festival grounds, I haven't even seen this. Is this a peasant building? Yeah, peasant power up, food consumption up. So they built this for themselves, the peasants did. Name not found. Another mason. They have 6,000 people here, dude. We got so many peasants that we can make buildings for. We just gotta figure out how to advance. No buildings here. 1,000 peasants in Kaningen House. Can you afford to move capital? Who said I wanted to? What if I just want to build a town of my own? I don't think I want to move capital. I'm firmly in between all of my territories, so that's the best I'm going to get control-wise. Most of my money is coming from the western side, so if I move to the southeastern corner, we have a huge control issue with everything else. So we're good. I think, anyway. Clay pit. Okay, yeah, leave the clay pits. Market village. Making rings. I'm gonna have them make weapons? Nothing. Mitochondria, you got your change. Kamambawa. Kamambawa, no buildings for you. This is like the fringe of this territory. Nothing in Can't Mint, no gold. Can't Mint, no gold. And Pipo Bomimo has one market village with not enough people. I don't know why they built this, to be honest. Barely any profit. Just gonna leave it as. She sells seashells. I haven't really been looking at you guys as RGOs. 48 people in this fruit RGO. We got a lumber RGO. So yeah, in the new places, 2 wild game and fiber crop in the last one that we annexed. She sells seashells. You've got fruits, Peepo. You've got lumber, wild game up here in Can't Mint No Gold. There's iron here that we can't mine in Kamambawa. Whose was Kanincha House? Whose is that? Did I just make that up? That was Francis Alexander's. It was you. Okay. Lumber there. Fruit in mitochondria. 3 separate legumes. We ain't running out of food anytime soon. Wild game and more lumber. And then in terms of the tameable land, 2 lumber and a fiber. Okay, now the actual town. Flopalapatapa. I don't know if we do dashes, actually. Hold on. We're condensing this into Flopalapatapa as a separate... I guess it'd be Topa. Flopalapatopa. So here's our town. Yeah, 1% proximity. The first order of business, in my opinion, is to build a road from our current capital to the town. Because we know for a fact we're gonna want to build a town in our current capital, right? I'm gonna see max pop. 105k, max pop. 96k. So we actually have higher population capacity in the hills for some reason. Not sure where our buffs are coming from. The river flowing through is actually plus 10%. Development is 4. Maybe it's our development. Their development is only 16. They don't get the river bonus though, so we get a river bonus. Something like that. I have no idea. So the closest road is boom boom, like boom boom boom, but you could go down here if we wanted. And then over to this. So we could go boom boom boom. I'll give Manor Lords credit for the soundtrack for sure. I'll give them credit for the soundtrack. These are both 60s, so it's just a matter of... I'd rather have lumber than game. Let me see what a road would cost to go here. 184. 111. So it's significantly cheaper just to go straight across. Significantly cheaper. 225 total. But that seems like the #1 desire that we need. Still gonna be crazy expensive, but that's what we gotta do. All right, now let's look at the town proper. They've got legumes, which are whatever. Food is food. Now our food is going to be a collective whole. So we're going to get to see how much food everything is producing while we're here. They got a temple with 50 people in it. It's doing 33% of its work because they need goods that we don't have. The only goods we have are glass and cloth. We have no paper, beeswax, copper, or tools. Local max literacy for clergy for them. Max control 5%, unrest down. They also have a level 2 dye maker, which... we have a surplus of. There's barely any demand. How is demand for dyes also dyes? Infinitely. In an infinite loop. The only thing that is demanding dyes is dyes right now. I have no idea. Do people just like dyes? Trading red for blue. They built a slave market. Monthly enslavement plus 20. Wait, what? Is that a population category, or like how is that even tracked? It's operating at 50%. Increases local burgers, increases pop assimilation, gives you a trade advantage and more burgers capacity. Wait, that's the marketplace. Sorry. Operating at 0, so it's not even operational. I don't know if they built this or if it was. We're gonna turn that off. Tailor's Guild is making some cloth. Fine cloth. It's a special kind of cloth, which we do have a little demand for. Nobles, burghers, and clerics. Nobles, burghers, clerics in the town. Oh, dude, it highlights if you zoom out far enough. Oh, that's actually... oh, it's highlighting everyone. Is it highlighting all nobles? Okay, never mind. Never mind, I thought it was useful. And then we got the marketplace, which is operating at 50%. We need to get it to fully activate. They need beeswax and paper. Apparently we haven't discovered beeswax. The Potter's Guild is making a ton of pottery, but it would be if it was functional. We are 0% due to lacking tools. I don't think we have any way to make tools. It needs a tools guild, which itself needs... oh, we can. We can build a tools guild. Oh, that should be our, like, #1 building. We need to make a tools guild. We can use stone to make tools. 0.7 stone equals 0.25. It's the least efficient way, but it's for sure what we need to do. Tools workshop, iron foundry, and an iron mill. Okay. That'll be our first objective. And that will allow some of these other buildings to crank on, like the Potter's Guild, which has 200 people in it doing nothing. 200 people show up to work every day at the Potter's Guild, and they just look at the lumps of clay and the piles of wood, and they wonder what could be. I aim to show them what could be. Under my new leadership, I will teach you how to build tools because your previous rulers were incapable of such pursuits. I will revolutionize your industries. The AI is too dumb to build a tools workshop, I guess. They were the only ones who could. And then they got a Spinner's Guild, which is spitting out cloth. Lots of cloth. But it takes fiber. And it's pretty much all they got. They have 7,000 extra pops here. So lots of ceiling. Lots of ceiling. Okay, so now that we've got kind of an inventory of what is going on here, Potential profit here is pretty high also. For only 200 people. We're going to have the most profit maxed buildings for this town. We just need to figure out how to get control. We're going to have 0 control when the month rolls over. So let's just have the month roll over first. And then make our decisions from there. So it looks beautiful right now. Look at all this control. Wow. So much money. Also, let's double check that we're not spending 0.5. It did cancel. It did cancel. All right, we can take down Diplo spending to 0. This has nothing to do diplomatically. We are the only people right now. We also could use some stability spending, in my opinion, but we'll have to mess with that after we move the cabinet. 117k pop. I just looked up there. It's so beautiful. The number goes up so good. Over 100,000 strong in our Haudenosaunee kingdom. 2.36 gold per month. That's gonna change. So we're taxing the commoners. We have burgers now. Chad, we have burgers. A whole class of people that we didn't have before. This is gonna change all of our dynamics. What do they get for estates? A brand new estate. These are the city folk in Flopalapatopa. So they have market fairs is their only privilege right now, which raises monthly prosperity as well as decentralization. It gives them 25% power and 5% happiness. Don't know. That's not too bad. Let me see what you can give them for privileges. Lots of things. Holy. Allow trade sponsorship. Market attraction doesn't matter for us at all. Building cost down. Move toward plutocracy. Burgers are allowed to build roads. That seems like you want this. It also moves towards centralization. Is there anything wrong with building roads? Is there ever a downside to building roads? I look over at chat and the first thing I see is you can give them a policy to build roads. Just slow down. We're reading all of them, brother. Okay? You don't... I'm gonna buckle you in the back. No, they'd rather build their 8th tar kiln. I think the only thing is whether you want or dislike centralization. Decentralization does give a pretty large... I respect the 5% estate equilibrium. That is pretty good. But centralization is what we ultimately want for the crown power and the proximity cost. So we do want to start moving toward it. But it's going to take a lot to get past. We're plus 39 right now. 0.39. So they're going to get that. Commercial Advisory Council. Trade capacity doesn't matter. Capital economy probably doesn't matter for us right now. Capital economy makes buildings cheaper, lowers food production, increases production efficiency. So that's... you know, good long term. Right now we have food and population capacity and raw materials output. We do need raw materials, so I'm fine with where we're at there. I wonder how pissed the nobles are. You know, imagine being the nobles and the clergy, and then a new class shows up, and they're just like, yep, we live in the city. All of my nobles are like, but we don't get to live in any cities. How come you didn't build us a town? Max tax for burgers way down, but inflation goes down. Doesn't really matter. Gold and silver doesn't matter because we don't have any. Plutocracy progress. There's a lot for plutocracy. That's the like burger focused one. More burgers in towns, more burger power, more trade, cost of court down. So to be honest, it just probably is better, but I don't really care right now. Guild investment, innovative. We do want innovative because innovative is cultural, well, actually, it's the 10% max literacy, but the stability investment's crazy. It cannot push further than 8. So we're very traditionalist. We don't really need to try and push it right now, I don't think. Production efficiency is good. There's the capital economy, which moves away from the traditional economy again that we were just looking at. Navy, maritime, trade. All right, so really the only one here that we need is building road rights. For now. Which is going to upset the nobility, the clergy, and the commoners, since we just granted them that right. Allow rich burghers to develop infrastructure by building roads. Sick. But here's the thing, burghers. What do you give me for being happy? Trade advantage? Don't care. Production efficiency? Care a little bit. Care a little bit. But not as much as taxing you. Where's your money? They're lying. They're lying on their tax returns. It stayed 0. We need to stop taxing the clergy quite as much, stop taxing the nobility quite as much. Let's unpause after... Yeah, let's just unpause. But I already know one thing we need to do for sure. Cabinet time. Stabilize. Not as important anymore, but here's the thing. You have no administrative. Does this need administrative? I don't think so. Assimilate pops into our culture. To Onondaga, 46%. Hello? Okay. Okay, what just happened? There we go. Game bugged. Cabinet has been assigned to assimilate pops. So that's gonna help the culture. The reason we need to help the culture is because since we just merged with them, they are considered integrated but not cored. So if we can convert a majority of their pops to us, they will core automatically. If I wanted to, I could use my prestige to accept them in the meantime, but we should still continue to establish the majority for cultural tradition, which will help us in the future, I think. So we could go ahead and just core them now, which I think is probably worth for the control buff. But I want to see how the control dips. Oh, it already has dipped. They have a max control of 11 in their former capital. Out here in the boonies, we have a max control of 5. Oh. You see, you see that? That's what I was waiting on right there. Oh, that's what I was waiting on. Everything goes to 4. While the initial vision of the Great Peacemakers saw the Haudenosaunee unite into a cooperative confederation with no tribe being superior to another, the times have become marked with change. Now the undisputed central leader of the confederation, Eakinus Tayo... Tiana Jangan Otsaningo has pledged to uphold the teachings of the Great Peacemaker and will now lead the 5 nations. She got to see it before she died. She is the Great Uniter. Her mother started it and she finished it 2 generations. It will be strengthened by our leadership. 20 stability, 20 prestige, and we will add a new great law of peace. Governmental reform. What's a government reform? Representing everything from ancient tradition to progressive amendments, reforms outline the shape of the governance. Is that... That's not laws. That's like a different thing, right? Each one is unique, but they give powerful trade-offs or open up unique playstyles. Countries are only allowed a handful of government reforms, but you can increase that with certain advances. Some are major. A country may not have more than one major. So this is the Great Law of Peace plus 2 culture capacity. I haven't even figured out how to get close to our culture capacity. A big stability investment buff, which we were using a bunch earlier, plus 1 possible government reform, plus cabinet seat. Oh, dude, a 3rd cabinet seat is huge. That's the best surprise of all of them. And plus 0.1 tribal cohesion. We have 0.1 right now. Yeah, that doubles it for free. Okay, it's pretty good. That's pretty good, dude. Give me that cabinet seat. Maybe has to tick over the next month. Probably. But we did just get a bunch of prestige. So I'm going to go ahead and accept the new culture, the Kanian Kahaka. I'm not going to lie. It seems kind of easy to core. So click 2 clicks, 10 prestige, take them over to fully accepted, and upon the next month rollover, they will be cored. Like, what's the downside to accepting every culture to automatically core them? I think it's just cheap because they're in the same group as us? Maybe. That might be right. Yeah, we do have a limit of 1.76. But eventually they'll all be converted. Boom, look at those cores. It's cheap because cultural opinion is very high, the 3 check marks. Okay, I gotcha. Their view of our counties and our view of their counties. And their pop satisfaction plays in. So pop satisfaction matters. So we've got full cores on everything. Full cores equals automatically higher control. 20% higher control. Do I have to put... Where do you plug in the reform? Oh, it's enacting. 1st of July, 1385. It's already enacting. It hasn't, it's auto enacting. It takes some time. It takes 2 years. That's not bad. Not bad at all. So we are increasing control in the west. I think we have to stop doing that and increase control in the east. But that is going to be... good for them, bad for them. So I'm curious to see how the money changes. Because I really need to raise control over here to get the benefits of the town. Right? Are the burgers taxable from money yet? Are there like 4 burgers? How many burgers are there? Where do you see the number of people? Hold on. Burgers? There's 1,800 burgers. It's a nice reward. At least I'm glad there's something for forming the country. I am glad too, yeah. I'm glad that there's at least one formable that you get to do. Pat yourself on the back. Make your kingdom. Have a brief moment of happiness before the colonials arrive. Well, what did you guys just do up here? Oh, the settlement is built. Excellent. Excellent news. Trying to get as many settlements cranked out as possible. to... Now we have 126 pop a month. And we want that to keep... Now it's not going to go up from annexing. It's only going to go up from our development. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locations we can build a settlement. And we need to build roads, of course. And we need to... Oh, we can hold parliament. Let's hold a new parliament. So we have 2 places we can hold parliament now. If we call parliament in here, cost of court goes up. No, it's the same thing. If you select the capital, you move towards centralization, but if we pick another location, it will gain parliament location for the duration. Tooltip, please stay. Stay. Tooltip. Tooltip. Locked. Thank you. Tooltip. Slowly move the mouse. Slowly. Don't scare it. You're going to scare the tooltip away. It'll gain parliament location plus prosperity plus local monthly development plus max control plus monthly control for the duration. Uh-oh, I didn't get to read the rest of it. While we move toward decentralization. We are currently heavily decentralized, which is good for satisfaction equilibrium, but nothing else. Versus crown power and proximity cost. I like the idea of the control there, but we're going to get that up anyways. So I'm just going to hold parliament where we've always held parliament for now, I think. In our current capital. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to do a new census for the population growth bonus? Gravel network will be good if we can actually build a road. We can't afford a road, so maybe next time. Expand the gravel road network. 2 different people want it. The burgers are there. Promote the clergy. The nobles in Laterus Amundus. Laterus Amundus. Laterus Amundus will become a town? For free? What the hell? Huh? It's gonna save me like 400 gold. Clerical cabinet or noble cabinet? I mean, it's not really a choice, is it? It's gonna go right here. So we're gonna have a town here, town here, town here. It's not bad. It's on the river. Let me look at its other statuses. It's flat land, so it's not hilly. It looks hilly, but it's not apparently. Continental, it's good. Woods is just gonna be the way it is. Road building time up, but more population capacity, food production, less war frontage, less development growth, more movement cost, attacker penalty in combat. It doesn't get the bonus from river? Oh wait, it should. Yeah, it does. That's not one of these bonuses. That's like a population bonus. 109k, yeah, river flowing through. It's the province capital. Oh, I mean, that's... Yeah, no, we're doing that. Yeah, we're doing that one. Parliament, I'll do whatever it takes. Promote urbanization. It is evident the way forward lies in promoting urbanization of our major towns to grow our power base. You won't lose out on less RGO because they grow legumes. Just having a town... I guess I should read all the town things. Increases possible nobles, clerics, and then 200 burghers, 200 laborers, 100 soldiers, 25 building levels, 5% max control, 20,000 local pop capacity. That's a lot. 10% to full local pop capacity on top of that. Local food capacity for stockpiles. Lowers food production. That'll affect the legumes and speed of integration. How does it affect RGOs? They just have a lower max RGO. I wish that was just on the tooltip. I guess I could just look at this one. Yeah, they have like 1 out of 3. How do you see their percentage? Because I know you can manipulate it. Base value for every location is 2K. Population up, development up, literacy up, land up, earth data up, mills up. It doesn't even say town as a debuff. Maybe just rural gets a bonus? And everything's rural? Yeah, rural settlement is plus 100. So it's not a debuff, it's just rural is a buff. All right, that's confusing, but we figured it out. Yeah, that's fine, because what is it here? Legumes? Legumes. This is huge. Things are escalating very quickly. Let's do it. If we select your capital, cost of court doesn't matter. So now we have to get it to pass. So I'm not gonna, we have 180 days of court. So I'm gonna wait on these. I wanna see what my support goes up to. It starts at 24, it might increase. Burgers on my new favorite estate, hell yeah. Maybe it won't increase. The serfdom movement. The Grand Council. All right, we got other things to do. Following its founding by the great peacemaker Dagon Awida, the Haudenosaunee Confederation have been governed by the Grand Council, a collection of 50 chiefs, though in recent times under Iacoinas. Tayana Janengan Otsaningo, a singular figure, has wielded great power in the Confederation. The Grand Council has maintained a large influence on its governance. Our leader must adhere to the Grand Council. We get the Grand Council government reform or disobey them. All right, ad's about to start. I will save this until the ad is done because we've got some shit. We got a unique event all for us. And I gotta figure some things out. We got a lot to figure out here. Suddenly the content deluge. The floodgates are open, but brace yourself for the ad real quick. I'm gonna take a bathroom break while that is firing off and then see where this goes. Exciting. Disobey them. I wonder if it's gonna be a debuff then. My real question is, we only have 1 slot, and this other reform is gonna open a 2nd slot, so how are we gonna get a 3rd slot? Is it gonna replace the first one? The Haudenosaunee Clan Mothers. Ooh, it might replace that one, actually. Or this one might replace, I don't know. Not sure, but that's awesome. Yeah, this is really cool, actually. I like this a lot. There's more unique content in the Haudenosaunee Kingdom formation than there is in the Ritsuyo government type for Japan in CK3. Okay, sorry. I gotta get a jab in every chance I get. I'll be right back, 1 sec. Hey, what up? We're back. Thank you for waiting. Had to go check on Alice, see what she's up to. She got a Switch 2, got it all set up. Now we got two Switch 2. Got it. We have two separate save files and everything. My Switch 2 is busted because my controllers are... the detachment from the controller doesn't work anymore. I gotta send it in eventually. I can still play games on it though. I'm like 2/3 to 3/4 done with Final Fantasy X, which is a Switch 1 game, but I never beat it, so I gotta finish it. I gotta see how the story ends. It's a good game. It's a damn good game. Anyway, welcome back. Let's see what this is all about. Must adhere to the council historical event, and this is the historical option that the country in history also took. Never seen that before because we've never seen a bespoke event until now. 7 stability and this reform. Comprised by 50 chiefs of the 5 nations, the Grand Council carries out the principles of the Great Law of Peace. Their governance requires all 50 chiefs to reach consensus before affairs can continue. To be honest, it doesn't do that much compared to the other one. +1 possible government reform. Plus 15% efficiency of the cabinet, which is great. It does make the nobles more powerful. The 5% satisfaction equilibrium is very good, and we lose 5% crown power, but that's not very much. We talked about that yesterday. When you think 5% crown power, you think you're losing 1/20th. You're not losing 1/20th. It seems like that, but you're really not. You're losing like... Our base is 19.54, and we already have +20, +20, +11, so we're just losing 5 off of this additive stack, which isn't too bad. For 15% better cabinet officials. Plus it adds the +1 reform, so it doesn't replace anything else. It makes its own spot. And the 5% equilibrium's pretty good. If I deny them, we just lose 7 stability and the nobility get unhappy? Disobeying them is not really a penalty, it's very mild. I like this event, but I think the rewards and the downside should be... Like, disobeying should have its own unique government reform also, in my opinion. Similar to taking one of 2 fork in the roads paths in Hearts of Iron is always my go-to. The national focus tree comes to mind. I feel like I'm picking between 2 different mutually exclusive national focuses. I can't figure out why you wouldn't pick the Grand Council. So I feel like I'm walking into a trap. Unless it leads to other events in the future that they have a say on. Yeah, like disobeying could have a crown power buff. Yeah, exactly. It should have its own unique reform. I'm gonna go with that. Take the top one. Now we got 2 coming in. All right, what was I doing before that popped up? I don't remember. There was that interrupted something else I was doing. What was I? Oh, yeah, Parliament. Duh, Parliament. So we got serfdom movement. The nobles want this. We lose 5 prestige, that's not bad. We change towards serfdom. 5 towards serfdom out of 100. Serfdom, we can tax the peasants more. they eat more food, they put out more raw materials. If they're free, they eat less food, they promote faster, and we get free monthly prosperity. And then the clergy want us to increase opinion with a random tribe. Which seems easy. But it's only 7.5%. Nobility get pissed? Why? Evil Leap changes stance in the debate, and they realize that we are correct. Their support is most welcome. I think the serfdom movement is totally fine to do for 5 prestige. We just gained 5 prestige from that event. 5 towards serfdom is fine. We get 25% support. And then our society has strayed too much from our roots. We must push toward returning to our ideals and embrace serfdom. That's fine. Clergy are a bit unhappy, but we have enough support for parliament. I think we just leave it as that. Are the burgers gonna make money ever or nah? Perhaps not. Serfdom roots? Yeah, I don't know if they know what our roots are. I'm not convinced that they know. They think they know, but they don't. Masonry has a huge surplus. I'm just gonna take that particular building. Building level 1 of 2 and turn it off. Unprofitable buildings. Masons. The market wants more maize and pottery. I'm not surprised. I might go ahead and improve the maize production since it seems so important. And just max the RGO. Get 5,000 peasants on maize. Costs 46 bucks. Where did my money go? Hello? Despite initial resistance to unifying behind a central leader, the warriors of Haudenosaunee have seen a rekindling of tribal unity. While individual warbands would unite in times of war for the Confederation, the consolidation of the warband during times of peace has seen stronger bonds formed. Our enemies should be wary. We get 25 years of strong tribal unity. 20% infantry power, 5% to estate equilibrium. Oh, that's good. 0.1 to stability investment is good, and 15% fort defense. That 25 years is going to end, and I'm going to forget that we lose all these buffs. Parliament and scandal. Rather than attending the sessions personally, some members of the parliament are disturbing the peace, harassing their countrymen. Let it slide and lose prestige, or lose 5% support. That would push me to 49.75. 49.75. Come on, man. I guess I could just increase opinion via nobility instead of losing the I don't know what I can use the prestige on right now anyways, to be honest. So maybe I do just let it slide. All right, let it slide. And then put a little more money into the cost of the court. Where did my money go? Actually, though. Expenses, food. It is winter. Nobility grateful for our favor. Delegation of the nobility came to thank us for favoring them in the government. In fact, they're so grateful that they made a contribution to the treasury. 10% satisfaction and $11. Maybe it's just a winter thing. Market food minus 134. How did we see the total food page before that we were looking at earlier today? Oh, wait, I remember. It's production food. There it is. My lord, our national bank loan has expired. I inherited their bank loan. There's no way they tested this. Wouldn't that have a pop-up on the screen? Instead of... I guess you have to check this. Repay the loan. We have repaid the loan. We inherited their stupid loan. Gotta take on this, check this debt. Oh, that's the debt we took earlier. Well, we paid it back. No problem. The nobles just paid it for them. Anywho, the food tab. So Anyataka has taken 5.6 food. Because we don't have tools. They can't hunt without tools, right? Not the whole thing. There were not enough tools to do this. So if we build them the ability to make tools in our town, we could do it in the other town. Because we have 60 control there. Dude, we're about to do it. 13 days left to promote urbanization. Laterus Amundus is about to have a town. I did not expect this to happen so fast. This is kind of cracked, actually. Parliament has promoted urbanization, and Laterus Amundus has become its own town. The nobles there all gained everyone gained satisfaction who's in that area. Huge. Huge. Things are starting to pop off. So, Legumes goes down in RGO max level, but we a town now, and there's not too many people here, but they have 2,600 plus 500 peasants-ish. What's interesting is they have an 8,188 population, but their new population cap is 157K because of the town. The town just came in and raised their pop cap by 50K. So what's interesting is, because their population is lower, we can now potentially make a settlement there. Or no. I was wondering if you could stack. No, you can't. Okay. That would have been cheesy. You probably can't build a settlement in anywhere there's a town, I would guess. So since we have the much higher control here because of proximity, it is going down to 51%. But this one is only going up to 45%, and that's with somebody pushing it along. I still think it's good to build the tool maker there. So let's make our first town building. There could be other things that are amazing, but the Tools Guild just seems like easy first step, right? It opens up food. It opens up a lot of other buildings. We can use stone to put the tools out in limited form. It's going to employ 200 burgers. Are there 200 burgers here? Let's check that first. Do we have room? How many burgers do we have room for? How did we get burgers in here? Will it create a bracket for burgers? Would be good to promote tribesmen to other strata. I don't know where tribesmen are. I don't see any tribesmen in our borders. We have soldiers and we have peasants. Isn't there a max number of burgers you can have in a town? Where do you see the town info? Like, I know it itself is a town. It's 200 plus 200 possible burgers. How do you see the possible of everything? I guess when it has 6,600. So when it has a bracket, it'll just show you. Okay, we'll just build it. Sorry, I'm just making sure I don't waste my money before I queue it up. One Tools Guild, please. And it'll be ready in about 312 days. Need some masonry. Under construction. All the masons are unprofitable. That's crazy. I can't believe we got another town, dude. Doing some culture assimilation here too. How do you promote pops to another? It just happens. They just kind of fill in. You can increase or decrease speed through various means. So like... I don't know what the best one to look at is, but if you highlight it, it'll tell you how fast they are or aren't promoting. So like this mason, for example, has got room for 500 employment. Is it unprofitable and is laying off pops at a rate of 10% per month? Oh, never mind. They're not promoting. They're just getting laid off. They're just getting laid off. Getting fired from my job at the Mason. So sad. Is it just me or does it seem like it's building hella fast? I guess days are just going by that fast. Promotions on demography. Yeah, this is their... How many peasants were born? 4 became soldiers. But it'll show you the rate on the building itself. If you build the building, it'll have like a rate of promotion. I didn't know. We looked for tribal before making the kingdom and I didn't see any. So I don't know. They're there somehow because they're eating corn. So I don't really know. Because it says demand is need of the tribesmen. But I don't know where the tribesmen are. Probably a map mode. It's always a goddamn map mode. Turb. That doesn't really help. It just means there could be thousands of them. Doesn't seem like there's that many. Okay, we don't need to be pumping stability this much, I don't think. Maybe like 0.15. Bring down the court. Tribal cohesion down. Can we tax the burgers now? They're making a little bit more money. Clergy, can we tax a little more? Because they all got that boost to equilibrium, right? There's so many buffs and debuffs for like 2%. How do you even keep track of this? I don't remember what the most recent ones were, but I do remember seeing that they got a little buff. I like them to have a little buffer. I don't like them to be at 50%, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, look at the nobility tax. Holy, going from like 0.54 to like 0.82, 0.89. 3 gold a month? Let's go. We're gonna start raising that. We need to snowball gold at this point. which we're gonna do via control. If we can just establish control everywhere and build some infrastructure and keep... Oh no, our chancellor died at 59. Cabinet member. After being attacked by a wild animal at 59? Damn, it's crazy out here. That was my 98 administrator. Oh. You'll be missed, Hodo Shahin, Kashish the Wow. I will miss you. So this is a member of the crown. Who is this dude? Our ruler's son. See, the devs didn't... That's what happened. The devs didn't make matriarchy in the game. We are a clan of mothers. We are a matriarchy. So they coded inheritance for women, but they didn't code any of the cabinet seats. You can't have women on your cabinet without paying an exorbitant amount. So the only people who are de facto able to be hired are men. So none of our daughters, unless we pay. You can do it, but you have to like... I don't know, is she not even here? Where is she? Current role, courtier. Who's our heir? Dude, they coded it so funkiliciously. Apparently, before we knew that this person was going to become the queen, because her older sister died, so she was not the heir, we allowed her daughter to go be married to another tribe. And so now she's no longer in line for inheritance. So she can't like come back and do it. It just lazily skips to the second character who is here in our court and is like, well, she's your heir now, I guess. So this is our heir now, I guess. So if you don't want an heir, you can just marry them off to some, like, well, they have to invite you to be married. But yeah. Very, very unfortunate. What are we doing here? We're trying to do something administratively. Is there a list of all people in your court somewhere? A courtier list, if you will? Our son might be the best option, and he's part of the estate. Which I don't know if it matters. Budget CK3 mechanics? Kinda, yeah. I wonder if there's a page that shows you all the people in your court. Because we ostensibly have a bunch of siblings who we could grant cabinet rights for 20 cohesion. But I need a list of them. I don't want to have to go through one by one and look at everybody individually. Because we got all these children and you shape their education loosely and then you can't find them afterward. There's a people tab, maybe under culture. There's a people tab. Own rebels only. What? That's rebels. Characters. Holy, finally. She's kind of old, 53. That's kind of old to be paying 20 cohesion for a cabinet, but she is kind of goated. You know what? What else are we gonna spend cohesion on? Get Aliquippa in here. We need some ladies on the council. She has been granted the right to serve on the council. There she is. She's got a balance of diplomacy and administrative abilities, which is good. All right, anyway, as we were. You can use the filter to search by crown. That's cool too. Like on this page. Mini filter. Ooh, suddenly going from no towns to 2 towns. This is crazy. We have researched intensive agriculture, which gives us the following benefits. 10% food production. You know, we could actually... I kind of joked about probably not needing the food production, but after what I've been seeing here, where we struggle a little bit during the winter with all these people, because we got at least one province that really doesn't make any food yet until we make the tools. This is good. 10% food. But I guess what I want to know is, if we look at food being made, where do you see your total, like, food bonuses? Right here, I guess. So 10% is not going to make a massive difference because it's like just additively put on top. But it's still something. Maple syrup in there. Rivers, a little bonus. Mountains are minus 20. Oof. Bad for food. Maximum RGO size in towns and cities is getting researched next. That actually turned out to be shrewd and predictive on my part. You know, like I sort of guessed that we would start getting into the town business around now, and we are. I don't know if we need to go straight into founding town costs, so I might cancel this one. And then work on maybe max literacy for clergy and burghers? It's pretty good. What music is this, chat? This is Lineage 2? It's pretty good. I like it. Improve relations, subject loyalty, subject opinion. None of this really matters. Hey, look, that would have been nice, huh? Diplomatic annexation cost down. Proximity cost is actually cool. Navy and blockades is not really our thing, as you might imagine. Army, infantry, peasant levy. All right, so this is all the military stuff. So I might actually go impact, agenda impact for all the people. That way it helps with parliament. And then just hit them with the max literacy for clergy. And the max literacy for burghers, and just start raising everybody's literacy rate. I can't speak apparently. Volks, are you typing enough, brother? Coming here swinging, man. Like a wrecking ball. Spam City. Just coming here yapping. Just coming here yapping. To no one in particular. Well, maybe not no one in particular. The burghers request privileges. The burghers have grown increasingly resentful of the power of the nobility, and particularly their lack of opportunity in the higher ranks of government. Their only route into power is to marry into poor but well-titled families or to pry open positions in government circles by demanding greater privilege from the queen. Grant them land rights. I think absolutely not. Such privileges are for the nobility. Yeah, I think absolutely not. You guys can suck it. Make the nobility happier. They've been around for 2 months. Yeah, they just showed up making demands. You guys, what are you guys building? Fruit orchard? Well, our first ever tools guild just got built. Our brand new class of townspeople burghers need 100 and it says 0 of 130. So what am I misunderstanding here? How do we get more than 130? Oh, no, it's going up. All right, it's just going up. How do you see your maximum? I forgot to give my burghers the ability to build roads. Well, here's the thing about that. It's kind of not a good game design decision because it's not a decision. It's just something you automatically have to do. You know what I mean? Like if too many roads is not a thing, then it's incorrect to not pick. I hate auto pick choices. There needs to be some kind of actual cost benefit analysis to every decision, and clearly that's the most powerful one. But yeah. Like, it's cool that there are ways for them to build stuff on their own and be helpful, but there needs to be a lot more of that. Like, why not have that for the peasants so that you can allow the peasants to build certain types of buildings with privileges, for example. It's crazy to have a caste-based class system and somehow the peasants are allowed to do whatever the hell they want. They're not peasants if they can do whatever the hell they want. There's no maximum, they add a minimum amount. It says possible burghers, how many can live in this location? Plus 200. So I kind of don't believe you. Possible burghers, how many can live here? Plus 200. I don't believe you. Possible cabinet actions. We currently have the capacity to instruct our cabinet to do more. Oh my god, you know what that means? It means that our first great law of peace, great reform. I don't know if it's a great reform, actually. It might just be a reform. Yeah, it's just a reform. It's great to me. Is there only 200 of them in the other town? There's 1,800. And 550 are not doing anything. But also, I don't know what they did to their town before I got here. So, who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Either way, it kind of doesn't matter right now. It's sort of just debating something that doesn't matter. So, who cares? Possible cabinet actions. Let me get this other cabinet member assigned. I gotta figure out what we want the cabinet member to do first. Oops. Possibly just double dip assimilation for a little bit. Or maybe just strengthen some tribal cohesion. It's not that important, but it is nice to have because it is a currency we can spend on other events. Let me go back to the character page. Why are all the only talented rulers are so old? This Aliquippa is already a cabinet member. We don't really have anybody that is... This person's pretty just generically balanced. It says that they're aiming to build charcoal kiln. Oh no, not again. In one sentence, tell me how U5 is and rate 1 to 10, please. No, you use 2 sentences to tell me to write 1 sentence, okay? Hypocrite. Figure it out your damn self. Tell me what to think, but keep it short enough that my Zoomer attention span can understand it. I don't know which of these people to hire. I think I'm just gonna pick the middle of the road dude for a third guy. I don't know what strict does. He's a noble. I still don't know what the what does it matter if you appoint a noble or clergy to your cabinet? I haven't seen anything. This dude's name is crazy. Kanyanikwi Teahan Wakakwatha. Teahan Wakakwatha. Whew. Just kind of like a average generic across the board dude so he can be flexible. I think is solid. And then I wouldn't mind doing some pop migration attraction, but I haven't really figured. Let me see the population distribution. That's not what it is. This one. Where do we need more people to move to? Do we have 10,000 in the capital? We got some 10,000 strong province locations. Pretty good. I don't know. I don't really know if I need people to be somewhere. Could do development. Could just double assimilate. How can you double assimilate, but you can't double control? It's kind of interesting, right? I wonder why that is. All right, from hours. Click. Click. Please? Please? No? Click. Okay. Up in the north. Because we need to core those territories too. Well, no, we already cored them. We did already core them. Make the second town bigger. I mean, it's fine for now. There's 2,000 people there. Actually, sorry, there's almost 5,000 people there that can work for now. And I want to make sure that our culture is unified. Three whole cabinet seats. Dead. In real time. Oh man. Kanukung Onioteke has died at 63, an unlikely hunting accident. That was the god diplomat, good military. It's very rude. Just died right in front of my eyes. Might pick this person. 71 diplomacy, 53 military is okay. This is related to us. How? I think she's just another chiefess from before. But anyway, there's an icon on your government tab with a blue circle indicating what it does, but it's tiny paradox logic. What? Government tab. This? Remaining time for the next trait, 17 years. Nope, not that. What are you talking about? Cabinet efficiency, 29%. Higher random courtier. I was trying to figure out how to tell what, oh, there's a head of cabinet? Until his death, we lose cohesion. He gets a bonus for head of cabinet. Cannot be removed, plus 25% efficiency, cannot lead armies, is head of the cabinet. Ooh. Costs 15 gold, though. Fleeman, once again, I don't think you know what we're talking about here, brother. I don't think you know what we're talking about. Chat, how do you see what... Do you know how different cabinet members can be nobility or clergy or royalty? What does that do to us? How do I find out what that does to us? It seems like it doesn't do anything. Doesn't matter. I haven't noticed any change from putting different people on our cabinet. We got 3 nobles. How do you increase cabinet seats? We just got our 3rd one from making the Hadanasani Kingdom. If you're not us and you can't make Hadanasani Kingdom, then good luck. It just kind of happened. Gives a state power. No, it doesn't. All right, I'm timing you out now. Gotta do it, brother. Gotta do it. People just say stuff. They just say stuff. Wait, it does! All right, you're back. I just say stuff. 8% power. You're technically right, but it's inconsequential. I brought you back. 8% does, like, but here's the thing, right? Them having power doesn't do anything for us. It doesn't do anything. I haven't noticed any impact of shifting the dynamics of power here. So I don't have any incentive to pick one or the other. All right, who was I even gonna assign to this? I'm getting lost in the weeds. We need somebody, I think it was military and diplomacy. I was just gonna pick this dude because they have 80 diplomacy. I don't know, only the nobles are worth anything for these is what I'm finding. But yeah, that like 8% power didn't even move. They're still 39%. Oh wait, it hasn't updated yet. It's mostly if you're under 25% crown, you get penalties. How do you even boost crown power on purpose? Because if I take nobility power away from them and give it to someone else, then I'm not increasing crown power. I'm just increasing the other faction. Harasan, it can't make a head of cabinet without not being a tribe, so we don't have to worry about that. All right, I have 51 books. What am I gonna build? How are the tools? How are the tools? 200 people making tools via stone. We have a surplus of tools, but farming villages, maintenance, and needs of the laborers. No shot that it renamed the entire market to the Flopalapatopa market. Who chose that name? That's now the permanent name of the whole market. I have the attention span of a goldfish. You and me both. You and me both, brothers. Okay, what the hell am I doing, dude? What am I doing, man? It's kind of late. I'm trying to hang in there, but I don't know what's going on anymore. Maybe if I just go backward. Okay, the tools. It's the tools because wild game needs tools. 0.1 out of 0.4, so it's not that much, but it's 0.2 when you add in the other wild game, because there's a bunch of wild game. It's like... There's like 5 wild game in here, so it should be a 0.5 somewhere. There should be a 0.5 on tools somewhere. Because each one is going. How are we not consuming 0.5 tools? Demand is 0.07 on tools. All right, dramatic music. Requirements for construction, 0.1 out of 0.5. Wait, that's just to build? Like the next level of the RGO? But was it not built before? We couldn't build, like, they were at that has to be an oversight, right? The Native Americans start with wild game in their borders that they cannot use because they don't have tools. Then when you make the tools, then you can get the wild game, but then you don't need the tools anymore. Because all the wild game spots were 0%. Very confused. But it seems like they're all working now, which means food should be way up. Food is way up across the board. We got positive food as far as the eye can see. 75 food coming from the Flopalapatopa market. But yeah, all of our wild game was inaccessible until we just made tools. Interesting. So now I need to find what things use the tools that we can build that would be beneficial for us to build. Irrigation, bridges, the stone quarry, lumber mills, fiber crop farms, sand pit, market warehouse. The increased volume of goods demand an increase in our capacity to store them through the construction of a warehouse. Oh, so you have more of a surplus for preparation for things? Very interesting. Plus 200 stockpile capacity. Fascinating. So like right now... Where's the good stockpiles? Is it not on the goods page? We literally just looked at this earlier. It was a little circle around each resource. Oh no, it's not a circle, it's just a little bar. Little green bar. The little green bar. So like we have 282 spare legumes. So like if we wanted more of a stockpile for some reason, then that's how we would do it, is getting a warehouse. I think it's a bit premature for that. But it's cool to know that the building exists. The stud farm. It needs horses to make horses. Okay. Overseas trading post? No. Irrigation? The proper cultivation of our land is the key to feeding our people and achieving prosperity. Plus 1,000 local population capacity, plus 5% food production. So it's like a food production buff. Okay, we can also build a mission, which is tribesmen to peasants conversion plus 50%. Monthly religious conversion plus 100. And 5% disease resist. So you can, wait, you can build missions outside your current territory to start converting them before you even expand there. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, rural building, foreign building. It converts them into your religion, so they're easier to like bring into the fold. Very historical. The bailiff can't build this building type for reasons. Fiber crops, carpenter guild. We make furniture. What's crazy is we actually can make furniture. I just don't know. It says that there's potential. I assume people want furniture. From simple beds and tables to more elaborated ones. Oh no. From plain wood or even stone to more expensive materials, furniture will serve any purpose and fit any taste and budget. That's got to be a people need. Chat, what's the game that has increasing people needs as time goes on? Am I thinking of Farthest Frontier from recently? But not RimWorld. I know you're gonna say RimWorld, but like, as the game progresses, the peoples want more specific resources. I feel like this game would benefit from some kind of system like that. Anno does that? I don't really play Anno, so I can't reference it. How do we determine demand for furniture? That's exactly my question, yeah. You sort of just have to assume, the game assumes that you know that your population needs and wants specific things, and then you fill those needs. Your population doesn't come to you and tell you, like, hey, we really want this kind of stuff, which would be great if they did, because it would give you some gameplay directions. But you sort of just have to fill in the gaps and assume that they'll buy stuff. Hang on, the tannery though. The tannery though. If you click on a thing, it will say pop needs. Hold on. So like Carpenter's Guild, furniture. This one doesn't say pop needs. Pops do start demanding goods once they're exposed to them, which can be a problem if you lose access to it. I don't hate that is like, that seems like an interesting mechanic, but they need some way, since you have omniscient knowledge of all things that can be built, to clue you in that it might be beneficial for you to build for that reason. You know what I mean? Because it's treating your pop like they're not omniscient, but it's treating you like you are omniscient because you can see every building that can ever be made. So you need to clue in the player to what they might want to build. All right, we need a different soundtrack now. It's too much action. Let's see. How about... Not really relevant to what we're doing, but I'm going to play it anyway, just to see if it's a good soundtrack or not. Ugh. There are 2 rice provinces in Italy that get all of Europe addicted to it. That's funny. Oh, I remember what I was going to look at. I wanted to look and see... Wild Game... We currently have a surplus of 4.82 because suddenly, now that we've invented tools, every wild game RGO's going crazy. So we should build a tannery to try to take advantage of this huge surplus, right? The other thing that wild game gets you is food. It gets you 3.5 food as well, but wild game is a resource in addition to the food. Tannery is a great idea because leather is used in a bunch of things, especially military things, barracks, armories, conscription centers, regimental camps, and then cotton, tobacco, paper, many things. We do not currently need more leather. Yeah, we have too much leather, but it's just something to think about. It's not my first priority, but it's really hard to keep track of all this, as you can see, but I'm learning slowly. How much is a bridge? What does a bridge do? Movement cost minus 10%, proximity minus 5 on the location. A bridge is only 43 gold for a little proximity buff. We can make a brewery now. Give them some beer. What is Distillers Guild? Liquor? We're making moonshine. And a winery. Oh my god, fruit plus tools plus lumber equals wine. That could make the fruit industry boom. The people have to drink wine. That has to be like a people need for sure. Yeah, no, that's gotta be good. What else we got? The fishing village. I don't think we can do a saltpeter guild. They can make saltpeter, but we don't have the ingredients. Lumber mill is just gonna be wood. Stockade is not buildable at the moment. How do you build a stockade? What's the... We can 210 gold. That's the issue. The issue is money. A granary is local. Oh, dude, the local food capacity. To promote people being born. We need those. We need those. Jewelers Guild. Can't build an embassy. Lift Fog of War on a location. Yes. Naval Supplies Guild will make naval supplies, but we don't... Didn't someone already build that? I think the other town built it. Because it's like, oh, it'll be so profitable. Never mind the fact that you don't have half the resources. Okay, here's the idea. Generally, I think going to your list of... Like if I go to the market and then sort by goods balance and look at what's negative, that's usually a good way to do it. I think. Though it's not going to answer everything, because like we just said, they don't know they want wine. We can create that need. So if we can't fulfill any of these needs, like they do want a little bit of coal. Tribesmen, the peasants, the laborers. So I'm going to turn back on the charcoal kiln. Also, there's an ad starting right now. Oh my god, it's already 1? Bro. Where's the time going? Mute for ad. Mute for ad. We should probably just pump corn RGO, right? To level 5. To try to fill that need. That's just free profit for them. It's only 38 control over there is the issue. So we're not really getting that profit. But now there's a town over there, so we need to build a road over here too. we need roads, dude. They're so expensive. It's gonna be $269 to build over here, and it's gonna be $236 to build over there. Holy. All right, I gotta do some stretches, man. I've been streaming a long time. But things are finally happening. We got the kingdom. We got towns. So I'm gonna stretch the legs. So many decisions to make now. All right, what up? Nighttime gamers. Morning gamers, maybe. Get Some water. All right. Roads are expensive. We're making decent money. I'm thinking before we sit here and save up for roads, we try and stimulate the economy. Try to make as much money as we can before we get into the road building, because we can make like a... Let me see what the tax base is here. The possible tax base is like 6. If we could get control over here, suddenly we start... That's the thing, right? Making new buildings isn't the only way to make income. Infrastructure will make us a ton of income. We're losing 61% of our taxes due to no control over this area. So it can possibly be worth it just to save up for road, because we start building roads over here and suddenly everybody has more taxes that they can pay us. Haya Hihi Sawi is the other one. Haya Hihi Sawi. I wish you could like zoom the camera over to it. I know it's right there. The fiber crops. Yeah, I do have labor in the high control area. That's why I'm thinking about making a winery and some other things. We basically have to create new needs for them because their current needs are corn, which we don't have high control over. Does control affect how much of that corn gets to the market? If so, that doesn't really make... I mean, if not, that doesn't really make sense. So there's not enough control for us to tax the people, but there is enough control for them to get 100% of their harvest over to the market and distribute it to everyone. That doesn't really check out. You know what I mean? You would tax that on the way into the market. You can't catch me, so I don't pay taxes. Oh, okay, then how are you stocking the market with corn? Because it says output per level 1.4. Right? So we can math it out. So we should be getting 1.4 times 4. Which would be 5.6. We should be getting 5.6 corn. That's exactly how much corn is on the market. So all the corn makes it to the market, but not the taxes. Sax, I just read what you wrote, but I don't know what you wrote. Colonies will give 0 tax, but give RGOs because the lack of control. Okay. Crack down on illegal corn. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, there's not really any other needs that we can fill, right? They have wool, can't do that. Teeny bit of coal, just turn that on, it'll adjust. There's not really any needs that we can... Niches. We have to create new niches. We need to get our people drunk, I think. Let me see how many buildings we can make here. The building cap is 6. And you can go over it for small penalties, but if, you know, why bother when I could just destroy the tar kiln? Bro, I forget how to do this again. How do you go to all the buildings that are in your thing? Oh wait, hold on. I remember. It's click this. Wait, no, it's click the building, charcoal kiln. Then here they are. This is them. Wait, what? My back button on my mouse is broken. So this one's turned off. So we got two charcoal kilns. How many tar kilns are there in our great nation? It says there's 3. Where's the third one? It's because it auto filters things. The auto filters are screwing this up. Oof. Just let me put my own filters on. So we have way too many of those. I'm gonna delete the tar kiln. Goodbye. Oops, wrong button. Tar kiln deleted. To create space. Now we want to go and find, I think wine makes a ton of sense because let's double check first that we have plenty of fruit. We have an excess of fruit. More supply than demand. The tribesmen are getting the most of it, but we still have like 1.4 overhead. So if we wanted to make, wait, we're not going to be able to build this in the middle of nowhere. It's going to have to go in a town, isn't it? Yeah, it has to go in a town. Oh no. How much control do we have over the town? We have 52 over the town, which is not bad. I don't know what I can build where I have max control that would also be profitable. The game says just build slave market lol. But that goes into town too, and I'm not gonna do that. It still says tar kiln and charcoal kiln. Rural cloth maker 0.21. There's really nothing that we can put in a rural area that's gonna make money. Fancy that. The cloth maker at most. Which we have a surplus of cloth, so I'm not gonna do that. I am gonna make the winery though. I just want to. I think it'd be fun. Slave market is evil. Well, I got bad news for you about how we're treating the peasants right now. A rose by any other name smells just as sweet. In the words of Shakespeare. That's gonna be 35% taxes for you lot, and the nobility get none of those. Now get back to work. All right, wine. So we need wood, tools, fruit equals wine. These are the best places to build a winery. Yep, there's only 2. Profit in 3 years, gonna be 7. That's insane if that's true. I don't think it's true, but we'll see. That would be crazy profit, 6.91 for them, and then we tax that profit. Needs masonry and lumber to build? Easy. All right, one winery coming up. Finally unpaused. Sorry, there's just a lot going on. What can we possibly do diplomatically with our neighbors? Because, wait, did we ever vassalize one of the population centers? Like the tribal pops? Or did we only form an alliance with them? I don't know if we ever vassalized them, did we? I did vassalize? Okay, I believe you. The last time I saw you couldn't figure out the tutorial. At what point are we at now? We have annexed all 4 of our neighbor tribes and created the Haudenosaunee Kingdom. It is a formable that is bespoke and custom to the tribes. We just got our first 2 towns, and we're trying to figure out what all the new buildings do and how to create infrastructure to connect everything up. And it said you couldn't be annexed because they were a different type or whatever. I suppose I can just cut... I don't know what to use my diplomacy for anymore. I'm just going to cut the funding for it. It's already cut. I don't know what you do with diplomacy at this stage for us. The weapon says, what is market access? Market access is not applicable to us, but for other people, when there's competing, I think it's for when there's competing markets. So like our market looks like this. Wait, our market looks like this. It went green. So if there was another market that someone else had built, there are a fair few factors that determine which market you have access to, which is your market access. So whichever one you have stronger market access to, I think you have access to that one. So I think it determines which market you're in. Is that right, chat? You can, yeah, I can kind of see the Cahokia market, but they're rather far. I can only see it in the water, weirdly enough. I don't know why you could see it in the water. The real chat, I can't help you, bro. I don't know how to play the game either. Good luck. Nobility demand increased pensions. Our leader has to employ many methods to keep the unruly nobility in line. Atsuningo, how old are you? 57. One of the most common is cold hard cash. We already grant them a pension in exchange for relinquishing rights. However, their leaders now claim we are not paying them enough and demand their pensions rise if they want to continue to support the Queen. They lose 10% satisfaction. They already have too much satisfaction anyway. I refuse their demands. Can do a little more taxing here. Oh, we're max taxing the clergy. Sick. Shave a little. We'll put some instability. Coming of age. Our ruler's great niece is getting a party. Wine tooltips of the second town had less market access. Oh. So I think what it actually means is how much we could profit off of it due to control issues. So if I build a winery, where are you seeing market access? Let me look at something else as an example. Yeah, I don't know where you're seeing market access. Yeah, I know it was the one that showed 3-year profit, but I don't think it's showing it anymore for whatever reason. All it's showing is that we stand to make more profit in that area because, in this case, we have higher control. So we're getting 52% of the taxes since we have 52 control from this town. We're only getting 48% from this town because we have 48% control. So if I built it here, I would make a little less money because the people who are working in the winery, I'm not able to tax them as effectively as I am when they're in the better control area, I think. So we're kind of working on changing that now. We're trying to get enough income where we can build some roads, and that'll help increase our effective control. So we're at our maximum control over here, and that is with increased control cabinet buff. Why not move the capital to the city? Because our capital is firmly planted in the middle of our kingdom. And so if you move to one side, then you lose control on the other side. So you're just kicking the can down the street. Sure, yeah, we'd raise control in like one small area and then lose all of our control in the other area from proximity. Or we can just stay where we are, right in the middle, which is also on a hill, has a little river next to it, very centralized, and just build a couple roads. Because we have a town over here, we have a town over here on opposite sides, and our capital's in the middle, so I can create town connections. We can eventually build a town here. We can go road to road to road, have everything linked up. Yeah, also moving isn't free. I don't know where this idea comes from, but yeah, moving is one of these buttons up here. It ain't cheap, though. It ain't cheap. I don't remember where the move capital button is. It's on the government tab, I think. Yeah, right here. It's 64 gold and 20 stability. And it would just create more problems. In my opinion. They want livestock? I don't know how to help you, brother. We don't have livestock. What's the difference between building around the water and building a bridge? You're just assuming that because I can build a bridge, it's somehow going to allow me to cross over from one side to the next. When the more simple answer is the correct one, it's just a building that gives you a buff. You build it in a town and it gives you a buff. And that buff is minus 10% movement cost, minus 5% proximity cost, but it doesn't span multiple tiles, as far as I know. Buildings that improve the value of the location where they are built. Because also, this would be a massive I think you're thinking this is like a tiny river. This is a tiny river. This is a body of water. The construction methods to span these gaps aren't going to be invented for hundreds of years on this continent. Almost done with our first winery. Then the people are going to get a sweet taste of wine. A delicious taste of wine. Just put a massive log bridge across it. It's actually a interesting, valid question. What is? Where's your market center? Why is that an interesting and valid question? The location of your market doesn't seem to matter. But it's over here. I think there's like, you would like to imagine that it matters, but it doesn't seem to matter. Though it's easier if you think of the market as a means to supply everyone else. Their proximity to and from the market center is irrelevant. If they are within the market's umbrella, they will be supplied. If they are making goods, they will arrive at the market. The distance doesn't matter there. All goods produced in any location will go to market no matter how far it is. Regardless of control or infrastructure, it's just magicked over. A beautiful winery. Need 200 pop. And then the fruit. And then the wood. And then tools. I wonder how much this money is going to make. We have now researched Renaissance City Planning, which gives us the following benefits. Max RGO size plus 10%. I think that there's a lot of confusion on this topic. And once again, I think this is just an example of the game giving the appearance of insane depth and complexity because nobody can figure out how it works. Market access. Your location in a market determines when your region gets access to goods. Locations with lower market access will have reduced output from buildings and lower base tax. The first part's not true at all. There has not been any reduced output of the buildings. But there's a chance that it's just RGO. Maybe buildings it does, but RGOs it doesn't. Maybe that's the key. I don't know why those would be separated. Because that would be as unintuitive as possible. Maybe that's why they would be separated. I was having problems in one of my games because all my lumber provinces were far from the market cap, so they were really inefficient. Huh, that's interesting because I have corn that is outputting its full output, even though it is the furthest from my market center. And we just did the math, and all of that corn is going to market, regardless of its distance. 100% of our corn goes to market, even though it is the furthest away. Now, taxes also have nothing to do with distance from market. Taxes are entirely due to control, which has nothing to do with market access. So maybe building, the only part of that tooltip that might be true is building output. So it seems building output depends on market access. My RGOs don't, and my taxes don't. My taxes are only getting lower because of control. Unless you have to go even further than where I am now. When I say lumber provinces, I meant a lumber mill. Yeah, that's a building. Yeah, that's a building. So RGOs and taxes are not affected, but buildings are. Okay. Well, why does everything have to be as unintuitive as possible? Because I don't know where you got that quote, Martin Dork, but the taxes are not affected. Wait, hold on. They might be. Hold on, we're gonna dig deeper. We're gonna dig deeper. But could you tell me where you got that from? Is it from in the game or from outside the game? What if the potential tax base, it doesn't show? Outside of the game. There's no indication on the tax base screen that proximity to the market center matters. And I'm looking to like highlight a number to see if it'll show me distance from market center or market access. Because I can find that for the buildings. Because the winery that we just built. But what's interesting is when we built the winery, the game suggested that we build it in the spot that was further from the market center instead of on top of the market. And that we would be more profitable if we did. Which I'm assuming is because of control? Because, yeah, we have 59% market access. Transportation distance to market for this building in particular. But the question then becomes 59.6% of what? Like, obviously 100, but I mean what? 100 of what? Do you have 2 provinces with fully staffed RGOs of the same type? Yeah. We have a 2 out of 3 legumes with 2,000 people. Output per level 1.4. Okay, and then we have legumes that are on top of the market center. 1.4. Same output for RGOs. RGOs are identical. From what I've seen... Oh, Silent Bob, you haven't played? But yeah, it doesn't... I haven't noticed any... I don't really know what the... I don't know what's going on, man. Everyone just banging... I just want to unpause and progress. No one can figure out what the hell's going on. I suppose... I would need to, I could compare 2 like buildings, perhaps. Hold on, let me see. If I built the same building in both locations, then we could actually see what's happening. Because the market access is not giving us a base number to modify. It says that it's lower. I see that. I see market access 66, but it doesn't say what it's affecting or what it's modifying. Okay, we can hang on. Let's take a look at this. Here's how we can figure it out. Is it 1-to-1 of how much you produce? Let's find out. Because if we look at the winery again, what is its intended production? Yes, it's just a 1-to-1 with how much it's producing. So the winery makes 1 wine if it has all the resources. But our winery, that only has 66% market access, is only making 0.65 wine. That's close enough that we can round. Yeah, 0.66 right here. So you can actually see fruit winery 1, access to goods 1, market access times 0.66. So you're making less. So because you're making less, your profit is lower. But only for buildings, not for RGOs, which also send goods to market, confusingly. So it doesn't increase the cost of transportation. It just lowers the total amount that is going to the market. The tooltip for market access clears it up. I don't think it will. I haven't seen a tooltip clear anything up. I think we already cleared it up. Locations will have higher market attraction toward markets with higher access. That means locations will tend to belong to the closest market. Locations in a market buy goods and food in order of their market access. Yeah, that's just like... priority for whatever reserve is in the market. So if your people need 30 things, but you only have 15 things, they'll be distributed according to who has the highest market access first. Low market access harms local industry by reducing the output of buildings and the profit of RGO. That's so, like, drawing a line in the, hang on. Drawing a line in the sand there is so weird. Let me highlight the profit of the RGO. You can't highlight it. Nowhere on the RGO screen does it show you your actual profit. Only building costs. How do you see RGO's profit? Dude, trying to explain this to someone else, even once I figure out what's going on, it's gonna be impossible. It's Peepo G City in here. So the RGO output doesn't change, it just makes less money. Supposedly, but how can we verify that? How can we prove it? We have to be able to show our work. I wonder if it's on the build screen via the market tab. I don't think so, because the build screen's for buildings, not RGOs. Chat, you guys are not understanding. This is not how much money we are making. This is how much money we should be making. There is nowhere that shows how much money we are making. That's the issue. So I can't compare two RGOs because both of them will show what we should be making. Just like I just showed you. We just looked at legumes. This legume says, oh, hang on. I gotta walk it back again. Why is, wait. Okay, so you can't mouse over profit per level, but you can compare two profit per levels. Jesus Christ. Okay. So the legumes over here that are far from the market are 0.17. The legumes that are 100% are 0.24, which is higher profit per level, but not output per level. Okay, so let's break down what we've learned. If you build a resource gathering operation and it is far from the market, it will produce the same amount of goods to supply the market. You will just make less money. However, conversely, if you build a building, you will make the same amount of profit, but you will produce fewer items into that market. They are the inverse of one another, just to make it as confusing as fucking possible. Holy shit, did I get that right? Did we finally figure it out? So RGO is same quantity, lower profit, and then buildings are lower quantities, same profit. Oh my god. Okay, all right. I'm getting more frustrated, but I'm learning. It's too late for this kind of knowledge. These are the most unintuitive gamified balance features that I could possibly imagine. So like the winery is making less wine because it's far away, but the wine that it does make sells for the same amount when it does get to market. Presumably. Let's verify that. Do we have something that we can look at that has a building that's turned on, such as a fruit orchard? Okay, this, well, what else do we have here? We have a cloth maker that's very far away and therefore low market access. So it's selling cloth at 1.01. It says 0.4 cloth, 1.01. I don't know why it's in that denomination. 0.4, 101. 0.4, 101. Where's another cloth maker? That is closer. Wasn't there a cloth maker? There's a cloth maker right there. All right, this one is 0.4, 1.01. They're the same. They're the same. My headcanon is the products fall off the back of trucks going long distance, thus less per output. Oh, all right. So RGOs produce the same quantity, but they make less money to sell. Buildings make less quantity, but what they do make sells for a consistent price on the market. Is there a reason why both of them couldn't be the same? I wonder, I would love to find the reason for that. That would be, if I could ask one interview question, that would be my interview question. It's just like, what was the reasoning for that? Because I am confuddled. If that was what I came up with when I was making my own game, I would have simply come up with a different system. If RGO distance affected quantity, then colonies would have no production. What? That's why I say I would have just come up with a different system. It's like writing yourself into a corner and using a timeout so that you don't get tagged, and then coming up with special powers so that you don't box yourself into a corner. I think the amount of food created is based off the amount of food-related good. I don't know what that means. Anyway, all right. We figured it out. We figured it out. Here's my idea. I'm just gonna build a winery in both cities. I will take things that no one who is playing with levels of automation turned on in their game will ever figure out for $1,000, Alex. Things that 98.7% of players who ever install this game will ever figure out for sure. That's got to be the most obfuscated, obscure of them all. I think it honestly takes the cake. I'm just going to build a winery in both. And that'll give us an excuse to up our mini fruit RGOs if I need to. I need to go to bed, man. That just broke me. That broke me. That just broke my brain. I stand corrected. I take it back. Market access is important, okay? I'm walking it back. For reasons I could not have ever conceived of. Political crises occur from time to time in our tribal kingdom. They often involve conflict between the leader and the parliament. Unrest among the nobility or conflicts of interest between the nobility, burghers, and the clergy. One such crisis has cast public doubt on our institutions. Give it time. Efficiency of the cabinet, 25%, or lose 5 prestige. That one. We're losing prestige naturally anyways, which I think personally goes down way too fast. How goes the wine? Potential profit 0.23. Honestly, that's not bad considering what everything else around them is making, which is like very little to nothing. Overtly esoteric. Are you really this determined to trying to convey this? What? Some goods also create food in the province. I'm aware of this. The amount of food you create is based on how much of the goods you produce. If low access RGOs also made less goods, it's possible it would lead to mass starvation. I'm still not 100% following how we get to mass starvation, but like I said earlier, I would have simply made a different system. If there is a mechanic in my game that is all about the discovery of the entire world, and part of my game mechanics were to create colonies abroad, I would simply create a mechanic whereby I could plan for my expedition to take a certain amount of supplies that would last them a predictable amount of time, and then have the land itself be able to be worked in some way where it's not dependent on the board game mechanic of every location only having one resource and one resource only. I would have, you know, just done that instead of creating a dead-end system where by only having one resource and one resource only, everyone that I just sent out could die because they can't get wood in the forest because this area doesn't grow wood, and only this spot has fruit tree, and only this spot has wild game, and etc. But that's just me. When aristocrats warned us of the secret society. This is actually the one we've seen the most. Though, of all of them, may as well just take the prestige hit. Oh, I killed him. I forgot about that. I kind of just saw prestige hit and murked that guy. He deserved it. He did deserve it. I was trying to find someone who was like balanced. There really isn't anyone who's super balanced. We have high diplomat, high administrator. Maybe just get like someone with high-ish military who can also do other stuff. And it'll be good enough. Okay, so the second question then becomes, the natural question becomes, If market access is determined by transportation distance to market, can transportation distance to market be reduced by infrastructure, i.e. roads? Is transportation distance to market, if it is a literal distance, then its descriptor makes sense. If it is a not literal definition, i.e. proximity, then it should be called something else. Road tooltip says it reduces that. Of course it does. Okay. Well, I mean, it's good. That's good for us, but every possible description or title of something is wrong. So distance is a finite, like you can't change it. Something is this far apart or it isn't, right? Like call it something else. Did you guys know that if you mouse over the road builder, there is no tooltip for roads? Let's look in hints. I really do feel like I'm building a PC and something doesn't work and I don't know what it is. Like the motherboard is broken or the power supply is fried or one of the sticks of RAM is bad and you just kind of like keep fiddling with things until eventually it posts. Trying to find the teeny bit of information that you want. Gravel road. Here we go. Market access cost minus 10%. That's basically it. So it's not really a distance modifier. It's a market access modifier on itself. And it'll take sand as maintenance, which we actually have. I don't even think it will modify the distance. I think it'll just modify the market access only. How did you open that with road types? I just mouse over shit until something appears. I clicked on roads, I moused over a possible road, and it said constructing a gravel road, and then I moused over that, and then if you do paved road, you can mouse over paved road, you can mouse over modern road, and you can mouse over railroad. So you just, when you start building a road, you can just mouse over any of those. Ay-ya-ya. Ay-ya-ya. You need a degree. Gotta have a degree to play Europa 5, man. And the thing is, never mind. Never mind. It's almost 2 a.m. I'm getting more tired. I'm getting more tired. My brain hurts. Say it. Say it's not really an it. It's just like, after playing for 4 days, I'm having fun. I am having fun. My number is going up. There is fun. I'm having fun. I got 123,000 population. I got some gold coming in more than ever before. However, but after almost 40 hours of play, it doesn't feel very complex. It feels like there's maybe enough of complexity to have fun, but it feels like most of the perceived complexity is mired in smokescreen and not knowing where everything is. It feels complex by extension of obfuscation and obscurity, not complexity. Like the mechanics themselves are somewhat interesting and somewhat fun, but I'm not seeing the like. Most of it's just frustrating. I don't know. I can't form sentences together. The UI is a challenge? Yeah, I just think you'll get to the point once you finally know the information, the baseline information you need to know, it won't seem nearly as complex, is what I'm trying to say. It's like, have you guys ever played like a flight sim or something like that? The first time you hop into the starter plane in Microsoft Flight Simulator or something, you're like, holy shit, how can I ever turn this thing on, much less fly it, much less land it? But then once you figure out all the switches you need to get the plane on, and you figure out how to throw the throttle, and then you can do it like riding a bike, and it's like, oh, that's not so bad. That's not really that complex anymore. It's sort of just the initial brute forcing of trying to figure out how to make everything go and how to understand what airspeed is and relative airspeed and how to set the autopilot. And once you know, you can kind of do it no problem. And I think this will be the same way. I think that the initial cliff of just learning the terminology and the strange designations of resources and stuff, and what we just talked about with the RGO proximity has this debuff, but like buildings have this. Once you know those factoids, it won't seem nearly as complex to you. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, I'm not saying it's gonna suck once you've figured it out. It can still be fun. I'm just saying that, like, it's all up front. Think about it like learning a literal language. Someone in chat mentioned that a second ago. Having to learn every word to be able to communicate. But once you're fluent in it, is it difficult to communicate anymore? No. It's not complex anymore after that point, because you've learned how to put the words, string the words together. For me, the way you describe it makes it sound like pre-Steam Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, like it kinda. I kind of feel like that applies to everything, though. No, it doesn't. No. No, it doesn't. Depth and complexity are different than just having like an understanding of how to interface with something. Like if I give you two completely different, how do I say? Let me think of an example. It's too late for examples. What do you want, community education? Do we get literacy? 10 years of literacy? Okay, so on the one hand, chess is a good example. Chess is a great example, actually, yeah. If you've never played chess before, and I put the pieces in front of you and say, your move, what are you gonna do? You wouldn't know. Okay, but then I explain the moves and what each piece can do, and you know how to move them, and you go, wow, this is easy. This game has no depth. You just move the pawn here and you move the bishop sideways. A piece of cake. Right? But it's obviously it's not like that, because it's a endlessly complex and incredibly difficult game to master. Even though you initially didn't understand what anything did, now you understand what everything does, but you still don't know how to consistently best it. But yeah, that's kind of the difference between depth and complexity, or whatever an appropriate term is for. How many tooltips do you get in chess? So I think you're saying some games are easy to play, hard to master. This game is hard to play, easy to master. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. I don't know how easy to master it's going to be until I get much further in. Most of the challenge is going to be in interfacing with the other quote-unquote players, the other countries, the other nations, which we haven't even touched, so I can't speak to what it feels like to interact with them. But all of our difficulties have been with simple things that sort of should be simple but aren't. Like, this isn't the first game that has a economy with products that you make that have supply and demand. You know what I mean? Like, we've done that before. It's not new. And there are ways to do that that aren't as difficult to climb at the beginning, right? We've all played Anno. We've all played Hell Banished. We've all played many different games with like economies and resource supply and demand. So that's not like a new concept. But yeah, it's late, boys. I wanted to see the other wineries, so let's see it. I loved Empire Earth 2. Empire 2 is pretty cracked. It's got to fill in. I think it just built. It's not done yet. But yeah, like I'm having fun. I just think you could be having fun in a much more smooth fashion. So I don't know if it's going to be easy to master, but I do think it's going to be hard to play than easy to play. Let's put it like that. Example question. Real question for chat. Everybody answer. I already know what your answer is going to be because I'm asking a loaded question. Does anyone in the chat think that once you know how to play Europa Universalis 5, that the AI will be able to beat you? No, right? No, of course not. So until that answer is yes, your game doesn't have enough depth. But that's any game. I disagree. I've been beat multiple times in Hearts of Iron. I've been beat a bunch in Hearts of Iron by the AI. It took me 10 separate attempts to win Ethiopia on normal difficulty. And that was after I had, 1,000+ hours in the game. Not if you play equal against equal nation. That's not how any Paradox game is set up. I could play as the smallest nation in Stellaris and have advanced starts on, and I win. I win. You don't have to be equal to equal. I could play the smallest nation ever. I could play as a... You could play as a wanderer in Crusader Kings 3. You win. Right? You don't have to be equal. That's kind of the whole point. It's asymmetrical. You can put it to the test when the Portuguese come over. I didn't say this was going to be easy, but I said once you know how to play, it will be. I don't know how to play. I do not know how to play. I was watching Shin earlier, and the other Europeans weren't colonizing the New World until mid-1500s, I think. He was the only one there. Sweden was the first one there, so we might have extra time. I didn't really consider CK3 a game you could lose. That's why I think CK3 has no depth. Can't lose. Game can't have depth if you only win. in my opinion. Simple as. Simple as. Is this full yet? We got 83 gold. Maybe I should just save up for roads. Market access. We're losing money. Wonder if we have not enough fruit. We have enough fruit. Oh, nobody's here. Oh, they're not here because they're not making money. This building is unprofitable. Do we just kill demand for the people don't want wine? I don't believe that. The people don't want wine? The laborers, the nobles have no demand for wine. Game's too unrealistic. The laborers have a teeny bit of demand for wine. Whoops. Well, the game predicted that one winery was going to have a ton of profit, but actually both of them are in the negative and we're losing money. All right, this is a problem for future me for sure. So, GG. GG. At the end of the day, I'll have more fun once I know all of the pitfalls that you can easily fall into while trying to learn how to play. It's like I've never played a strategy game that had more barbed wire wrapped around it. It's pricklier than, I keep using it as an example, and it's not supposed to be the butt of an insult, because I think it's a fun game, but it's like Terra Invicta, but even harder to learn, and with a weirder UI. I love Terra Invicta, but God, those first 40, 50 hours were just... whew. Crazy. It's fun learning, in my opinion. I disagree. Learning sucks. I did plenty of learning when I went to school. I ain't never going back, okay? Got my degree. I'm out. Peace. If I pay you a shit ton of money, the burden is not on me to learn your thing. The burden is on you to teach me it. That's how I feel. I'm paying you, not the other way around. Not you, but the game. You know what I mean? Like I don't. You don't pay a teacher for learning lessons on how to speak another language, and they just give you a dictionary and say, "Here you go." No, man, you teach me. You're the one that made all these rules. Why do I have to figure it out? That's what I'm paying you for. He's dropping out of Europa University. No, I'll probably be streaming it again tomorrow, but I hate learning it. I want to just know what is what. I want to know what is what. I want to be able to make decisions because I have knowledge. Learning is not fun for me. Making decisions is fun, but you can't make decisions if you don't have the knowledge necessary to make them. So I want to get to, I want to just be at the point where I already know. Choosing this or that, that's fun. Choosing A or B, that's fun. But anyway, dude, I'm still like mind shot from market access. But I want to see the kingdom number go up, man. What year did we stop? 1388? We made it 50 years. We made it 50 years. Anyway, I know I'm bitching a lot, but to be honest, I wouldn't do it if I didn't think that there were things worth bitching at. Frankly. I wouldn't bitch if I didn't think it was worth bitching at. And part of it is because I think it could be even more fun and appeal to more people and therefore be more successful if XYZ, ABC is, you know, the things that I'm talking about. I think it could be even more popular, successful, and fun to play if all those things were just smoothed over. So I see the potential. And I hate when I see the potential, I want to see it realized. I want to see all the potential realized, and DLC doesn't realize it. Yeah, I complain about the stuff I care about. I wouldn't be here 4 days if I didn't have fun, you know? Wouldn't be here 4 days, probably 5. I'll probably see you guys again tomorrow if I had to guess. But anyway, I think it's void time. I'm tired, man. I'm gonna send you all off into the void. But I appreciate you chilling, hanging out. So I will catch you all again tomorrow. I gotta go get some food, man. It's 2 o'clock. I gotta eat dinner. All right, good night. I will see you again, hopefully re-energized. Bye-bye. Now get out of here.